Howdy and
Waiting
hello, whoever is here. Welcome to Sonic Podcast episode 13, technically, I think.
I have
14.
not been paying attention.
I forget.
Wait, Ronald.
What?
Michael's audio is fucking ass.
Oh no!
If you
Is it really?
replay this? Yeah, it's terrible.
Oh,
What
god
does it
damn it.
sound like? I don't have the stream up.
Probably
I can
just
see
need
the
to
Discord.
turn down his gain or something. I'm not sure.
Well, let me turn
Is it
him
like
down a
too?
little bit in
Is it
general.
too loud or what is it?
It's like peaking. It's like crunching.
Oh shit.
Well, I turned him down slightly.
Okay.
Should be fine.
Alrighty. Well, Ronald says let it rock.
Nah, it's fine. I like how loud and blown out. No.
Oh hell yeah. Alrighty.
I
Well,
turned him down
whatever
a bit on
Aiden says, when Aiden speaks, I listen. So
I guess turn
blame
down
him.
your gain slightly.
Okay, whatever. Yeah, as
Do you
long
want
as
me
it's
to
turned down, it's fine.
okay. Did you need to do anything on my end, Ronald?
I'll
I'll try not to yell,
Wait, what?
explicatives.
Yeah, I guess.
because you're on PlayStation. You fucking
Yeah.
asshole. Get the fuck off of Rivals.
Well, I'm middle of the game.
No. Get off.
No, really, I'm in the middle of a game.
Turn it the fuck off. Dinner's ready.
Fuck dinner. Especially if it's fucking Sonic SpaghettiOs. Fuck that.
I'm coming in with a fucking slipper, bro. I'm gonna beat that shit.
Bro, I don't know whether or not to keep this for the YouTube video.
You should. Keep it all, bro.
I haven't even done the intro yet, actually.
Alright, go. Fine.
Go.
Oh, frick.
I think he is on the PS5 controller, Mike.
Oh,
No, I'm not.
okay.
Thank God I'm not.
Well,
That
in
might
the
matter.
in the event I don't or do cut anything, I don't know. Howdy and hello, whoever's watching. Episode 13 of the Sonic Podcast, I think, but this is the Thursday Shenanigans combo. It's been discussed for a while, but we are gonna go all in, go ham, go crazy, go stupid today because we are going to be giving our lists for the top 10 best Sonic games of all time. And the general criteria, only criteria really, was like official releases only. We'll be doing like mods and stuff another day, but today is just whatever official releases you consider to be the best in the franchise, and it's up to you based off of whatever criteria you have, be it nostalgia or memes if you want to be that guy. It's up to you to convince all of us that these are the most iconic quality Sonic games of all time. So, I think we're gonna have some hilarious lists today. I will. I think I'm gonna move MM and Phil to the end, since they gave us their lists. TrogBoyAlex was here, and now he's gone.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, there he
Yeah.
is. Dang, I summoned him. Howdy.
So what's the process that we're doing? We're just gonna...
So I had an idea, and then I lost the idea. So I think we're gonna semi-improvise here, and wait, hold on. Let me make sure my math is right. 1, 2, 3. Frick. Wait. 1, 2.
Just copy Watch Mojo.
Number
I
15.
haven't watched Mojo who knows how long. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go in this order of the spreadsheet. Me, XOF, GenesisFrenzy, TrogBoyAlex, Allstate Man if he comes, and then
You do know also, man. Historic Fire, right?
wait, what? You cut out.
Hold on, never mind.
But if you're referring to him fighting for his life in SoCal, yes. He did say his power was out. So if any, well, let's hope and pray that he's not in an evacuation situation. And if he's just chilling with no power, I'd be down just listening to him talk from his phone. But we'll see what's up.
Zone.
SoCal is Crisis City right now. Also, EOL, I export and timestamp things whenever it's fit to do so. Also, because sometimes the stream bit rates drop, so you expect me to edit a 4-hour video with varying bit rate and then render all that? Absolutely not.
Yes. 100% yes. Not even kidding.
Oh my god. But anywho, what we'll do is we'll go 4 and then 3. So like 10 to 7, 6 to 4, and then give our top 3. So does that make sense?
Yeah. We're doing I see you have an honorable mention. So
yeah, I mean this is always here. We can just run through honorable mentions first if y'all have them.
I do have some. I have way more than most people should have on an honorable mention section.
Oh, he's replacing MM with the giant list of honorable mentions.
I have 4. I thought 4 was a lot.
Oh, I think I have 4 as well.
MM has had an honorable mentions list twice that long, but cool.
Yeah, here's my top 20. Sorry, guys.
Aiden's here to instigate. Oh, lordy. Alrighty. But also, I didn't update the subtitles on the right. Oh, well. But yeah, let's do that first. Let's just go through honorable mentions, and you can give your criteria for your honorable mentions, but you can save elaborating on criteria for when we start the actual list.
What's the order? Actually, you know what?
So
Start with Ronald.
Yeah, go with Ronald.
Yeah, you always let us go first. You go first this time.
Go. Set the tone.
How convenient that I'm at the beginning of the list. Howdy, K-pop. Worst Sonic game? Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. Next question.
Facts.
Your username is kpopbooner420. Alright.
Shout out to K-pop. He's hilarious. Alrighty.
He's
so
something.
My honorable mentions. I think my main criteria for honorable mentions was the underrated and overhated. Some of these might be hot takes already. I guess we'll see. Also, those of you watching, let me know if the audio and video is okay. There might be a bit of lag. If it starts to get unbearable, just let me know. But my honorable mentions...
No particular order, right?
No particular order for honorable
No.
mentions, because I'm not really sure what to do for this order.
Shadow buddy.
You mean, aw, buddy?
Oh, you're just typing in all of them at once. Okay.
Yeah. Well, because again, my criteria is that my honorable mentions are some of my favorites that are either overrated or underrated or overhated.
Okay.
Hopefully everyone can see everything okay. So I've mentioned how freaking cool Sonic Battle is.
Your strongest soldier.
Oh yes, sir. Unfortunately, lost to the Game Boy Advance Shadow Realm, I guess, until someone properly like emulates it and like I don't know what we'd have to do. But Sonic Battle is just a cool freaking game and brought interesting lore with Emerald. Sonic Advance
Emerald is badass.
Emerald, very much so.
And
Sonic
it's
Advance
funny
3.
You say that, right?
Well, I know you're Sonic Battle's biggest hater.
So it's Sonic Battle's not on your top 10. That's actually like funny, but
That is kind of surprising.
yeah, but
I was sure it was there.
like I don't want to like trudge over your thing, but I don't hate Sonic Battle's story.
Okay, good.
I actually like it, but I don't like the campaign. I think the campaign is garbage. So it's a different thing. The gameplay sucks. The story is actually pretty good. I mean, I thought it was interesting enough. It's not the best ever, but it's, you know, for that type of game, yeah.
Yeah, and honestly, like, whoever is hearing this out of context, that's not even a hot take. Like, the story, or the campaign structure does drag in some aspects because it's all the different perspectives, and you start out the game playing as severely weak versions of the characters. So yeah, understandable. But it's a combination of nostalgia and a very interesting premise, and one of the only Sonic games with actually interesting combat. Sonic Advance 3, super freaking cool. Gosh, when's the last? That might have been one of the last times we've had like actually interesting gameplay of the other characters, but in like a synergistic sense. Because you can play as Sonic and all his friends, but the different combinations of the tag team abilities and how it modifies their own ability. It's just a really cool premise.
Team Sonic Racing.
I still haven't even played Teen Sonic Racing, actually.
And also, that game is mid. So
It's
never
whatever.
happened.
Oh.
I guess
Also,
you
how
could
do
say
I sound now?
episode 2.
Real quick.
We were just talking about it.
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna be playing it right now, actually.
Wow, how do I sound right now? Or anyone really?
You sound better now.
Better and lower.
Okay.
Hopefully not too low.
Lower? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
well
can y'all
enough,
hear
though?
him okay, at least?
You should turn, Ronald. You should turn him up a little bit in the stream
Yeah, let me do that.
Okay, just want to double check.
because we had him like lower, but now he's on a different mic. So
Okay. I turned him up a
Mhm.
bit. Also,
Okay. Sound good, sound good? Mic check, one,
sound
two.
good for me.
yeah,
Okay.
you're good. You're good.
Okie doke.
Oh, wait. It's not even showing the title. Whoops. But yeah, Sonic Advance 3, another like nostalgic game but that was also a really interesting premise. And in Sonic Rush Adventure, to be honest, I always hear everyone say that Sonic Rush was better than Sonic Rush Adventure, but I legit can't remember what makes Sonic Rush better.
No Johnny, Chaos Emerald stuff, and no
Mhm.
grinding.
Yeah.
That's literally like the only two things.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah, and also Marine is annoying.
Okay, I should have
Like-
saw that coming, I guess.
But those are three pretty legit like things. Cause dude, the Johnny fights, oh fuck. Like
Honestly,
literally the
Johnny
seventh
annoyed
one-
me more than Marine, but I think I like
Honestly,
the
all
gameplay
characters
enough
in that
to.
game are fucking annoying. So is Captain Whiskers, with a fucking idiotic goddamn name.
Captain Whiskers.
Jesus Christ, dude.
But
And some
Basically,
Muppets
just
Treasure Island shit.
the Sonic Rush gameplay in general is so freaking good. I think it was really the first time, like, in handheld 2D, where, well, not the first time, but it was like the next step up, where Sonic Advance 3, you had moments of feeling like cool speed and platforming, but Sonic Rush, since it basically just brought the boost to 2D, that's where things felt super fast and cool.
K-pop Gooner, you are not allowed to say cream solos.
What are y'all talking about?
Somebody in the chat.
Oh my god. But yeah, Sonic Rush Adventure is just freaking cool. I want to play it again. I don't know if I deal with emulation shenanigans. I don't know.
New venture.
But last thing, Shadow the Hedgehog. I've said it over and over that Shadow the Hedgehog is a weird concept. Or no, I shouldn't even say concept. It's a weird choice in tone direction, but the game itself is actually a decent game. I've said it over and over, and I will still continue to say it. Like, playing the game is actually, like, pretty fun. Except for a handful of specific stages that I'm sure a lot of people are aware
Physical
of.
damage with that statement. It's fun to play, bro.
The game is fun.
It
Just
is.
don't
It's
play
fun.
the arc
It is, bro.
stages.
It's fun. Fucking slippery ass controls are fucking fun.
What was it
You
you
just
wanted to
don't get
say?
it.
Wait, hold up. What is it that Riley likes to say? Just get good, bro.
Just suck
Yeah,
it up.
that's Just get
Suck
good.
it up.
Just suck it up, bro.
I will suck it up with that fucking gun in the game. I'll suck up everything.
Mhm.
Yeah, and well, that's the thing. Even the weapon stuff, like it's, I wouldn't really consider it a very balanced
They all look
system, but it's a
so
fun system.
Goofy on him. Mainly the alien weapons. The one that looks like a huge
They're
like, just
comically
like
large.
the fucking like the 50 cal rifle that like clips through the ground as he's running. It's like, why even put a fucking thing in that's so big if it's gonna go through the floor?
Just let him carry it, bro.
Or his like his katana that like clips through the floor because it's like 10 of him.
They should have went more. Honestly, like Shadow is like a lot of missed potential because if they were gonna do all this, they should have went all out. They should have let him be like the fucking Doom guy and carry all of this shit on him at once.
They tried, but like it was kind of weird from the start because originally it was supposed to be Sonic, and then they're like legit because Japanese teenagers are like, can we get a game?
Can we get a game
Sonic? He
where
has a
Sonic
gun.
has a gun and swears?
And as they meld into Sega, he's like, well, Sonic
It's
can't do that, but
Well, no,
I guess
but
Shadow
we have
can.
Shadow.
They had fucking Gamma and Omega. Fucking whatever.
That's what they said. Whatever. Blame Yuji Naka. That's my quote. In fact,
Well, now it's
quote that
iconic.
model,
Now
clip it. Yeah, now it's like a part of the character.
Yeah, Sonic Movie 3 had him with a gun. Don't follow me.
Yeah,
Laser
like,
gun, but they pulled a Spider-Man animated series.
Imagine if it really was a fucking like real gun with bullets and he was shooting at
Like
Sonic.
a deagle. That'd have been so sick.
Oh
Damn.
no, it should have been a gun from the game.
That would have
Yeah.
been hilariously cool, honestly.
It should have been the Chow gun though.
No, give him
No,
the
I want
katana.
the
That
alien-
one-shots
I
everything.
want the alien dick gun.
Oh yeah, that one's good too.
Oh my
I
god.
think it's like a. Is it a rocket? I don't. You know the one I'm talking about. I just don't
Yeah,
remember how
yeah,
it
yeah,
shoots.
yeah.
I think it was a rocket.
I think it was
launcher.
a rocket launcher. Yeah, that sounds right.
The only thing that I genuinely feel they like fumbled the bag with Shadow the Hedgehog was the story routes, where like Michael knows what I'm talking about. That image where there would supposedly be a route that you can do that automatically unlocks the last story because it's supposed to be like the canon route. If that was a legit thing where you just pick the right stages, follow the Chaos Emeralds, and then you get the last story like just like that, and it just all makes sense, that would have been so freaking cool. But it's not real.
It should have just been linear, honestly. Just have every stage and just have it like in one order if that's what they. Because really, like if none of the endings mattered, if they were gonna have a last story, might as well just make it all just one fucking thing, and just drop the whole morality system, or like make the morality system just like ability-wise or something, like Infamous or something,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like
True, they could have
They-
did that, but then you don't get an ending of Shadow killing Eggman.
Yeah, like 10 times, which is base. Or the one where it's,
they say goodbye, Doctor, in Sonic.
or the one where it's heavily implied that he kills himself at the end, and Vector's just sitting there, having
Out
to
of
listen
every
to Shadow be like,
character to be with
he's like,
fucking Shadow.
I guess I gotta kill myself, and Vector's like, holy shit, bro!
Don't go there yet.
As the arc is, meanwhile the arc is like mid-fall. By the way, remember it's collapsing. So he's got to find a ride. His only homie is about to end it all.
Oh
So-
my gosh.
Pour one out for Vector / Zeke.
The only worst character it could have been Charmy or something.
Oh lordy.
And you know that's an absolute possibility too, because he's in the fucking game.
Also, before
Yeah.
we go to XOF's honorable mentions, Aiden's hot take that there's only one
Mhm.
Sonic game that doesn't have a bad level. Agree or
That's
no?
like, wait, as in like, every Sonic game has at least like that one level. Is that what he means, or like there's not a single Sonic game a good
I
level?
think that's what's being implied. Aiden, is that pretty
There's
much what you
only
mean?
one Sonic game that doesn't have a shitty level. So basically, like every Sonic game, even if it's good, it has at least one level that's like ass. I think that's what they're implying.
I would need to
Ah.
do a little more studying. That's not terribly hot.
I don't agree.
It's just
with
more
it,
so.
But yeah.
Also, I'm also taking Aiden. Sorry, Aiden, but I'm also kind of taking your takes with a grain of salt, considering you're still like in the middle of playing them.
Well, he did say he's here to instigate.
Yeah. So I'm too battle hardened by Sonic hot takes on Twitter.com. So
Oh my gosh.
he's
Well,
not entirely off. He's not entirely off the mark, but
Well, now's your chance, Michael.
because I if I were to think of a game, like if I had to think about every game, I could probably like Oh, that level was kind of whack or whatever. That's just me though. Also,
Sorry, this is
My
time
turn?
the music. Yeah, honorable mentions.
go ahead and type him out. I sent you.
Oh wait, I forgot.
I forgot.
Oh, let's start
So
talking about it.
my honorable mentions were my criteria was a bit different. These are the ones that didn't make the list, mainly for like logistical reasons. Either I felt the game wasn't like long enough, or I felt that hadn't really played it enough. Like I didn't have as much of a personal connection with them compared to the rest on my list. So those are really the only like criterias. Other than that, like none of these games are like bad, not in the slightest. Just more so one or the other. Did you type them out yet, Ronald? So I kind of go one by one,
Or are you gonna go in
and so
order
they
of what
can
you sent
see.
me?
Yeah, I might as well just
Okay,
type them out.
go
Damn
ahead.
it!
I'm trying.
You're
Go ahead.
I need to hear the audience's gasp. Yeah.
What? Actually,
Sonic
never
Lost
mind,
World.
Never mind.
Sonic Lost World, I enjoy. I just didn't play it enough, and it's really like, you know, I meme about being its strongest defender, but I really didn't have like that much of a I really didn't play it as much as I'd like to, and really like, other than like the first few levels being really like, I had a good time with. I felt it didn't necessarily make it. It didn't make the cut. Sonic 3 Knuckles is just simply a matter of I didn't play it enough as a kid, and recently, I mean I've beaten it every time I played it, but I haven't played it enough as much as the other ones on my list. If we were in fact making the group, you know, tries to come to a consensus on the top 10, like have you guys seen those Maximilian videos where him and the crew like try to come up with like the definitive top 10 list for like console generations, like the top 10 PlayStation games or whatever?
Try to debate.
If we were actually
agree.
if we were actually doing that for Sonic, then it would obviously be on there. Well, I'm not. This is just me trying to let you guys know. Like, I didn't put it there because I was trying to be edgy. It was just like the other games on the list I played a lot more in comparison. And I also didn't want to be like the guy who was like, "Well, it's Sonic 3. I have to put it on there." When in fact, I just haven't played it enough to form that kind of connection.
Gotcha.
For Shadow Generations, I kind of just don't consider it like a full game. It's really good. I really enjoyed it. I said nothing but glowing things about
Sonic or
it
Shadow?
on our last episode. Shadow, sorry, Shadow.
Oh, Shadow.
So you
Sonic-
wait. So
I
you
put
don't.
Sonic X Shadow.
You're not considering them together as the one package they are.
No,
Alrighty.
I mean we can fight about it. I was just my thinking when it came to making the list. And again, when Ronald had mentioned making this, I was under the impression of like we post our own like top 10, like this is our top 10 list. So again, just very subjective. Other than that, obviously I gave it a 9 out of 10, so enjoyability, it's up there.
Well, that's the
Gems
funny
Collection-
part. Or sorry, go ahead.
Gems Collection,
Wait,
I don't.
what? That's a fucking compilation. Does that count?
Well, I
That's
mean,
why
it's
I didn't
honorable
put it on
mention,
there.
so
Yeah, that's why I didn't put it on the list, because it's a compilation.
Alright.
But I did play this quite a lot. I read that Sonic comic like 20 different times. I really like the gallery mode. This game and Beyblade V-Force have like the best gallery modes like ever, and I was a real big sucker for that. And it introduced me to a lot of games, and I just this one I had the most strongest connection with out of all these, but it's not a mainline game, so that's why it only gets honorable mention. And that's that.
Something to say with Lost World is Lost World is an interesting game because it's the controls are really like a make or break for a lot of people. And
Yeah.
the game is very much designed around it, but it also is very like not good at explaining like some of the mechanics that go on with that game.
yeah, that game doesn't really have a tutorial, does it?
No.
There
It
is
really-
Omo
it doesn't.
Chow stuff, but the thing is, on the Wii U version, the only way to access it was looking down at the gamepad and pressing the icon on the touchscreen, which was just fucking stupid because most people wouldn't even know that existed. On the PC version, I don't remember because I didn't play that one as much. I assume obviously it's in the game, but I'm not sure to what extent. But stuff like the charged homing attack, that is explained, but only in like Omo Chow stuff. But then there's stuff like one of the bosses, I forgot which one. I think it was like Zavik. You have to charge it more than the amount of times. It's like the only part in the game where you can charge it more than its default. Like I think the max charge before was like 3 or something. But with Zavik, for some reason, it gets to 8. For no reason. Like it goes to the 3, and then you let it sit a while longer, and then it goes to 8. But that only happens at that part of the game. It's like, what the fuck?
I guess because Zavik is like the main leader of the bad guys. So
well, he's not even the final boss. Like
I know, but like
makes sense.
Yeah,
like the quote unquote face of the game.
The difficulty management of Sonic Lost World is kind of nonsensical, actually, too.
Yeah, it's got that SMT4 problem being like potential cakewalk and then very, very end game like.
That game babies you until literally the last zone.
And like he's brought up the controls, like
Forest,
I like the
honestly.
I like the idea of parkour, but I feel like they actually didn't go hard enough into it. Like when you hear parkour, you want to see Sonic like doing multiple wall jumps and like going even crazier with said like terrain, because it was their version. It was kind of their attempt of like Sonic Lost Galaxy. So I wanted the terrain to be even more like off the wall, like figuratively and literally.
People say Sonic Colors is like the Mario Galaxy. Nah, dude. Fucking
no,
Lost World is
it's supposed to be.
Heck yeah! Why would anyone even say that?
Like, well, it's just at the time when Colors was coming
out.
Oh,
prior,
like,
yeah.
Oh, it's like Mario Galaxy.
It's because it's in
Sonic
space.
Yeah. But then fucking Lost World came out, which is...
I'm like,
right,
isn't he in space 80% of his games?
It was published by Nintendo, right? We looked that up.
Yeah.
It was published by Nintendo in like Europe.
It was part of their like, what was it, like 3-game deal.
Ronald, hold down. Oh my god, this game has momentum.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he said it. Shoot him.
Mods, shoot him.
I didn't even say it. Talking about a game. I was telling him to fucking play.
K-pop Forces is better.
Yeah. Music.
Yeah, sure.
Well, music alone. So actually, I watched some video.
Is
about,
it a
Sonic Boom? And I do agree that for some reason, like the animations, like the facial quality, is actually better than like Frontiers. Like the cutscenes and stuff. Like they
Rise of Lyric.
Rise of Lyric. Yeah. The cutscenes like look better. Like. It's fucking weird. Like you gotta go back and watch them or something. They're pretty expressive.
I think that's like the only time they had to take like care of.
Well, it's because it wasn't by Sonic Team.
Yeah.
That's why. Like, let's be honest.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna die.
We'll just get the bubble. Get the fucking bubble.
Well, I got hit, man.
Oh my god, dude, you suck balls.
Shut up, man. But cause Rise of Lyric has specific moments of you can tell where they like focused quality, and then the rest of the game is very obviously not finished. So, and it's the reverse of that for Frontiers, where it's mainly the like side character interactions where there's like little to no animation, but like boss fight stuff. It's freaking peak.
Even like the cutscenes in the game, like the actual cutscenes are pretty stilted. And
Are they?
I mean, presentation is not the strong suit of Frontiers.
No.
we know that.
Poppins alone, I get so what's the word I'm looking for? Like I know I'm not supposed to get angry about it, but I just do when it comes to Poppins, and Sonic Frontiers just
the Poppin is actually like it's not just like a graphical thing. It's like, oh, this looks ugly. It's actually like also detrimental with gameplay, because you're trying to like locate like in the final Horizon update, you're trying to locate like some of these like music notes or like the King Chow or whatever. The King Coco, my bad. And then like you can't fucking find them because they're not popped into the environment. They're not loaded. It's like, okay, where am I supposed to go?
Also, let's be very honest with ourselves. When it comes to a Sonic game, like, it's very boring looking. Like, it's just like, they went to the Highlands in Scotland. Like, oh, these are pretty green
Nintendo
The
hills.
Highlands.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
yeah. Like, it's just here is a desert. Here
You're sounding
are
a lot
some
like those
grassy knolls.
where the daytime stages in Under Night people.
I'm gonna contrast just a little bit because honestly, like, Sonic Adventure 1 is kind of like Mystic Ruins is kind of just some fucking place, but I'll keep it real.
That's like
The music and the vibes of that game.
Like, that's fine for like, but I mean,
Yeah, it's also the
the
first time
actual
they did
action,
it. So
the actual action stages in those games are.
Oh
like,
my god.
Cool.
Okay, there we go.
and they're interesting. You know, they have something different. Whereas it's like the action or whatever. What do they call it in Frontiers? The not adventure area, right? What do they call it?
the open
Action
zone.
Open zone.
The open zone.
Yeah.
You're in like that's like 80% of the game, or a high number, and you're just like, oh boy, it's a desert.
Mhm.
Or, like sometimes you get like glimpses of like Eggman's ship in his bases, and they're like, oh, that's kind of interesting, and then that's where it like starts and ends.
Yeah.
So I didn't think that I didn't think that was a hot take per se, just more so like something like if you really think about it, you're like, oh yeah, like compared to almost any game that's like, you know, colorful and vibrant or has some sort of crazy architecture going on. Frontiers is just like, there's a mountain.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of like the art design, it's
Yeah,
definitely
it's-
not the strongest of the series for sure.
Mhm.
It just kind of Sonic running around these like realistic looking environments, which granted, like as we said, Adventure is sort of similar, but I think Adventure still had those like kind of corny looking humans, and there were kind of less
Yeah.
of them, so it let them kind of there were less of them, and it let them sort of kind of make them smaller, and there's more to like. I wouldn't say more to do. I guess there's more to collect in Frontiers, but there's definitely like a stronger like vibe, especially given like I mean the game's like being the first one really to do that. It kind of gives it a little well not hub worlds, but like the first 3D Sonic game to do hub. Actually, that's not even true because fucking Jam wasn't.
Yeah,
whatever.
that's
You know what I mean?
God,
Right? Like,
are
it had that like X
you
factor. Had that X factor of like being like the first one really. So like all that was like new and novel.
The
Frontiers
first like
is,
major
like-
project, like the one they're like, yeah, this game.
Yeah,
has to do
yeah.
well. And
Frontiers was
Jam was
more
not
like-
that game.
Frontiers, the more like I think about it, is it feels more like a proof of concept
Hey,
game.
what the frick?
It's like if the you know those memes about the Nintendo hire this man and it's just like Zelda and
Well,
grassy
that's
field
what
on
Aiden just
Unreal
said.
Engine 5, yeah.
freaking-
it's just that, but like
Yeah.
given a proper budget ish.
Brought up cyberspace. Cyberspace is probably one of the lesser parts of Frontiers. I think the open zone is by far the most interesting part of that game.
That's where I had the most fun.
That's
I think
actually
we're also
pretty
getting a little
divisive
ahead of
depending on
ourselves.
which kind of fan
Like-
you are.
Does Riley? Do you have any honorable mentions or no?
I do have honorable
got-
mentions.
All
How
right,
is that a
type 'em
hot
out,
take?
Ronald.
Fuck you, dude. The fucking cyberspace controls are ass. I'd rather just be playing the OG level whenever I play them. All right.
Playing the
Yeah,
what? Okay,
I'd have
give
to- I'd have
your
to agree with you
honorable
on there.
mentions.
Okay, so I have 4, just like everybody else so far, which is funny.
Mhm.
So my first one is mainly because it's too recent to like really like judge, but I do think in the long run, I feel the game has a lot of potential to possibly enter my top 10 list. Maybe it just kind of depends how these levels age over time, and that's Shadow Generations.
Oh, okay.
I think easily like it's not just the game itself, but a lot of like what this game sort of meant for the series and how it really, as we said during the Shadow Generations podcast, it really propelled the Sonic series to, especially now with the movie too, it propelled the Sonic series to sort of this like limelight it's been a while. I mean, Frontiers was sort of like the catalyst to kind of keep it going in this sort of like Renaissance era, as you may call it.
Mhm.
more so than what Mania did. Because right when Mania came out, it was high praised. It was also followed immediately by Forces, which was mid. So this is more like we're consistently getting like good stuff. So it's definitely like I mean, especially now as you go to like Hot Topic, you go in all these places, you see all this like you see like Sonic is like cool again, right? So it's nice to see.
It is.
That
At the same time, I'm noticing that I'm finding a lot more and more people who like don't play the games, but they're like, I gotta get the shirts and the merch and get in on the memes. Like more often than usual.
The tourist problem.
Yeah.
the fans who've never played a game.
The bandwagoners, essentially, not the people necessarily like finally starting, but just people who are just consistently like, oh, I didn't play, but now that it's cool.
Actually, there's a coworker, Shadow Generations is their first Sonic game.
Oh
so,
wow!
Like, yeah, no, I mean this game has a lot of motion.
Yeah,
so
think about where the franchise is at now.
Yeah, so like it's getting people like interested in the series, which is great. But as for the game itself, I mean the levels are very, very fun to play, especially trying to go back and see exactly how you can sort of get your best times and look at the different pathways. That's what I've been playing the stages a lot, trying to get all the S ranks and get all the collectibles and stuff, and find like different, like skips and all that. You know, people are doing like the chaos spheres to skip chunks of the level. It's fun. It's honestly fun. That's why I feel like over time I'll begin to appreciate the game more. It's just putting it on my top 10 list of like my favorite series ever is a little like presumptuous. For me, at least, you know, some people may feel differently. They'll be like, oh yeah, no, absolutely, it's like in my top 10 for sure. But I think it's only been out a couple months, so I just kind of needed a little bit more time to simmer a bit.
Oh, frick. Okay, and sorry, just to be sure, this was Shadow Generations specifically for you also?
Yeah, Shadow Generations.
Type that shit out, though.
Yeah, that's my first one.
We specify when things are repeats. Yeah, what's your next one?
Second honorable mention is Sonic Frontiers. So it came out a couple years ago. I know you're just kind of talking a little bit down on it, but I do think that the reason why I sort of put it in my honorable mentions more than, you know, a top 10 or something, or why mention it at all, is not just because like what it kind of meant for this series, a little bit more than that. I do think the game is pretty interesting for what it is. It has, in my opinion, some of the best boss fights in the series.
Oh my god, yes.
It also has the worst. But it has, the other ones are really good. It has a lot of interesting like ideas. I kind of like having a giant playground for Sonic to kind of go around, and you know, even if like the design of the game is pretty arbitrary with like all the collectibles, it is inherently fun to run around as Sonic and you know, use all of his abilities and go through obstacle courses. So that's why I feel like Frontiers has a lot more staying power with me than I initially thought it would. I mean, recently I went back and I got not the platinum, because Steam doesn't have that, but I got all the achievements. So I finished that all out, 100% of it. And it's yeah, I mean, it's a good time. There are parts of it that I don't like as much. Mainly, I said the cyberspace levels, the final boss fight, some of the traversal can get a little bit tiresome. Like before you unlock some of the fast travel, it can get a little bit tiresome to kind of go around on the rails, trying to like find which rail takes you where, and then it skips the part of the fucking place you're trying to go to. So there are some annoyances with it. Obviously, we're talking about the pop-in and stuff, but undeniably a fun time. Also, the spin dash is fucking awesome, and they should bring it back the way it works in that game and other games.
Yes, they should have had it. They should have had it frame one, like I told Ronald. He's like,
incorrect, but
it's
I'll get to
crazy.
that
It's
later.
like that is actually like, it takes a long time, honestly, to get, and you actually have to be like semi-decent like at the game to even get it. So it's actually a pretty crazy like hard unlockable for some people.
Well, as it should be. I'll talk about it later, but it literally breaks the game.
It does. Yeah, it does. But it's so much fucking fun to use.
But it wouldn't have if it was, you know,
If it was in from the start, the game would have had no progression. I'll talk about it later. There would have been zero difficulty, but I'll talk about it later.
Dude, it's funny because that fucking spin dash, like literally, like you'll just be like, oh, I'm supposed to go around and take this like platform.
Give me 1 second, be right back.
Okay. And then you just fucking nope, and then you just
you just spin dash,
and then it just with zero jump deceleration, it literally like flies you to the top of a fucking.
It lets
mountain.
you able to fly almost vertically. It's hilarious.
It's awesome, and yeah, it is a little bit overpowered. Maybe they should tone it down a bit, but even so, it's fun as fuck. I think honestly, instead of toning down the spin dash, they should just make the levels bigger.
Well, that again, that's something I'm gonna get to. Is that's the main reason I don't say that it should have been in from the beginning, is because what they need to do is if they're going to keep it, they just need to center the level design around it. I don't remember how to do this boss, dog. If they design the levels around it, like the extra cyberspace stages, then that'll actually be good. Brother, what do I do?
Do you have Tails Flight?
I do.
I don't know if you unlocked it yet. But anyway, I think just 69 attack into those things. But anyway,
69 attack.
so
What
that
the
Frontier's one of my honorable mentions. The other one is Sonic Rush. So I put Sonic Rush on here, because at least the original Rush, just because I do find the games, like kind of the game has fucking aura, bro. Like it's not just the soundtrack. The soundtrack is a major part of it, but the game is just like it's loud, it's fucking bombastic, it's in your face. It is the first Sonic
great presentation.
game. Right. It is technically the first Sonic game with boost. At least like the modern rendition of it. So
yeah.
The levels are designed to be very breakneck, very much spectacle, which would go, and you kind of see that in later parts of the oh, I guess you can't do that. Sorry. I think. Oh yeah, you can. Yeah, there you go.
It's supposed to get a blow, I guess.
So game is just fun to play. It's really bombastic and fun, and the boss fights are really fun as well. A little bit long, but they can be fun, especially like the Blaze fight and the final boss is really cool.
See you later, stupid bitch.
That boss fight is ruined for me in the best way.
God. The only thing that really holds it back is the later part of the game, the level design. Like what is that? Like helicarrier, or aircraft carrier level. I actually fucking hate that level. Like it's so annoying, and the boss fight is like really annoying on that one. But I cannot deny that the game is super fun. And likely will be always stuck on the DS.
Unfortunately.
More than likely.
Yeah, very cooked. So that my final one is Sonic CD. Yeah, some people might disagree with that, but Sonic CD.
I'm just surprised it wasn't your top 10. But continue.
Have I made it seem like it is? Because it's not.
I thought there was a possibility of being like somewhere in like 10 to 8 land. I wasn't saying like you're its biggest speed rider.
I am.
I'm only
big.
I'm only
Sonic
slightly
fan,
surprised, by the way. I'm not like.
Yeah.
No.
So I mean, Sonic CD is another game like Rush, where like no matter what, if you don't like the way the game is designed, which I'm like more mixed on it more than anything, but the game has a fucking identity. It is cool. It is undeniably one of the most iconic games in the series, with its animated cutscenes, with its stellar fucking soundtrack, no matter if you're Japanese or US. the game's level theming is fucking awesome. I love levels like Collision Chaos, which has like a horizon at the top of the screen. I love Tidal Tempest, Quartz Quadrant. Like, these levels are fucking cool, dude. Like, they're just visually striking to me, and not just being like a what is it, like fuck, this person joining Discord like fucking me up.
Wait, who?
I don't know who joined.
Oh, snap. Howdy, David.
Who was that?
It was David.
He just came in. All I heard was the ba-doo, and then him leaving. What the fuck?
He sent the raid over earlier.
Oh, okay. So basically, like, the thing that most people get tripped up on with CD is the structure of the game revolving around going back in time, finding the robot generators, or just going for the time stones. I think the game's like initial design is probably more centered around the robot generators and looking for those. I think that's probably where like the meat of the game is, because if you're kind of just running from left to right and just going through it, it's not necessarily the most like interesting game. It definitely opens up a lot more if you actually try to hunt down these generators. The only thing is the levels are very vertical, and sometimes it can just be a little bit difficult to locate where the fuck these things are because the levels are so big.
Absolutely.
And some of them are in like really fucking like esoteric places, like in Wacky Workbench, I think Act 1 or something, where like you need to get crushed in order to find it. It's like, who the fuck would think to do that? Like, not me, right?
Not me either.
Like straight up. So like they're just really in really weird spots. So actually in the 2011 port, I like playing as Tails because I actually appreciated CD way more when I played as Tails.
That's the like superior way to play, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
It actually runs really well on iOS too. I played it a bunch on my iPhone at the time.
Yeah. I still have the digital version. I bought on like everything, so still have that over the Origins version, which I think has some issues as far as I know.
Yeah.
But even so, I mean, Origins is good enough, I think, for most people. Not gonna gatekeep that shit. Yeah, CD, great game. Has a lot of really great like identity to it. And just with that design, I've heard people say CD is their favorite, right? Just because it's designed in such a particular way that's different from the rest of the series, that I could understand why somebody would say that's their favorite, and maybe are a little bit more neutral on the other Sonic games. Haha, Ronald, come on, man, you know better.
I don't know better. I've played this game forever.
Anyway, so those are my 4 honorable mentions. N-Gage Sonic? You mean Sonic N? No. Sonic Advance is pretty good. Not good enough to get a shout out, but pretty good. they had one job and they didn't do it with Advance, which is make the whole game fun. Not, oh yeah, these first 4 zones are pretty good, and then you get to fucking what is the Egg Rocket Zone in Advance 1? And then you're just like, oh god, what the fuck did they do? Why are there speed boosters that send me off into a goddamn bottomless pit?
Honestly,
fucking asshole design.
Yeah.
Literally, like, what other way is that just to be a fucking asshole? Like, in every other Sonic game, a speed booster, like, will progress with the level. It's just stupid.
Well, Sonic 1, I felt like every speed booster is like, here's a wall! And it does, or like, here's uphill, and the game has terrible acceleration, which is what most people are referring to when they willy-nilly use that word, the M word, I'll say. They're actually talking about acceleration, but, you know, as usual, most Sonic fans aren't the smartest bunch, unfortunately.
Wait, what? Wait, you said Sonic 1?
No, I was saying, you're talking about speed boosters.
Yeah,
having
speed
like
boosters,
walls.
they weren't in Sonic 1.
Oh, you know what I'm thinking of? The fucking speed pads, or what are they called?
In Sonic 2, you mean like in Chemical Plant, like those things?
Whatever the pads are called. Were they not in Sonic 1?
No.
Brother, I can't remember the level design of
I don't know what you're
games.
talking about. Like speed pad?
The thing you run over to like
Springs?
boost you. Yeah.
Or- well,
No.
Not the
change
speed, not the
between
thing from
games.
Chemical Plant, the thing that makes like the spring sound when you go through it.
like the spinny wheel things that speed you up.
Yes.
Yeah, that
Whatever
was
those
that started in Sonic 2.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I thought it was in 1 as well. Either way, oh my god, who's that?
Freaking Aiden.
Why is that fucking sound the Shadow the Hedgehog gun sound?
Wait, what sound?
Okay, the loudest sound, the ping for when you get in Discord.
Wait, I just realized, are we in the right channel? Like, aren't we supposed to be in content?
Huh? Well, I mean, today's technically a
Ronald said-
Shenanigans day, so I just put us in Shenanigans.
If you have any issues,
Because I didn't know
refer to him.
who all would be joining.
Is Aiden in, or did he just jump into go?
Oh, no, I'll just hang out because I'm watching the stream. I mean, I can leave the chat if
Up to you. Howdy, David.
I'm oh, hello. Yeah, I just figured since I was watching the stream, I could come and support the Discord chat too, if that's okay.
Oh, it's up to you. You can listen in here or in stream. Up to you.
Okay.
In here, you just won't hear the music or see the screen. In fact, I don't know if I can share my screen in Discord. Things are almost lagging as it is. But this isn't the chat for podcasters. We're in the Shenanigans chat. Because this is like this is technically both. This is a Thursday Shenanigans, but it's Sonic centric, so that's why I'm just calling it a Sonic podcast episode. Frick! Ah! There we go.
Anyway,
Sonic CD.
That's it for me.
All right.
so you can-
Also, we've been talking for a while about honorable mentions.
We need to fucking. It's already an hour in. We're not even at the list.
Y'all are hilarious. Alex, you have any honorable
you wanna
mentions?
start the listen?
Oh
Well,
no, yeah, Alex.
let me see if Alex has the honorable
Yeah,
mentions.
Honorable mention.
It's a surprise that I also have 4 honorable mentions.
Wow. This is a little too much of a coincidence.
This is not coordinated.
This is not coordinated. All right, go ahead, Alex.
Yeah. Okay, so the first one is Sonic Triple Trouble. I think it's
okay.
actually fun for a Game Gear Sonic title. It's short as highly regarded as the Genesis Sonic titles. I think it was fun, but also it's mostly in honorable mentions so I can just show the 16-bit family game.
Nice.
Hey.
Triple. There we go.
It's got some cool mods.
Sonic Triple Trouble. Yeah, it's Triple Trouble 16-bit is sick.
Okay, so next honorable mention is Sonic 3 and Knuckles.
Oh.
Oh,
I do-
second one, eh?
Yeah.
I'm a little
I do
surprised
think
is all.
I do think it's a good game, but not all the levels are to my like,
Interesting.
which is it's kind of been warming up to me a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so next honorable mention is Sonic Heroes.
In the honorable mentions, snap.
Ronald, take
Sonic.
Hey, your gun.
Sonic had a rocky transition into the third.
Oh my God, we're not doing that right now.
He launched the nuke codes.
Oh.
Every episode gets one. There's our one, guys.
Sonic had a real rough transition to 3D.
Yeah,
Oh, God.
there's
Naughty words.
admittedly Sonic
Mm,
Heroes wasn't quite as well made as it could have been, but I think it still has its moments. And it definitely has the best final boss in any Sonic game.
Ooh.
A Meta Overlord.
We're gonna talk about
Yeah.
that too.
Honestly, Egg Emperor is one of my favorites too. One of the cooler mech designs.
Yeah, that was a pretty good fight. They had that one in Generations 3DS, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm a little sad they didn't port over the 3DS content when they brought back Generations.
Yeah, they
The game's
should.
dead. Dead.
Dead. No extra bios or fight that we made Sonic have for some reason.
The Switch killed like any like portable version of a game. There's never gonna be like that other portable version anymore.
Yeah, which is
Lost-
upsetting.
No, not Lost World. Fucking Sonic Boom. I guess Fire and Ice is like the last
Yeah.
one.
The game was actually alright too.
It's definitely better than Rise of Lyric. but
Yeah.
I wouldn't say like. I mean, that's the bare minimum.
Getting
That's like
beaten
getting a
by
jo-
my dad is better than fucking Rise of Lyric.
That's like one of the job requirements being like, can you breathe? Yeah. All right, you're in.
Do you have a pulse?
You have a pulse, bro? Honestly, if you don't, we'll work with that.
Oh my god.
Do your synapses fire? Not all the time. Close enough.
Close enough. What's your last honorable
Welcome to the
mention?
team.
Oh,
You
frick.
get Crytek to run the
Oh.
Wii U.
This will be a bit controversial, but final honorable mention is Sonic Adventure 2.
Holy frick! Yo! It's not in your list. Yo, that is wild. I did not expect it.
No, I expected that. Not from him specifically, but it's like, I've seen enough of these lists. I've heard all the tales. Nothing too
Wowie
surprising.
zowie. Actually,
what's the
well,
story behind that?
real quick to Claire, do you have any specification between Adventure 2 and Adventure 2 Battle? Because I know some people here do.
If anyone's trying to stand Venture to Vanilla, LMAO.
Go fuck yourself?
See,
Again, LMAO. But yeah, continue.
yeah,
Yeah, why do you put it as honorable mention?
I just feel like the controls and the level design were not as good as Sonic Adventure 1, but I still like it.
yo,
The
Aiden's gonna be
multiplayer's
crip walking in chat.
People are pissed.
Oh yeah, best multiplayer.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're gonna hear us elaborate on this game a lot later, but
Not Shuffle.
Mm-hmm.
not shuffle.
That's godlike multiplayer. That's a whole other tier.
Accident. Whatever the fuck that meant, dude.
Oh my gosh.
And yeah, the Chow Garden are also solos. Mr.
Yeah.
K-pop. The first thing K-pop said that I agree with. That wasn't just clear bait he read off of Reddit.
I'm gonna call them Gooner.
Oh
Yeah,
my
the
gosh.
goon.
But I don't think Allstate Man and Phil gave me honorable mentions.
I just
Um,
kind of listed their whole thing.
Yeah, but let me see what if MM had honorable mentions.
I don't believe he did.
Oh, he has
He had, like, a
three.
tier list, right?
Yeah, he made it in a
Yeah.
tier list form. Let's see, Sonic
MM's
Riders.
MM's gotta fuck something up. That's just him.
Sonic Riders honorable mentions. I'll give it a pass,
For
I
who?
guess, from him.
For
Sonic
okay.
Riders.
Oh.
1.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Um,
cool. It's cool. Honestly, like a lot of people really like this game, so I don't see why.
Sonic Superstars and Sonic Advance 2. That's his honorable mentions.
Okay.
Sort of based.
Very good.
Advance
Very
2,
good.
Advance 2, I'm not sure on, but yeah, sort of based.
Alrighty.
Yeah, Advance 2 unfortunately has the difficulty of coming before Advance 3, which is like the all encapsulating game of that series.
Yeah.
It's like, why play the others when 3 is right here?
That's literally what happened. As soon as Advance 3 came out, I'm pretty sure I never touched 1 or 2 ever again.
Like they all have unique traits about one another that aren't necessarily in 3, but yeah, I was kind of the same though. I'm like, well, I won't be going back anytime soon.
Right.
And that was pretty much the extent of that.
So So I think that's it for everybody's honorable mentions, right?
Yeah. So we guess how are we doing this, Ronald?
I think he said he wanted to do like 7 to
Yeah, 10 to 7,
Okay.
6 to 4, and then break into
All right.
top
Well,
3.
copy and paste them. Post them up. You're starting us off.
Well,
yours.
The ads started, so I guess that gives me a chance to type things up. I held them off as long as I could for y'all. Huh?
Oh yeah, I guess yeah. You're gonna just put it all.
Well, I'll type them out and then I'll talk about them.
I would just say copy and paste them, like.
Well, he's
all at
doing it in
once.
Excel.
Oh, okay. Ooh.
I don't know if like.
Putting up formulas and shit.
Well, I mean,
Put them all in one cell,
Alright.
bro.
Gotta take off. See ya.
alrighty, thanks for
Alright,
chilling,
bye-bye.
man.
Bye-bye.
See, and in case you guys haven't seen or noticed from past streams, I italicize all of the repeats. So
Okay.
that's how you'll get a good idea of what.
What do Italians have to do with this?
Well, it highlights the common takes that come up.
No, never mind. You didn't hear what I said. Anywho, go on.
In fact, well, I don't know if Joe is subbed or not, so he's probably still watching the ads. But for my 10 to 7. Oh wait, sorry. No, before I even go into anything.
The ads are still
Criteria.
going.
So, wait, what?
The ads are still going. yeah,
Well, it's
so-
fine. There's something else I needed to talk about. For me, like aside from general enjoyment and nostalgia and whatever, my main criteria, if I had to sum them up, for what I consider the best games, for the most part, revolves around the quality, the content, and the vision, or like the direction of the game. Basically, the games that are the most complete package overall in all of those aspects of just being enjoyable, having plenty to do, being quality like aesthetically, like visually, musically, all of that. So yeah, hopefully you can keep that in mind as I go over these. But number 10 for me, Sonic Riders. First one specifically. You'll probably never hear me talk
Hell
about
yeah.
any of the other ones. Howdy Twitch. If you guys missed the explanation from the ads, you can hear the explanation on YouTube. But yeah, Sonic Riders, really cool freaking game, and honestly a really good take on like what you could technically consider a Sonic party game, because it's a racing game, but like actually interesting. Putting everyone on hoverboards, these new rivals that are up to no good, searching for whatever treasure, little bits of lore stuff that you can like cling on to. But gameplay wise, howdy Dan. But gameplay-wise, Sonic Riders is actually just really freaking cool. It's
Yes.
like the closest you'll get to Sonic Cross Tony Hawk, honestly.
Mhm.
But as like a race, Sonic Riders is just so fun, man. And you know when it has a good foundation, when it's basically a mini esport. You got the homies in Discord. They started up the whole Discord.
Let's not get too into that. Save that for the mod.
Oh,
tier
well,
list.
yeah,
But yes, duly noted.
yeah, I mean, the general point is that it's such an enjoyable game that, like, there's even competitive interests coming out of it. Yeah,
Some
Aiden.
fucking interest from Sega. Fucking
Hmm.
assholes. Like 15
That's-
years since the last game.
that's
The
a
last
good
game
one.
was balls.
Horrible.
Yeah,
Even the mod to remove the Connect, I'm like, oh, this game is still ass.
my condolences to
Yeah.
whoever
There's
paid
just zero
actual money
merit.
for Sonic Free Riders. I'm very sorry.
My condolences to the people who bought the Connect.
Yeah. Also, Aiden, that's 3 minutes of ads, and now you won't be interrupted for an hour. You're welcome.
Not subbing.
Sonic
Wouldn't be
3
me.
and Knuckles at 7. That's what he said.
Well, yeah, should
We'll
be
get to
expected,
that.
honestly. But but next up, Sonic Adventure. Iconic, obviously, like the first notable transition to 3D. So
Say it. I want you to say
He
it.
didn't say the exact sentence, so we're good.
we already did the bit.
I know.
Sonic had a good transition to 3D.
Sonic had an
I agree.
excellent transition to 3D.
Yeah.
Had my favorite. No, actually, that's a lie. Mario 64 is my favorite transition. Continue.
No one asked. Continue on.
But Sonic Adventure, it's a funny thing because not only is there a lot of revisionist history around it with the Sonic community, that also kind of brings all the nostalgia back all at once, though, because you can debate how well or how terribly it aged, but either way, it still holds up in its overall like premise and the content. It was like one of the only times actually where Sonic had a relatively interesting story
Oh, that
And-
makes sense.
took its world decently seriously.
Mm-hmm.
And like even just revisiting the game with Aimee, like it was a fun time. I'm
Your
refraining.
stream where you said a really bad word and derailed the thread so hard. Remember that?
I think that clip is still on Twitch too. I can't gas up the game too much because the actual like pivotal experience involves mods. But just Sonic Adventure. Actually, sorry, I should specify. In fact, this is going to be a hot take for some people. But when mods aren't in the conversation, I need to specify Sonic Adventure DX.
Die?
You're making so many people upset. I'm not even joking.
I'm pretty.
Continue.
Like that was
Continue.
like a fucking like. Whatever. Fuck off. Man. I'll just continue. Like I don't care.
So mad. Yes, you do. You care so much.
Literally like one of the worst ports.
You fucking care. I mean, I agree. By the way, I didn't think Ron would be so brazen to be like, yeah.
Oh, DX by the way.
Mission mode is cool. And I like playing on GameCube. That's really all it comes down to.
Mission mode. There's balloons on the fucking in the sky. What?
Yeah, there's extra
That's
stuff.
it. That's the whole mission. Like that's the only description. You're like, huh?
Yeah, and there was like 40. I forgot how many of them there were, but this was back in the GameFAQs days, and I literally printed out a giant guide when I got
I did
stuck.
too. I really like the text art people would post on GameFAQs in general. That Sonic had one of the cooler ones.
Shoutouts to those dedicated people that wrote out in detail how to beat every mission.
I just didn't know where to go. I could beat him. I just didn't understand what it was saying most of the time.
Well,
It
I had
was,
fun.
Like, really vague. Yeah, no, it's funny. They were like funny descriptions.
Yeah, and
Mhm.
honestly, it probably doesn't matter that I differentiate, but I'm just gonna differentiate it because one, it's funny, and two, that's specifically the version that I had and spent more
Yeah.
time in. Sonic 2, shoutouts to Joe.
One of Izuka's favorites, by the way. He confirmed at AX.
Sonic 2, it's like even when you put nostalgia aside, it is definitely an iconic turning point in its own right, and it holds up pretty well because a lot of the problems that you would have with Sonic 1 are relatively non-existent. Sonic 2 is a cool game.
Agreed.
Introduced Tails.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot if multiplayer came out in 2 or 3.
Two.
Two had a competition mode.
Yeah, so it was that one
Yeah,
first.
It's pretty janky, but I mean, it's the first of its kind. So
On
what are
an
you gonna
actual
do?
Genesis, that bitch slows the fuck down, bro. Especially
Yeah.
in what was it, Casino Night Zone?
Mm-hmm.
And
It just
Mystic
can't
King,
handle those
Mystic King.
lights.
It can't with two people at once. It's just fucking like, if someone gets hit and loses their ring, dude, it's done. They lose their rings. It's the fucking the game is at like 1 FPS.
Good times.
What's your favorite zone?
In Sonic 2?
Yeah.
Emerald Hill.
Wow, what a fucking like. Oh, I like vanilla.
Yeah,
That
I
is
love the
like,
freaking
I will
song.
say, like, when I think of Sonic, like classic Sonic, that stage name always pops up.
It's
in my
Emerald
mind.
Hill or Ice
Like,
Cap.
every
If
time.
you say anything else,
Like for the longest time, I always associated like Green Hill Zone with Emerald Hill. Like, oh, that's what it sounds like, and then realized, oh wait, I was wrong. But
it's technically different, but
I had-
it's
What's better?
at least you did.
Single player theme or the 2-player theme?
huh.
Easily a single player.
Don't sleep on the 2-player one.
I haven't heard it in a while. I need to compare them.
But at least you didn't
That's
like.
what it sounds like.
At least you didn't say like Sky Chase was your favorite fucking stage. Like, come
Oh
on, dude.
lordy.
That would just be like, okay, what? Go play Ace
Oh my-
Combat or something.
Go play Ace Combat.
Go play really bad Ace Combat.
Go play fucking like Gradius then. Like that's your true calling.
Baby's first Gradius. Baby's
But-
first shmup.
Basically, a lot of the iconic aspects of Sonic 2 apply to Sonic 3 and Knuckles and more. And yes, Cope and Seed, I'm including them both as one package. That like
Wait, what is one package?
Sonic 3 and Knuckles.
It's
Okay.
basically Sonic 3. I mean, everyone knows.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're not doing this right now of splitting them up when you really don't need to. Play them all at once.
Stop taking the clear bait that's being shoveled out like slop in the chats. They're clearly trying to just bait.
Sonic
You know
and
what Twitch is
Knuckles
gonna
better
fuck?
than Sonic 3?
Yeah, exactly. They're just been shoveling horse shit.
But yeah, Sonic 3 and
Just kidding.
Knuckles, another
really.
like iconic turning point. Gosh, it's just when we just look back and like see what they did, but also just even playing it now, like people should know by now, like I'm way over classic Sonic nostalgia, but I can still like revisit some of the classics and like respect that they're pretty darn good games.
What's the best zone in Sonic 3?
Oof, that's
He'd
actually.
be like, haha, mushroom hill.
You know, he's gonna say Angel Island. I'm just gonna like, all right, buddy.
I mean, the
Don't even
song
play-
is great, but Sonic 3 and Knuckles is actually a hard one to.
What's the worst stage in Sonic 3?
That's not the question.
I
No.
want to know both.
Sandopolis Act 2.
Sandopolis is pretty annoying.
I actually like it though, so
You do?
Yeah, but like most people like don't like it, so that's why I said it. It's like the most commonly like, oh yeah, I like the game besides Sandopolis. It's like, oh, I like Sonic 1 besides Labyrinth.
Actually, either is it Marble Garden? So it's called.
The third zone.
Yeah, it might be a tie between Marble Garden and Launch Base. And
Is your
honestly,
favorite?
as my favorites. And
The
honestly, a
music
lot of it is
and
because of the freaking music. Those songs are
Yeah.
so freaking good.
Go go go! When you get speed shoes, go go go. And launch base.
Yeah,
That shit's
now I
cool.
want a rare footage of B-Boy wanting to play classic Sonic games again.
Good.
But yeah, iconic stuff. And we really should have had a Sonic Riders HD remake or something by now. But, oh well.
They need that shit so badly. What? Why? 15 years since the last one. That's insane.
Pretty insane.
Stop with
Since
these
the last
stupid
what?
racing games. Stop with it since the last
yeah.
Riders. Stop with this
Oh, my
fucking.
lord.
What's the next racing game coming out? The fucking
Cross-
Worlds?
Crossworlds?
It's another kart racer, so I'm not gonna play it.
Get
I'm
out
not
of the
doing
fucking car and get on the hoverboard. I'm tired of this bullshit.
Aiden,
Like-
they ride the hoverboards because it's cool, okay? And actually,
Pretty
not
much.
even that. It's also to prove a point.
Aiden hasn't
extreme.
played. Wait, has Aiden played?
Wait, have you played? Yeah, have you
Riders?
played Sonic Riders? The opening
If
cutscene
not-
alone
If
establishes.
not, time him out.
Yeah,
Dude.
the opening cutscene establishes that point that Jet the
Just let
Hawk
them run.
is a punk, and you gotta
Okay.
beat him at his own thing.
Also, just
Yeah.
run out of air in the game. There you go.
Yeah. Play it
There you
airless.
go. Finally, you can play.
Isn't the max speed like when you're on foot in that game like 120 miles an hour or something? I forget the numbers.
It's pretty slow.
You gotta be on the fucking board. It's extreme. That was just mid 2000s. Fucking
Yeah,
the highest
and it's
rank for
pretty
tricks
great.
is rank X. It's not even S.
Yeah, I
For-
think that's the only
for
time a
extreme
Sonic game is at a
Stick
X
nasty
rank.
cross.
Yeah.
I remember there was a while when I thought that was it double S that was like the highest thing, and then I got an X rank for the first time. Like holy shit.
Bro. I mean, granted, I wish there were more like flip tricks, like kickflip type tricks, but there's
Yeah,
still a
like
lot of cool tricks.
I'm exaggerating when I say it's like and not exaggerating. It's like it is the closest thing you get to Tony Hawk S stuff because
That
of like
was
the
my
trick
complaint
system.
with Riders is because I was like, dude, like this, like the reason I don't put like Riders like I don't suck that game's dick like everyone else is because I'm like this game is fun, but I really wish it was like there was more done with it because it has a lot of potential to be like super good. But then they just like gangbanged it like the next 2 entries and now it's just dead.
Yeah, they could have did more, but they stripped stuff away.
Right.
As usual, I just say blame Michinaka.
She wasn't even fucking there anymore. It's not fair.
I know, I'm still blaming him.
blame
We got a
either
pack
way.
punch for him. He's still in jail. I think he's actually out. He wasn't there for very long.
Did
But
Sonic Team
LMAO.
make Riders or was it like a separate studio? I forgot.
I don't know. I'd have to look that up.
I don't know. I just know it was an anniversary game.
The first one was, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
I mean,
Aiden, you have to
we're of course
remember,
behind
that's
the
why I specified it technically is a party game. It's an interesting story that they introduced, but outside of that, the concept probably isn't meant to be taken too
It
seriously.
is honestly way cooler for them to be on boards and
Than on in
bikes
cars,
and
absolutely.
skates than running.
But that was actually part of
I
the
don't
cool
wanna
thing about Sonic Riders was the variety. That game actually had different aspects to its combat, to the gear, to the abilities, and then zero gravity
Oh, no,
took all that
We
away.
can't forget Sonic R. Sonic R fucking blows. It's got good music, which, by the way, I realized that, like, even when, like, gaming journalism was more of a thing in the early days of, like, X-Play and all the others, like Screw Attack, people really shitted on Sonic R's soundtrack, which kind of blows my mind. I'm like, that was, like, the one constant good about it.
Sonic R soundtrack is like top 5.
Amazing.
MVPs.
Yeah, it's fucking awesome. It's the only reason why I would ever return to it.
Album.
Wait, what, Alex?
Sonic R is my favorite music album.
I
Respect.
understand, honestly.
We love Europop here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Michael, I'm gonna
Out?
put your list here, and then I will
Okay.
be right back. Wait, also, your number 8, it's Sonic 2, right?
Yes.
You just put the number 2.
Yeah, no, I put, yeah, because I didn't want to keep typing Sonic 2 the whole,
Oh,
like,
okay.
Sonic this, Sonic that. No, I was putting Adventure 2, Herder. What do you think?
His same exact spot.
Okay.
Sonic Mania
Yeah.
2? I wish. Fuck.
There we go.
Sonic Mania P? Like plus? Oh, fuck yeah.
Like, penis? Sonic Mania penis?
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'll be right back.
Sonic Unleashed, amazing game.
For the Wii.
Technically, yes, for the Wii specifically.
He
No,
specified 360
honestly, that final
PS3.
boss is kind of funny on the Wii.
Well,
The one that's basically
yeah, this is the one thing I'll
Punch-Out.
say that the Wii actually does better. Honestly, no, like not even joking. The final boss on the Wii version is better than the 360.
It is pretty
version.
fun.
Outside of that,
But
yeah.
PS3, 360, clearly the GOAT version.
Mhm.
What some of my favorite stages, really good music. Where I kind of obviously I'm not a big fan of the Werehog. In fact, that's the only reason why it's not higher because there's just really no point about the Werehog where I enjoy because it takes way too long and it's just what if Devil May Cry was fucking lame and had a Beast Hedgehog and then that's where all the good music goes to die because all you hear is ad nauseum ridiculous. But outside of that, while it's technically not the first boost gameplay, to me that's like where it was like cemented. Like, oh yeah, this is what they clearly had in mind, and it really pushes it to its limits. It's also an amazing looking game, graphically speaking, art-wise too. I'm definitely not the first or last person to say that, but it really holds up well when it comes to graphic fidelity. I like all the stages. Like, it's like all the stages, while yeah, they're being based in like realistic places, like Greece and Italy, Africa, they're at least interesting takes on them, which is why I was like a bit disappointed with Frontiers on that part. Like, you could have realistic looking or realistic inspired locales and still have them be interesting because, hey, look, that's what this game does, and it does it really well.
Unless
And
you're
the
on
speed-
the Sonic Unleashed Java port, which literally just calls them Africa, Greece,
Yeah,
Italy.
it's
Like,
so funny. But at least they're like dead ass about it. Like, yeah, this is what the fuck
they
we're
get them
doing.
wrong though. The final, so
Yeah.
in Java, the final boss is in Missouri, but they say they're from fucking like Greece or something. It's clearly supposed to be Africa.
Who developed the Java?
Game
version?
Loft.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Like, and I doubt it was Sega Team, but that would have been fucking hilarious if that was the case. But yeah, if it really wasn't for the Werehog portions, it would be much higher for me. Considering it's not a game I really talked about whenever like we bring up these types of discussions, but I do respect it quite a lot. Like, I couldn't. At least I played it enough to where it's like I have to at least include it somewhere on the list. But yeah, it's amazing. Everyone should play it. I really wish it had more modern day support because it seems like Sega kind of just is sleeping on it. I mean, they sleep on a lot of good
They
things.
know people want it, so it feels like it's a matter of like when, not if.
Yeah,
At this point,
but
like,
man, does that win seem fucking long. Like, it seemed like, because like Sega's been on this comeback track, so it's like you think they would have taken like one of the safest bets ever. Like, oh,
that
what's one of our
was
most...
Generations. That
Yeah.
literally just came out. So I mean, I
Mhm.
think they're just doing them in like a weird ass order because they know people
Yeah.
want Unleashed back. They know that. So, and plus that game doesn't need much done to it. They can literally just like upgrade
No.
it and like just put the 60 or whatever from the.
And like,
series.
in the age where like if you had a third-party game on multiple consoles, like clearly it was like 9 out of 10 times it's almost better on 360. At least in my experience, I feel like this is one of the games where it's like it ran really well on both. Because I mainly played it on PS3 at the time.
So what's interesting is the 360 version is locked to 30, right? And then the
Yeah.
PS3 version is unlocked. So sometimes the PS3 version will run at 60, like sometimes. I mean,
Yeah.
Like it like when you go through like a loop or something, like if it zooms in, it might go to like 60 and then immediately it'll drop back down to like sub 30. I think the 360 version was more stable.
Yeah, it's usually the safer bet and whatnot. And does it what's it called? Is it the Series X? I can go to like 120 frames mode or
60. So the original right was 30, so just double.
Yeah.
But it doesn't do anything to the resolution, so
Mhm.
it just it still
And
is like
there's-
720 or something.
Was there an official PC port?
There was not. That's the main thing that people want is they want a modern version.
Like-
the closest
that
we have
game
is like
could look-
Unleashed Project.
Yeah, that game, like the potential it has to look even that much better is just insane. But yeah,
Who's complaining about your Lost World in honorable mentions?
why that it should be higher or lower?
Lost World in honorable mentions is nasty.
Because
That's all that was stated.
oh well, they conceive. Anywho, Sonic Rush, like you mentioned, it's just got such a good presentation. Some of the best music in the game. Really fun, especially for a handheld. I really like that it's like the only time Blaze gets to be a cool character, and I really like it's actually one of my favorite post games because you don't really get that too often. Like we sort of do, mainly since like Adventure,
Right.
they both had like a true Final Pass / post game. But having all the soul emeralds and whatnot, the different Eggman, the name.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to get clipped.
And Blaze is just
I-
cool.
Yeah, Blaze is just really cool, and I guess the only gripe I have is more conceptual. I was like, man, imagine if they just replaced Blaze with Silver. Like he could have finally got his proper intro. But Blaze is really cool. They utilize both of them really well. Both their campaigns are distinct enough to where it's fun on multiple playthroughs. And yeah, one of the better soundtracks by the bass god himself, Nakamura. Hopefully Hideki Sensei Naganuma. Hopefully he gets to come back for the next Jet Set radio game, but that's a conversation for another day. Sonic 2, that's probably the classic game where I played the most. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, that's like the first Sonic game I ever played as a kid. So clearly the nostalgia is there, but at least in this ranking, like nostalgia is more than a worthy reason why to like a game. I played it a ton. Great music, great stages. One of my favorite endgame bosses too. Not much else to say. Like it's at least my proper introduction to the series.
What's your favorite?
Definitely an up. That is a good question. Honestly, probably is it Casino Night?
Yeah, Casino Night.
Casino Night. Hey, that was the first time like got to watch one of my older cousins play and go Super Sonic was on that stage. And I was like, whoa, you can do that in a playthrough?
Sonic 2 set a lot of conventions for the rest of the series.
Yeah.
And it's iconic.
Absolutely. At one point I might have said Chemical Plant Zone, but it's been people say we need to start rehashing Green Hill Zone. I'm like, no, we need to stop rehashing Chemical Plant. Like, I'm kind of just over it. It's not my least favorite, by the way. Just like the one that got played out for me.
Yeah, definitely.
And then let's see, Mania Plus. It's got my boy. How did I fucking forget his name? Ray. It's got Ray. It's already.
My boy doesn't remember them.
It's been a while. I had to think about the Everybody Loves Raymond memes, and it just shows him flying. Amazing game, obviously. Amazing game. In fact, a little too good to where people are just like, the Sonic series can end. It's already peaked, but like we're saying that unironically. So like, unfortunately, the discourse around that game was fucking annoying and everywhere. But outside of that, I feel like it's a game that speaks for itself. It was finally the Sega hire this man, the game, fully realized. Some of the best, some of the best original stages, like in totality, like both 2D and 3D. I would say Studiopolis is probably my favorite stage, but if out of them, so good, music-wise, stage-wise, really fun boss fights. Which I'll just say it now, like when it comes to boss fights, like for platformers in general, they're kind of sucky, but especially for like a 2D game, they're kind of hard to make compelling or fun. And I feel like Mania really nailed it.
There's a lot of variety.
Really push it. Yes, exactly. A lot of good variety. Obviously a beautiful game. Amazing sounding. My only real gripe with it is that there's just not enough original stages for what I would have wanted.
Yeah.
I felt like the balance was a little too heavy. And if I'm being really real, like I didn't really care for the like stages they brought. A lot of the stages they brought back, or like the classic stages, like Lava Reef, for example. I'm just kind of bleh on. Or
I think the one that people like trip up on is Oil Ocean.
Yes, that too. I'm one of those people. I'm just like one of the more annoying like gimmicks of a stage.
Hey, but you get to do the flame shield with the oil. That shit was sick.
That is pretty cool. And then even if there's a bad stage, at least in Plus, you can just cheat by playing Ray and fly. You can just absolutely play Ace Combat and just bomb through it all. But yeah, it's
the cape from Mario World on crack.
Yes, and I absolutely abused the fuck out of that in Mario World, so it was like, oh, my favorite item as a character? Okay. So yeah, that's it for me.
At least for top 7. First up till 7.
Yep. Alrighty. Ronald, you there?
Yeah, he's on the chat. I think he's still doing something, so I guess we'll just might be listening.
You wanna
This will just
No.
go over to me.
Yeah, Riley, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. He just post
Okay.
his the.
Yeah. So he doesn't have my list, so this is all gonna be new information to them.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
So this honestly, it took a lot of deliberation for me in my head, like going back and forth, deciding, okay, is this actually number 10 spot was literally the hardest one. Like there were a few that were also pretty hard, like shuffling around the mid section, but the number 10 was surprisingly the hardest. So my number 10 pick for best Sonic game is Sonic Superstars.
Oh,
Yeah,
made it.
so that one, okay, so the reason why I put that one on, and it is a little bit new, so it's only been out for like a little more than a year now. So I was a little bit hesitant to put it on the list because it's it's fairly recent. But I really do like this game. I'm probably one of this game's more stark defenders. When we did our Sonic Superstars podcast,
Yeah.
I was by far the highest score for that game.
Yeah, easily.
Like I was very much positive on Sonic Superstars, and ever since that podcast, I have played through it multiple times with multiple different characters. Going through the stages, learning them, getting better at them. And for me, like I adore the game. It kind of reminds me. So like, right, people say like Mania is the true Sonic 4, right?
Yeah.
Makes sense. Sonic Superstars is what Sonic 4 should have been in the 2.5D space. Like,
yes.
Superstars is like it's interesting because that game was sort of just announced like randomly, and then it just dropped like 4 months later. And I think it caught a lot of people off guard. I think initially, right, we talked about sort of the game was getting a lot of people like super pissed off and stuff, like with the bosses and the price of the game. But I think now, right, because you can get the game for like $20, which is, I mean, to be fair, it should have been around that price anyway.
It's so hilarious how many people, whenever I brought up, like, when we were first talking about like our predictions and like what we expected from the game, nobody knew the price until I asked them, how do you feel it being 60? And everyone went, 60? Everyone
Yeah.
assumed it'd be like a 20, somewhere between 20 and 40.
Right,
So, yeah, I
that
definitely
was
agree.
Mania, and Mania maybe had a little bit less content, but it still was fairly comparable. I mean, the main things
Absolutely.
that Superstars had was, I think the amount of zones were about the same, actually, and some of the zones in Superstars only had one act. So I don't even think it had the same amount of levels, but it did have that like multiplayer mode that nobody played. It had more characters. It had like a final story, I guess. So I guess there were a few things. But the main criticisms that people come to with Superstars is the boss fights being really long and drawn out.
I actually really enjoyed that, which is funny.
No, I actually like the boss battles a lot. But the funny
Me
thing
too.
is some of them do go on for a little bit of time, and some of them you can't really do much about them. Going through all their like animations and phases kind of reminds me of Sonic 4 Episode 2. But the thing is nearly every boss in the game, the gems that you get, the Chaos Emerald gems that you get for collecting the emeralds, they're like weak to one element of the gems. Now the only problem with that is you need to have all of the Chaos Emeralds in order to use those powers. So the thing is, on a first run, you're unfortunately not going to get access to most of those. Now, granted, the most useful one is the very first one, which is the one where you spawn all those Sonics. That is by far one of the best because you can get like
the best
an extra like 2 hits on a boss, which can save a lot of time. So that's cool. But there's certain ones, right, where people like the one in Speed Jungle as an example. It's like, oh god, this boss is so fucking hard or boring. I have to wait for the fucking like whatever the like the scorpion to shoot down its stingers, and I gotta climb on it. If you have the leaf gem, you can just hit it. like straight up. Like,
And
only
a
thing,
lot of
though,
those gems, I was gonna say, a lot of those gems are just a little too linear. Like, this is clearly where I'm gonna use the waterfall gem, or like the little water form that like you go up the waterfall with.
yeah. That,
And there
that
were
one.
too many moments like that.
There were a couple of them that were very situational, but then also like, I mean, then you would talk about like the Wisp being situational, which I like the Wisp, and the Wisp have a lot of situational ones. So, you know, it's just sort of like, I think a lot of the community didn't really like use the gems because a lot of the people that they talked to that played the game didn't even try to use the gems in the boss fights. In fact, a lot of people ignored it. And granted, I did too. My first playthrough, I mostly ignored the gems, but then I realized how like good they were and how they made the bosses faster. And I was like confused. I kept telling people, I was like, dude, like literally just use the gems like in the boss fight. And whenever I told someone that, they're like, oh, I don't even care about that game anymore. So it's a little unfortunate that the game sort of got that like bad rap right away, especially because I think the game is very good. The levels are a lot of fun. There's a lot of interesting things going on. The multiplayer is more of an afterthought than anything, but it is at least chaotic and fun like Mario's is.
And then no one, I don't know, a single person that played that like Badnik version. What was it like? Where you like made a robot or something?
Yeah, you made like your own metal version of yourself. And then what's funny actually is, which I didn't even know because I didn't even try the mode initially, but in the Cyber Station zone, if you play the multiplayer mode before you get to that zone, your avatar is actually the boss. Instead instead of like the
That's
generic one that it uses. So there's just a few like nice attentions to detail that I really like, and also they have those like special character zones, like the Amy one where you're like helping Trip out. Like that's just cute. Like that's fun. Trip as a character is really cool.
I actually really like Trip.
Yeah.
Really, the only character I didn't really care for was Knuckles because they made him control like ass again. That was kind of sad. We got 2 games in a row where Knuckles just controlled like just butt.
He was okay. It's definitely better than fucking Frontiers was.
Oh my god.
You know they patched that, right?
Yes, I heard.
Yeah. It's funny. They made it where his glide starts instantaneously, but they still made Tails have his start up, which is weird.
But Tails is also the most broken character in the game because of the tornado.
Right. But anyway, Superstars is a comfortably good time. I have a lot of fun with the levels. My favorite zone in the game is probably Sand Sanctuary. Sky Temple is up there.
The cyberspace one is my favorite. I forget the name, but
Cyber Station.
I really like that one.
Cyberstation has
really
some
cool.
good ass music. Also the soundtrack. So controversial again. I like the soundtrack a lot. It's kind of like
too.
It's kind of like the Avengers of Sonic soundtracks. You got a lot of people like composers. You have Jun Senoe. You have Rintaro Soma. He did the Advance stuff. And a few other games, and then you have T. Lopes as well as a couple others. Seeing all of them, put their own music was cool. It is disjointed, I will say that. It's super all over the place. Like you'll get one that sounds like
you
Genesis.
can tell who's like doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, because you get like Bridge Island Zone, and then you like look at like fucking like Frozen Base Zone. You're like, oh, okay.
You're like, uh-oh. I think that's more so a mastering kind of issue, rather than
no, it was an
compositions
instrumentation
themselves.
choice. Like, because Frozen Base sounds like a Genesis, like Genesis twang, kind of like.
Yeah, it has the Genesis snare for sure.
But yeah, Bridge Island, Speed Jungle, Sand Sanctuary, like those are all T-Lopes, and in my opinion, they're the better tracks in the game. Pinball Carnival as well. Pinball Carnival was Soma who did it, and the thing though is because the soundtrack was kind of done by a bunch of different people, a lot of it doesn't have a lot of coherency, that like consistency, I guess is better. That is in the soundtrack, because you'll have like songs that feel completely different between like the two. Like Speed Jungle Axonic is a very much different sounding song. It's cool, but it sounds not like actual Speed Jungle. But then you go to what is it? Fucking Pinball Carnival Act 1 and 2, and that's really cool because Act 2 is like a Halloween theme, and it has like kind of like a Halloween type vibe to the Act 2 song, which is like still has the motifs from Act 1 in it, which is one of the parts I really like about that soundtrack. It does like is the game like perfect? No, I mean if it was, it would be my number one. But it's
Yeah.
it's very good. Like I like it. I have a lot of fun with it.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I mean, we're gonna be here forever if I delve into it like all that. But number 9. Okay, so moving up. Number 9. Again, took a lot of like deliberation with this one, and I'm gonna have to explain myself on this because you guys are fucking bitches on this. But my number 9 is Sonic Colors. Sonic Colors for the Wii, specifically.
Okay, not Ultimate Edition.
Not Ultimate Edition and not the DS version. The DS version is very good, very very good. But the
It's interesting.
The Wii version is my number 9. And I'll explain. So, I think a lot of people, right? There's this like weird fucking revisionism going on with Sonic Colors, and I need my fucking floor on this because I swear to God, when this game came out, people liked it. I remember when this game came out. I remember like people were fucking all for this game. And
I'm an OG hater. I was the weird one at the time.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like it's weird. Like
no, but I do agree. It reviewed very well, and people did like it.
It reviewed well. A lot of like most people I talked to liked the game. It's just it feels like recently like people for some reason are like hating on it.
I think it was just easily to bag on just because that port was just not good at all, and they're like, you know what, we're taking the whole damn thing down with them.
Right.
That's what I'm thinking.
Ultimate did that game really dirty, which is really unfortunate because that's probably the way most people will play it. And it sucks. It's kind of like Adventure DX, right? Where it's like unfortunately most people played this version, which in my opinion is not even close to the Dreamcast one.
No,
but in this case, you are doing yourself a major disservice to play the game on the Ultimate version. I get like some people don't have access to the Wii version. That's fine. You know, you can't win them all, but just if you can, I would try to do it. But anyway, Sonic Colors to me. So I remember when this game was coming out. I have a lot of like nostalgia towards it. So because of that, it does have a lot of pull for me. But for this game, I just I have a lot of memories associated with it when it was coming out. How excited I was for it. I got the plush Sonic hat that was at GameStop. You pre-ordered. I still have it all these years later.
Hell yeah!
And for me, right, like when I think Sonic Colors is wow, Ronald, come on, man. When I think of like the Boost trilogy, Unleashed, Colors, Generations, all these games to me are have some of my like most vivid memories of Sonic, really. And Colors is absolutely one of those. So for me, like whenever I go back to this game, I can't help but have a good time, and that's the thing that really like that I have to say. And I go back to this game more frequently than I thought I would. I do go back to this game every like few years or so and just give it a full playthrough, and that's what I do with Colors, because a lot of the common criticisms you see with Colors is the game has too much 2D and the levels are too like short. I do agree with both of those. There is a lot of 2D, and the game is the levels are pretty short, because originally they were only supposed to be 3 acts, and then they just split up some of them because I think of like the Wii like resources or something.
It's not a powerful console at all.
Right. So in this instance, I don't go back to that game in the same way that I go back to something like Unleashed and Generations, where those levels are like, you know, more like roller coaster rides, something that like you kind of, there's a little bit more there's less levels, but they're longer and there's more going on in them. Sonic Colors is more for me like I play it from beginning to end type game, which is fine. Like there's plenty of games that like I play like that,
It's also very. It's not very long either.
No, it's like a 3-hour game. So like
Yeah.
you can easily get through it in like one sitting, like 3-4 hours. It's just it's a good time. Level design is ass. Like see like right like you know, a lot of people are like, oh, it's like, you know, blocky platforms, all that. I just can't help but have a good time with it, right? Like I just like playing it. I really like the music. I think the soundtrack is fucking incredible. The level themes are all original, right? And they're fucking, to me, like they're some of the best in the series, really. Like I love Aquarium Park, I love Asteroid Coaster. Like those levels are fucking cool to me. The story, you know, a lot of people are like, you know, it's juvenile and stuff, especially coming off of like the 2000s angst. You know, I could see that. But for me, like Goofy Sonic or like Serious Sonic, I'm cool with both. And this is just like goofy stuff. Some of the lines are pretty cringe, but
It has a lot of good voice lines. Like a lot of the Eggman like announcements are really fun.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
like
The thing is, you're never
Those are
gonna
cool.
fucking hear all of them because you have to like stop
Yeah.
and listen. But
Mhm.
no, those are fun. There's a lot of attention to detail when it comes to that. I think if I were to say anything, the game is like really fucking easy. That's
Yeah.
probably like my biggest complaint is just it is way too fucking easy. Like even the hardest stuff in the game is like nothing. It's definitely like
Yeah.
a more like beginner friendly Sonic game, or one of the more beginner friendlies. But for me, like Colors is one of those ones that I can always have a good time with and a comfortable time with. It may not be the best at any of the categories that it has, at least like in terms of like the gameplay, but I do rather enjoy it. And I'm even a fan of the Wisp. I think the Wisp are cool. My username is from the Wisp, so like I like that game. Colors is definitely like, I mean, top 9. I mean, the list and numbers are arbitrary. Like I just like to play it. You know, if I'm in the mood for it,
Yeah.
I'll play it. But yeah, Sonic Colors number 9. All right.
Nice.
Number 8. See, this is, dude, this list is funny because I mean, like, it's pretty like none of these games, like, people will be like, oh yeah, why the fuck is that on there? It's just the order of some of these games. People are gonna be like, what the fuck? So my number 8 is Sonic Adventure 2.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Glad it made it.
2. Yeah. Well, like, was there any doubt it wouldn't make it? Like, I mean, come on, like
No.
Adventure 2, like seriously, it's iconic. It's I mean, there's
Yeah.
no other word to describe it. It's easily one of the most popular games in the series.
One of the most like fundamental, because like that's
Yeah.
the whole paradigm shift of like a new character being introduced in a series is always kind of like iffy, but this is the one where like nailed it.
Right. I mean, this is, I mean, Sonic Adventure 2 is probably like the easily top 3 most popular games in the series, behind like Sonic 1, right? Just because it's the first one, and honestly, like I guess maybe Frontiers or Shadow Gems now, but Sonic Adventure 2 really is fucking popular.
Absolutely.
Obviously, the introduction of Shadow and Rouge, 2 characters that would go on to be fan favorites, has a fucking movie adaptation now. Even other characters in the game, like Maria and Gerald, are still like, you know, in the series to a certain extent. The game is just fun. Like it's a good game. The Sonic Adventure 2 is actually like where the series sort of comes into its fundamentals a lot more, and the level design is very much like in your face, breakneck type of speed. Kind of trial and error. Go for your best like time. This was the first game that had like a ranking system that was pertained to like how you did in the level, because Adventure 1 had like the missions and stuff, right? But that wasn't necessarily the same, and then you had score, and Sonic games didn't really matter. This is where it actually did matter, and it gives you a grade, and it's like, oh, I gotta go for fucking A ranks, right? Like I gotta go for all of them. So it's a game that like started a lot of fun things that would just go on to be very much placed, you know, very strongly placed in the series, in the way they were designed, right? So past this point, right, you can attribute a lot of this level design into like Sonic Unleashed or Sonic Rush as an example, where it's like a lot you're just kind of going fast and like you're just kind of going to these different like pathways, and it's more or less the stage is pretty linear, but it's more based on speed than maybe something like Sonic Adventure 1 was. So that's why for me Adventure 2 is like just one of those games that I can just go back to, like just have a good time comfortably, and even the stuff that people always cite as, oh, I'm not a big fan of that, right, like the treasure hunting or the mech shooter levels. I actually like the mech shooting stuff. I like it. It's fun, actually. The levels, especially like the Eggman ones, which are a lot longer than Tails's, they're fun. Like they're fun. They're actually like, especially like something like I'm forgetting some of the names of them, but the what's the second to last Eggman one?
It's on the not the Arc one, right?
Yeah, isn't that is the one I'm thinking of, right? Or like the one he's like, so there's Pyramid Base and then the one after that.
Is it the I can't remember the name, but he's on the Arc, right? And has like that one long like elevator level.
Yeah. I love that level. I love that level so much.
That has
Wait,
a great theme too.
Pyramid
That's what I remember it
Cave?
for. No, not after Pyramid.
Wait,
The one on the Arc.
Cannon Core?
Yeah.
Is it
Where you
Cannon
play as
Core?
Is
everybody?
that the there's
No,
like
no.
After Pyramid there's 2 more Eggman levels, right?
Oh wait,
There's one
Eggman
on the
level.
Arc. Yeah.
Wait.
Not the zero gravity one.
Lost Colony?
That's Shadow the Hedgehog, right?
Something Colony. Cause it has one of my favorite songs. I'd have to look it up.
Yeah, it's fine. You get my point. It has a lot of really fun levels for the shooting stuff. The treasure hunting is probably my least favorite in that game, but I still do like them to a certain extent. I think I like Knuckles' levels more than Rouge, especially because Rouge has like, well, okay, Mad Space is whack, but I don't
Everyone knows
despise
that.
it. I don't despise it like some people, like, because I actually don't.
If you
mind
did, I
jumping
wouldn't
around.
blame you. It's one thing I'm like, if you did, I really wouldn't blame you.
I actually dislike Meteor Herd more
Really?
Ooh, never mind.
than Mad Space.
That is wild,
shoot this
actually. That's
See, I told
actually
you. Told
insane.
you. Dude,
I fucking love that stage.
I love the music. I like all the music in that game. The
Well, yeah,
soundtrack-
both the levels have amazing songs, but that's still
Sonic Adventure
wild, too.
1 had a lot of rock in it, but it was a little bit more. There was definitely a lot more different genres going on. Sonic Adventure 2 kind of stuck more within like a certain type of sound for each character, which was really cool.
There's basically 6 different genres, which is pretty neat.
Yeah. Big fan of Rouge's stuff.
Oh yeah, same.
But yeah, the music in the game, you know, has live and learn iconic stuff going on in it, and yeah, I mean, it's a fan favorite for a reason. It's a really fucking good game. And it's something where like it's definitely a game where I do like to go back to and play the whole game more than just going back to individual stages. But overall, I do really like the game. And it was the unlocking like the last story for the first time and doing that like crazy ass level was a lot different than Sonic Adventure 1's final story, and something that would be like a kind of a trope that they would go back and do like in Sonic 06, right? They had a similar type end of the world type of level. So.
Yeah.
Yep, Ronald, that's fucking episode 2. You gotta go all the way back to that fucking beginning. This is the reason why this game pissed me the fuck off back in the day.
Oh
Anyway,
man, this boss fight is
I
so
wonder-
long.
This boss fight's so
Speaking-
fucking long.
Speaking of 06, I wonder if anyone's brave enough to have chosen it. Seriously.
No, if you
I
choose
hope
it, you're
not,
memeing.
Cause dude, you would obviously liar, like straight up. All right,
Yeah,
let's
pretty
move on.
much.
Let's move on.
Number
So
7.
my number 7. Okay, so my number 7 pick is Sonic Generations, PS3,
Ooh.
360, PC. Yeah, dude,
I thought
putting
this
that
would have
up,
made. I thought that would have made your like top 4, honestly.
really interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am easily the most like the the most avid fan of Generations here, at least Generations 1.
Mhm.
So this era of Sonic, like this is when I like was around the time I was starting to make YouTube videos and stuff. So like I have a lot of memories specifically with Sonic Generations and leading up to the release for it. Obviously, I played Sonic games before that, but this was kind of where I sort of entered more of like my online sort of space. So I was more aware of certain things and the community and be able to form my own opinions and know what a good game is from bad game and stuff like that. This is around like 2008, 2009 type stuff. Generations was 2011, but
Yeah,
still, I do
which is
remember when this
insane.
game was coming out. Yeah, no, dude, it's fucking nuts that this game is turning 14 this year. I just fucking kill me. Remember the day it came out. I was in middle school when it came out, and dude, I
Oh
was
my
just
lord. Me and Ronald had just graduated high school.
Yeah.
that just yeah, that's the age fucking difference we have here. But that's good. We have different opinions. I'm a Zoomer.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Generations for me is like obviously a lot of memories with it. And for me, like the game is obviously a lot of the issues that people had at the time with Unleashed was and Sonic games in general was there was always like some other play style that nobody fucking wanted or nobody was asking for. Colors at the time, you know, didn't have enough or had mostly 2D and had the Wisp. People just were like, just give me a fucking Sonic game, just give me Sonic, right? And that's kind of what Generations was. It's still like classic Sonic, but people like classic Sonic, so the actual two play styles were very much beloved at the time. And for me, like, I was super looking forward when this game was coming out. I remember the birthday demo that came out and June 23rd of that year, and it was just classic Sonic, Green Hill, Act 1, and it was just like I played that level so many fucking times trying to get the best time on it. And then I believe it was I think it was a few weeks before the game came out. It was sometime in October. This game came out in November. They had the second demo that had the modern Sonic stage, and it came out a week early in Europe. And I actually made a European account just to play the demo one week early.
Dang.
Because I was just like, I want to play this game right fucking now, and I played the shit out of that demo. I played it so many times. And just in general with the game, I played that game ad nauseum. It is like Generations is like the Sonic game where I can just like go back to play a few levels and hop out. It is a game that I have consistently gone back to over the years so many fucking times, and it has some of the most fun times I've had in a Sonic game. Is in Generations. A lot of iconic moments. Obviously, the game is just taking stuff from previous games, right? But regardless of that, I still have a lot of great memories with Generations, specifically in the Generations versions, and how a lot of those stages are just super fun to just go back to and just try to go for your best scores on, because the levels they're pretty quick, and you know when you know what you're doing. And for me, like I have a lot of memories. Like I remember there was a speedrunning tournament for one of the levels in Generations, and I just grinded the shit out of that level so much.
That's badass.
I ended up winning that, so that was really cool to see. But that was just one of the memories I have associated with this game specifically, and how much like it means to me.
It also has some of the best tracks, like the remixes.
The remixes are so good, and it was funny that they pulled a lot of the songs from like stuff that a lot of people might be like, I thought they were only gonna pull from like the main games, but no, it's like, nah, bitch, we got fucking Supersonic Racing, we got Sonic 3D Blast, Sega Saturn title screen music, we have fucking the Sonic Heroes options menu music in it. There's plenty of good fucking songs in the game, good remixes. My favorite zones in the game would be I always go back to Cityscape. Cityscape was where the speedrunning tournament was on, so I played a lot of that. I go back to Chemical Plant a lot, and I also go back to a Rooftop Run a lot. Those are some of my favorite stages.
Rooftop Run's my favorite of that game.
Yeah, dude, the
Easily.
music, especially the music in Act 1, dude, classic Sonic, so fucking good, so fucking good. That whole like fucking just those classic Sonic remixes are so goddamn good. Seriously,
They really are.
like I love that it was more of like a synth like techno style, and then with Modern Song was more like rock and roll, Adventure 2 style. So
Mhm.
I really like the contrast between the two. Classic Cityscape is kind of gross. No, I like it. I like it. But anyway, the only issue, it's actually funny because if I go back to Sonic Colors to just play the whole game, I don't go back to Sonic Generations to play the whole game. And this is kind of where stuff like the boss fights and the challenges and the final boss, right, are some of the weaker parts of the game. The challenges are actually okay. I actually like the challenges. They're actually a lot more like involved than something like Shadow Generations, right? But the boss fights, like the Metal Sonic boss fight, amazing music, so fucking cool. The fight is like over in like a minute.
Yeah, it's just like, oh lord.
Shadow boss fight is basically like fucking tag. You're it.
It has such a cool. I love that rendition of the arc. The stage itself, I love. I just don't like the whole multi-phase thing. It was just so whack. Not hard at all.
Dude,
Just like, really?
That whole thing like makes me think, reminds me of the fact that Generations was really a low budget game, because I think maybe ideally they would have wanted to do like a full-on fight with Shadow, but they shouldn't program like AI for like a rival fucking hedgehog or something. I don't know, maybe they didn't have enough time. I feel like that game was like one of the biggest missed opportunities when it comes to like DLC and stuff, because there was only the Casino Night pinball mini game. Like they could have had a bunch of shit in it. But this does need to be said. One of the best modding scenes in Sonic. In fact, probably the best.
Oh, absolutely. That's like
it's fundamental.
Modding. It's like that was another paradigm shift. Like whereas like SA2 set the stage of like what Sonic could be. That's what Generations did, but with modding. Like it's insane, and it kind of breaks my heart at the thought, like, because of the new version, like there may be some mods that aren't recoverable, but we're kind of finding out day by day.
Yeah, well, I mean the game will always kind of like the original is still there, like to a certain extent on Steam, so you can still get it. But yeah, so the boss fights are probably some of the more lacking parts, but there are a couple cool ones. You said Perfect Chaos is good. Silver's is okay. It's just okay though. It's just the boss fights have a lot to be desired. But yeah, if I go back to Generations, I'm not necessarily playing the entire game. So that's like, but that's okay too, because I don't necessarily need to do that every time. Plus, I still can if I want, and I'll still have a good time because it's Sonic Generations. So a lot of memories associated with it. That is why it is my number 7, and we can proceed.
Alrighty, Alex, you're up.
10 to 7.
10 to 7.
Alex?
Number 10, Sonic R.
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, say like Watch Mojo.
No. Number 10. Alex.
Sonic Preschool.
I think I bored him to death.
Alex. Rick.
Hey, you can't hear me?
Now he
now we
can.
Now we can hear you. We couldn't hear you before.
Oh, okay. So
There we go.
okay, so number 10 is Sonic R-U-S-H.
Oh my god, you had me in the first half.
Sonic R Psych.
That was good. Sonic Rush mentioned once again. You love to see it.
Yeah. I do prefer the earlier levels than the later levels, like that was mentioned, but still, I think it's fun. And and I love the soundtrack as well, of course. We can't forget to mention that.
Yeah, it's super good.
And one thing I do want to mention no one else has is that it had the best special stages in Sonic games before Sonic Boom.
Oh.
Pipe?
Yeah, the one with that's controlled with the touch screen.
I think you should try the 3D Blast Saturn one. Those are also very good if you like Half Pipe.
Yeah, that's a banging ass song too.
Maybe one day I'll try it. I know that the ones in the Genesis version are really easy.
Yeah, the stupid ones on the bridge.
Yeah, they look like
Yeah.
you're in hell.
Better than the PC version. God, those just suck ass. Yeah, Sonic Rush is good, yeah.
Yeah.
Very good.
Okay, and number 9 is Sonic Advance 1. I should
Oh.
We
I
got a
should probably
Dims fan.
I should probably preface this with 1, it was the first Sonic game I actually owned,
Okay.
and 2, I haven't played Advance 2 or 3 yet.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair.
Okay. All right.
That
Fair enough.
that could change. But yeah, I think it's not quite up there with the Genesis games, but it does a decent enough job. And, something I didn't really bring up with Sonic Adventure 2 that I'll bring up here is the Chow Garden. Sonic Advance had the tiny Chow Garden, and pretty much before I could actually connect the Game Boy Advance and GameCube together with the link cable because I had to buy it first. I pretty much had a maxed out Chow before
Nice.
it even got into Sonic Adventure 2.
I can't remember if I
Okay,
did
so-
anything in that Chow Garden.
I always forget about it.
Oh, I forgot to grab a bubble. Oh my god, that was clutch as frig. Sorry, continue.
Okay. So, number 8 is Sonic Colors for the Wii.
Let's go,
Mm.
motherfuckers. See that? Bitch.
I too like 2D side scrollers.
Yo, right on cue. Howdy.
I explained why it's based.
Yeah, I think the game's generally good. I do think it's better than Unleashed, even though I do think Unleashed does have the better boost stages. But also, Sonic Colors doesn't have the Werewolf.
Ooh,
That is true.
ooh.
That is true. Oh yeah. Are you Jimmy's Russell, Ronald?
It's
Does
called the
not like God
Frenzy
of War.
Whip.
I'm not even playing Marvel Rivals. I'm about to Hulk out, bro.
I'm crashing out when you transform.
But no, understandable.
And one more thing I want to bring up is that I am fine with Sonic having more lighter stories, but also this was in a period where they were kind of just not really doing the deeper stories.
And the different
And-
writers too.
Yeah, this is gonna segue into my number 7 pick, which is Sonic Frontiers.
Oh.
Oh my
It's on the
God.
list at least. I can respect that.
What the
I'm not-
balls?
Honestly, I'm not generally big on open world games, but Frontiers does hit differently.
No, I want all games to be open world. Open world Pac-Man, please.
Yo, those are the days. Though.
Actually, Pac-Man World 2 is actually fucking
yeah, that
great.
game's actually freaking sick.
Yeah.
Woo! That's right, continue.
Yeah, so the open zone format is not exactly to my liking, but the controls are great enough that I can. And I also appreciated how somber the story was compared to previous games.
Mhm.
And I think the future of Sonic stories is I would like to see it pretty balanced, where there are lighthearted Sonic stories as well as the darker Sonic stories, and I think Ian Flynn's going to be like I think Ian Flynn's going to be good for the series in the long run. I just want to bring
Absolutely.
up I just want to bring up this interview that I just heard about, that he was asked if he was involved with Sonic Boom, how would he have integrated Maria into
Boom?
To Sonic Boom?
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
because
Playable Maria.
Maria with blue arms.
Here, his answer was
She has one
Shadow-
HP the whole time.
no. His answer was that Shadow would have named his surfboard Maria.
Oh, actually, well, that'd be a
I forgot Shadow was in that for one episode.
yeah, just to be just an
To, like,
antagonist.
literally be there.
Three
Just
episodes.
have one of the
but
worst designs.
Three episodes, but two of them were like two-parter, so it's kind of more like 2 episodes, really.
Yeah, he was kind
And
of.
they were both the last episodes in their respective seasons.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
It's like Shadow was the final boss of the show.
Hey.
Ronald, use the fucking 69.
On the ground? Oh, I can use it on the ground, huh? Well, I'm dead.
Ground pound.
Whatever, man.
Nothing beats a ground pound. But yeah, that would at least be a more clever way to do it without like breaking the overall tone of Sonic Boom.
Frontier's
I
story.
remember it's playing Sonic 4 Episode 2.
Oh, I remember this really specific formation shows a fucking screenshot of Sonic 3. that part was so weird. But I soy faced, because why wouldn't I?
I clapped.
I clapped, but I hated it.
Okay.
You know, homing attack them. Anyway, that's your number
That
7?
was my number 7, yeah.
Oh, frick.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned it at least. As you would figure, I'll be talking about brother. Why can't I turn around? I'll be talking about that game a lot later on. But before we
close.
continue, Humberto.
We should probably.
No, I'm gonna die. Do you have a list or not?
Yeah, you told me to send it to you, and I sent it to you.
On what?
Damn.
Lit Discord.
Oh, okay, DMs. There we go.
Uh,
So here you go, kid.
This is no honorable mentions, right?
I thought we were just doing a top 10 list.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
you
go
know
for
the
it.
Chronicles of MM. There's always honorable mentions. Let's see.
Speaking of him, man, we should probably make a concerted effort to maybe speed through the list a little quicker.
Yeah.
I know
well,
Aiden and some of the other viewers are like, we got bedtime.
I
Well-
mean, if we're doing, if this is just straight up a top 10, we'll do this, but I can send you the updated list if we're doing an honorable mention.
No, well, you don't have to. The honorable mentions are at the beginning, but you could go ahead and go through your 10 to 7 right now if you want. I'd put you in right here. And I still have
Alright, sounds
emphasis on
good.
the side.
So, for number 1, I'm just gonna go straight off the bat. Sonic Unleashed. Easy. It is one of the most
Wait.
beautiful. It is one of the most beautiful Sonic games ever made. Aesthetically, it's peak. It really is just every country. It just every
Number
country tried
one
to
or number
capture it,
10?
It did it so
Wait,
well.
that's your 10?
Wait, 10 or 1?
10 or 1? Oh shit, my bad. Oh, there we go. I spoiled it.
That's
okay,
your
so number 10 is,
Dude,
Sorry.
no way. Just fill in the 1 already.
still in my 1 already. I already blew
Whoa.
my load. The rest of my list is controversial.
Wait, did you specify? Well, I'm assuming you mean 360 and PS3 version, right?
Yeah.
Java.
I had a buddy who was working on porting that shit.
For
Yeah, let's
real?
go.
Yeah.
I'm playing later. Yeah.
Also, you
number-
you can try to put a timer on these, but then people won't get to yap. So I don't know what you want from me, Aiden.
Okay, you know what? I've been dealing with timers all fucking evening. So what do we want? What do we want, Aiden? 3 minutes per public comment.
We should try to
Put
keep it
this
more
man in a
concise,
timed
honestly.
interview?
I ramble too much.
Oh, we're chilling. Yeah,
You know
10
what?
to
Fine.
7, Humberto. 10 to
10
7.
to 7. Okay, so there we go. All right, number 10. Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. I
I'm
don't think
just
that.
typing mean bean
He's
machine.
not lying.
He's not lying.
he's not lying on that.
No.
I don't
He's
think
not-
there's any reason. I don't think you guys have any reason to fucking question why I'm putting this on my
No.
list. It's
Absolutely no.
He's
It's
a
just a
bean
base
flicker.
take.
And number 9 is a little. Number 9's a little weird. Any of you guys ever fuck with Sega Sonic the Hedgehog, the arcade game?
I played
Yes.
it. Yeah.
That game is
Yeah.
actually fucking fun as hell.
That's where
Yes.
my boy Ray comes from.
Yep. Sega Sonic the Hedgehog, the arcade game. It was a silly little, you played with a trackball. I bought a cheap little trackball mouse just to go through that back in like 2013 or so. It was like fresh out of fucking high school going into college. That was fun, and the most accessible way to play it today without a trackball controller, surprisingly, is either a Steam controller or a PS4 or a PlayStation 4 or 5 controller with the DualSense pad.
Dang. For
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so fucking cool.
Yeah, so like you can
How
play
I do
you can
is
play
take that.
and emulate Sega Sonic the Hedgehog, and I want to say that was one of the first times where Sonic actually had a voice, like before 3D came in.
Yeah.
Well, he technically has a voice line CD that I'm out of here.
I'm at it.
They were both the same year though. So
Yeah.
Mm.
Mhm.
What's that place?
No,
that
it is the
has-
first time because Sonic CD came out after.
Mm.
Yeah,
the car-
Sega
they're
Sonic
technically the
Hedgehog is first time you hear
cartoons.
Sonic's voice.
The cartoons were in '92 though. So
Oh,
Well,
with Julia White?
yeah. Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog was '92.
Yeah.
I watched a ton of that too. That was always on the Disney Channel.
I was gonna ask though, what was the there's a place that has an actual cab though here in America, right? Is Galloping Ghost the
Something like
arcade?
that. I swear to God, one of the Vegas arcades had it too.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, like
I
that
could've
pinball
s-
museum? Does that have it?
I
No.
think that and another independent one, but I may be wrong about that. I remember somewhere, kind of like nearby-ish.
I don't
Yeah,
think
well.
I've seen it. I've only seen Sonic
Hang
Championship.
on, I'm playing this.
I've never
song, man.
actually seen that one.
I've also never seen a Fighters arcade cab, despite there
Neither
being
have I.
one.
Yeah.
I always
I
wanted.
assume those are like Japan exclusive.
No, no, it was
I knew
called
that there was
you
like an
know,
American release.
Championship
I don't
here.
Oh, okay, that
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah. It's a different name. Yeah.
Because they used to have official tournaments for it. They were probably janky as fuck, but I know they were a thing.
Mhm.
Moving on from the weird arcade stuff. Well, I mean, I guess it's still kind of arcade, like fucking Sonic Riders. So
Oh,
I'm-
baby, let's go.
I am big on my arcade racers. I mean, you guys know every time we go out to round one, I'm always on the fucking one gun cabinets. I'm always down to do that cheapo Mario Kart setup.
Yes.
I'll even hop on
Yes.
Initial D as much as I don't care for the sport of drifting. Arcade
Oh.
racers are fun. You know what? And Sonic Riders is kind of just like it was the perfect, and I still think it's the perfect arcade style or arcade gameplay racing game out there. I love Sonic and Sega All Stars Racing Transform. It is not F-Zero is so fucking good, but yeah, it is not. I mean, that's there, but Sonic Riders is still definitely the king, and clearly because of the competitive scene that's still there for it, all the mod support that's there for it. Sonic Riders
Yes.
live on for a reason. Like all these other Sonic like racing games that come out, the little driving game, no one gives a shit about them after the new games come out. Kind of like Madden, you know, kind of like the Madden take. You just play the newest one that comes out, and you're just done with it.
We
But-
got another mid one coming out this year. or whatever.
Yeah, and
The one
these games-
nobody asked for.
Yeah.
And these games compete with Mario Kart in terms of gameplay, and Sonic Riders
Mm.
really didn't. That was just doing its own thing.
We need a
And
new
yeah.
one.
we got to talk about, you know, the whole like anime cutscene aesthetic thing. You know, that's just bring that back.
It being in like the future is so cool. It makes no sense, but it works so well. Like you guys are in like the future. All right, this looks badass as fuck.
Crazy how
Sonic
Sonic
is
Riders
really-
somehow has some of the best looking cutscenes of the whole franchise. It's weird.
I love how spiteful Sonic is in this game. He could have fucked up Jet, the Hawk, the fucking 3 birds easily just by fucking running. He was like, no, I'm gonna
See,
learn
it's
how
what
to
I
use the
said
fucking
earlier. It's the
skateboard."
principle. You gonna
Yeah,
pull
yeah,
up here and be a
fucking
freaking
skateboard.
punk? Aight. I'm gonna beat you
fucking
your
learn
own
how to use this little skateboard. I'm gonna unlock the secrets of the Babylon. I'm gonna learn about your relatives just to rub it in your face. I'm gonna save the world while doing it. And it's
Yeah,
great.
it taps into something that most games don't anymore. Is that Sonic himself is rather prideful,
Yeah.
and so that game really like exemplifies it. He's just like, I could, you know, be way faster than him, but he did something sick that I can't do, so now I gotta learn.
Yeah.
I
Even
like
without
that Ula Laws
wings.
in the game.
Wait, what?
And it's fun.
Ula
Not
Laws
really.
in the game.
Oh, cause yeah.
And Rouge has big ass titties in the game too. It's crazy.
See, that's why.
Isn't that
That's why
funny
I
how-
love it as a whole.
The redesigns
funny
of the
how it's
characters actually are pretty freaking cool in Riders.
Yeah.
They have some cool glasses
Yeah.
That they
that
never
most of
actually
them don't wear.
Yeah,
No,
they just
I
have them
know.
on their head.
I want to say Knuckles does in a scene, but no one else does.
I think in races, Tails does, and Storm
Yeah, that's
does.
because he's a nerd. Yeah, because
Uh,
Storm's also a nerd.
We hate nerds.
Oh wait, no, it's
That's
all the
Storm was a dude.
Babylon characters wear their glasses.
Well, because Jet's cool and the rest are nerds.
Oh my god,
Storm, is Storm the Albatross cool?
no.
You know, he said it so bad, probably like, what the fuck are you saying, homie?
No.
All of this. I don't know. I think that beak would hurt. But anyway.
Cool.
Yeah.
What you saying?
Alright, well,
So,
well-
pick number. What's up?
Number 7.
Yeah, you're
That was
7,
number
you had
7.
6. No, that was your 8.
No, Riders was your 8.
I can't count for shit.
I'm gonna talk plenty about your number 7, but go ahead.
You can go ahead and talk about my number 7. So 7, I'm gonna. This is gonna be a fraudulent take. I'm more than willing to admit I never finished Frontiers.
I mean, that's
What?
fine. You just could still have to play Final Horizon anyway.
I don't know if that's
that's
fun.
basically all I need to. That's what I mean when I say I just never finished it. Like that's the only thing I'm missing. But I'm going through it again on PC, and at first I kind of just didn't care for the open zone stuff. I was like, okay, whatever. It's like, you know, my rail grinding is there. My running physics can be a little weird when I just run off of the occasional edge, but going through it again, and this is just me prepping to play through it on PC, just getting all of my mod support, as in my ultra wide and my 160 FPS stuff, make it a little more enjoyable. I forget, or I'm finally just coming to terms with just how fun it is to just run around in these open zones, and realizing just if I just chase, you know, like the 25 secrets per island, like this is actually kind of fun to just, I have a reason to run around instead of just doing that like you're 5 years old and playing GTA 5 or like GTA for the first time and just going through the fucking sandbox. Like I don't know, at some point it just clicked and it just got really fun really fast. I still hate the cyberspace stages. I cannot stand the physics. I wish I mean it all just comes down to the boost being fucking useless in those. I still like going out and hunting and collecting like the gears that I need to actually get to the cyberspace stages. I love hearing all the kick-ass music that you get per stage. Actually playing the stages, it's a slog. And I know that once you beat the game or whatever, you get the full, like you get to like fully unlock your boost. But I assume like the levels aren't really designed for that, so I'm not sure how well or like if that breaks the fucking stages.
Well,
or not.
I'll get to that too.
It breaks the fucking game.
I mean, I'm sure it
Yes.
does.
The spin dash in the actual cyberspace will break that shit.
That sounds.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know how to feel
Has it-
about that yet, because I loved playing around with like Game Shark's codes as a kid and whatnot. You know, like tripling my run speed and fucking moon jumping in like Mario 64 DS or whatever. But
Or playing in Modern Warfare 2 hack lobbies. Like speed max, everything limited ammo. Those were the best.
see, that was fun because everybody else was doing it too, and it was just fucking silly. It's like I don't know how I'd feel about this. So I guess I'll just need to finish the game and actually, play through all the cyberspace stages again with all this extra stuff. But I'm glad that the Final Horizon thing actually exists, because the whole end, like Galaga or the fucking like Ikaruga Final
Ikaruga,
stupid.
one of the worst bosses known to Sonic. Oh my god,
I
dude.
love Ikaruga, but like, man, what a fucking travesty.
Genuine
Did you want an
whiplash.
ending? Lol, too bad. Here's Ikaruga.
Hey, you know what? At least we found out that like Chemical Plant Zone was just like the fucking plant zone, like the chemical plant for the mean beans, and I got to play Puyo Puyo in the middle of Sonic Mania before I even gave a shit about Puyo Puyo. So but, like, that's fun, but like, that's not a final boss. That's a cute little side attraction. I was so fucking mad about that. I was like, I'm never touching this shit again.
Understandably so.
But I'm going through it again, and it's kind of fun. Like, I'm enjoying it again.
You should try the cyberspace in Final Horizon, which
Yeah,
are
there's more
completely
stages.
optional. But the ones in that update are actually really more fleshed out than.
Yeah. And well, I'll talk about it later, but technically all of cyberspace is optional.
Yeah. But those ones are like completely optional. You don't.
Yeah,
need
100. You
to
don't
do it
even
at all.
have to interact with them at all.
You know what isn't optional? Motherfucking big.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna talk about that too.
go.
Holy frick.
You want to borrow a rock?
You know what? For what it's worth, just I don't mind just going like with all the like purple coins I was just collecting, just going through the whole the island secret bullshit. Just grinding that out for like 20 minutes once I collect like 50 of those stupid coins. The payoff for me was just listening to all of the Eggman logs, because that's all I spent my coins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much. That's all you really needed.
Yeah, and, like, I didn't think about my first playthrough. I'm doing that right now, and I'm like, man, I'm missing out on a lot of fucking lore. This is great. Then I just think, like, Eggman as a fucking character, his voice act, like, all of his voice actors have been great. But I just listen to fucking Eggman talk about shit. It's like a podcast.
Basically, it's his own podcast, his own personal diary.
They have the Sonic ones. Was it Tales Tube?
Yeah.
Those are basically Sonic podcasts.
Oh yeah, they are.
Yeah. You're dropping like official series like lore and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh,
you gotta watch
yeah, like-
everything.
How there's officially like two separations. Like South Island is basically Mobius, but it's on Earth, and then everything else is just regular Earth. I'm like, oh, okay.
Oh, that's weird.
But yeah, no, it feels really nice listening to Eggman not just being comical like Saturday morning cartoon kind of guy, and just like listening to him like think about stuff methodically.
The
and just
musings
trying
of
to
a
understand his
scientist.
thought process, like through those fucking like dialogue, like through those little like those the egg recordings or whatever the fuck they are. Like that was a breath of fucking fresh air for me. Because I just finished fucking Colors right before I went right into that.
That's some whiplash right there, going from Colors to Frontiers.
What a change.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
man.
these both of these games control a little bit weird, but at least Eggman is actually fun to listen to in this new game. There's also the game where fucking Roger Craig Smith was introduced with. Was it Colors or what game was that?
Free Riders, technically, is when they all first came.
Well, if you played Free Riders, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're a nerd.
Apology
Feel bad.
accepted.
This guy had a Connect. I don't.
I beat that game in one fucking session.
Somebody didn't like you if they got you a Connect.
Bro, Connectimals?
Connect them? What?
Next one.
I will say the Just Dance games are a little more fun with the Kinect. That is like the one thing to like play on it. But then again, that requires you to buy a Kinect. Which
What about that like the survival horror game, the Sega one, Rise of Nightmares or whatever? You ever see
What?
the game? No. It's fucking horrid. It's like
It
most
sounds
things
bad.
on that. But it's like one of those like weird ass games that like you can only play this on Kinect. Like you'll like this
Oh, I
once
bet,
this
yeah.
game is like once 360 start dying, like people will be like, I need to play this piece of shit.
360s will never die, thankfully.
That's not what they're known for.
Oh, they're resurrectable. Of course, you'll get red rings, but there are parts out there.
All right.
Well, actually, what did you end up doing, Humberto, with the board?
Oh my fucking god.
There, Humberto actually pulled them off.
my. So I guess side tangent. I was trying to RGH 1.2 mod an Xbox 360, and I accidentally dug a fucking screwdriver through the motherboard
The
and
frick?
like ripped off some of the traces on it. So if you've ever seen those like shitty TikTok videos of people like Indian tech repair where they're like peeling up, where they're like completely scratching traces off, and then just like removing some of the solder mask and using some of that enameled wire to just reconnect the traces, I had to do that to get the fucking Xbox back to life.
Good lord.
It's so funny. Humberto actually will kill 360s. Mark my
Also,
words.
what the frick? MM and Phil's lists are
Yeah,
having
quick shit on
some
them real quick.
unusual similarities here. Hold on a minute. Also,
Well, Phil's a shit poster and MM's a shit poster.
It's basically the size of the same coin. Oh hi, baby cat.
can't.
Uh-oh. Stinky the cat's
Yeah, I
here.
don't know if you guys can see. Oh wait, I forgot MM's number 10. Oh, actually, the more I look at MM's list, the more I'm about to crash out.
Okay.
I don't believe he's actually finished that game that you're typing up right now.
No, I think he was in our thing for it, our podcast.
Mhm. Sonic Battle?
Sonic
Sonic
Battle's
X.
his 10 to 7
Shadow.
is Sonic X Shadow Generation, Sonic Battle, Sonic and the Black Knight, Sonic Frontiers. Phil's
Black
7,
Knight,
10 to 7.
Black Knight, low-key based, very flawed.
That's insane. It has really good
Very
music,
low-key
but
bass.
that's insane.
Lots of character variety, but no fucking world map. Oh my
Lots
god,
of
I'm gonna...
character variety? What
Hell
the
yeah.
fuck did you play?
They
For Black Knight?
They
Like,
introduced all new characters. What are you talking about? They're all
Yeah,
based
bro.
on- Yeah.
We got Gawain, we got Lancelot.
I wish fucking Gawain did kill himself in that cutscene.
Yeah,
That
and
was
where
pretty
are
funny.
they in all the other Sonic games?
That is kind of crazy. That is kind of crazy that like there's two Sonic games where suicide one time is heavily hinted, the other time it's just like I'm doing it, bro.
I don't think that's something that you're supposed to linger on. It's just a passing moment.
No,
It's happened twice,
the whole
Ronald.
like thing of Black Knight is like.
Well,
about
yeah,
death.
the whole honor, my
Mm-hmm.
dishonor to a knight, yada yada.
Mhm. It's important, bro.
Oh frick.
The extra missions though were pretty fun. I just wish that game had more direction. Like,
Yeah, I still
why is
need to
there no
give
map?
it.
what? How do we know what the villagers rescuing them matter for? Because there's
Dude,
so
you
many
have to stop
customization.
in the fucking
There's-
level and talk to them. Oh my.
Yeah, there's like so many customization options that just don't make sense or not explained at all.
That
Nothing's
game-
explained or displayed. Like, you
I
know how they say like
still-
show don't tell. That
Yeah,
game doesn't show or
that,
tell.
it doesn't show or
That's
tell.
the problem.
I will eventually
This
give
is
that game a
what-
more thorough try, but that was my main problem with it, and why people saying it's better than Secret Rings still baffles me, because Black Knight feels like Secret Rings, but a ton of stopping and running and stopping and running.
Well, at least when you're stopping, you're swinging a sword. And
Yeah,
the final
with a
form is
Wiimote.
pretty cool. I will say the final form is way cooler in Black Knight than in.
Yeah, Excalibur Sonic is cool.
It's fucking badass. And that song rips.
Secret Rings and
United-
Black Knight, dude. I'd rather
United-
get fucking circumcised by Excalibur than fucking play either of those games.
While
At
Night of the
least-
Winds is blasting.
Yes, this preferably.
Ooh, I can't wait for our
But
top 10 Sonic
Black Knight is
songs
like a
list.
2-hour game.
And
So
then all you
like
hear is, whoa, nice
that's
cock,
only why
Riley."
it's in the music and I think the medieval stuff is cool. If it was like a Devil May Cry type game, I'd be way more on that. Dude, like
Well, it would
yeah.
need to be on a different console, first of all.
All it has
oh, now we're getting it. Yeah.
We did get a devil, well, not a Devil May Cry, but definitely a 3D beat 'em up game, a Sonic game on the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3.
Oh
Okay,
no.
didn't have a sword.
Okay,
Doesn't have a
that's
sword.
who cares?
Advanced
But
Dude, we could have had fucking Sister Smoking rank.
oh my gosh.
Imagine if you just
sexy,
knuckled with the
stylish.
Ooh, I can't wait to get to my top 3.
Man, imagine if the Warehog stages were good and not 10 hours each.
Yeah,
and
all
not
right.
slow as fuck.
Relax,
Okay,
little
you suck
bro.
at the
Not
game.
shitty.
You suck at the
And
game, you
not
suck at the
slow.
game, you suck at the game.
And you just like bad shit. You just like bad shit. You just like bad shit. Anywho.
Literally, those stages are fucking 10 minutes if you're good at them.
It's
Dude,
okay,
it
little
don't
bro. We'll beat
matter.
the stage
They
for
take
you.
Way too long. Oh boy, I sure love hearing a nice, cool
I do.
mellow night theme. All of a sudden, here comes the fucking jazz band attacking me. They're the scariest enemies in the game.
And I like when you have to
Chip
get
is
those enemies that
also-
like that you have to
Chip is
throw.
also fucking lame. I forgot to throw that out there. That's half
Wait,
the reason why
oh
that game-
yeah, all right, yeah. Relax, little bro. You,
Chip
I
is
think
such a Ronald
you've,
character. He's like
I think you've said enough.
very tee hee hee coded. No wonder Ronald giggles and loves him.
You want some chocolate, Michael?
Want
I
some
love
chocolate?
Oh, it was a movie.
I miss Chip. Frick, man.
I don't. I'm glad he died.
Sonic doesn't
Heard it-
toss that shit.
I heard
that
it.
fucking.
You know
bracelet.
how in One Piece Chopper
Mm-hmm.
is basically a merch machine at this point? That's what Chip could have been. And they passed up that opportunity.
I'm really glad he ended up dying from cancer.
I'd rather
did
Alvin the
backflip.
Chipmunks, bro.
I'd rather just Nightcore.
Oh my
Or
god.
Alvin the Chipmunks.
Also, yeah, Joe, I think you'll be happy to see that Sonic 2 has been mentioned twice so far.
Only number 8.
Yeah, it ain't going higher than that, buddy. But we can talk more about Phil and MM's lists or tomorrow, because I am down to do this again tomorrow for the people that aren't here.
Nah. If you weren't here, you're lame.
Oh my god. But
Yeah.
next up, we're gonna be going 6 to 4.
Checkmate.
And then after that, we'll be doing our top 3s. So if you're awake and sticking around, I appreciate y'all.
Go Ronaldo.
So my number 6, actually, well, I'm just gonna type them all out and then I'll talk about them. Where is
So
it?
I would want to. I'm not even gonna look at the screen. I'm gonna get pissed off.
Y'all can't even, like, I can't even take you guys' opinion seriously anymore. This
Why?
is
Why?
hilarious.
Why? Because we don't like shitty ass warehogs? Oh no.
I'm just like, dude, like, what the fuck, man?
Sorry, I don't have your same furry
Thank God.
fantasies,
Thank
Ronald.
God. That was gonna.
I'm
What's your number 6, bro?
No.
I'm crashed.
No, that's.
What's your number 6?
Fucking nut.
Or 5, whatever.
What do you think? What do
Number
you
4
think?
might surprise y'all. Kind of.
Number 15.
Sonic-
All right.
Cheers.
So number 6, Sonic Mania. Hayden. Shouts to One Piece. Sonic Mania is what did we say earlier? The Sega Hire This Man, but literally, it's the fan game
Yeah.
that became a reality. And for good reason. Cause Sonic, like I've said, I've been over the classic game nostalgia, but Mania made it fun again. I don't know how else to phrase it. Mania like brought classic Sonic back in a way that felt actually good and executed well. I'll talk about Sonic Generations in a sec and the travesty that was continuously adding classic Sonic where he didn't belong. But Mania is freaking great. Playing classic Sonic again actually felt pretty good. The music's freaking amazing.
You
Stages
mean
are
Classic
cool.
Ray?
Well, actually, I put Sonic Mania Plus, but funny story, I still didn't get to actually play the Mania Plus content because my copy of Mania Plus is still missing.
What the fuck, bro?
I don't know who I lent it to or what happened, but it's gone. I have to buy the game again. I didn't sell it.
No, they stole it.
Oh, well, that sucks. Who would I lend it to? Because I don't know why it would be missing.
The encore mode is can get pretty hard because you don't have lives.
It's pretty cool.
No, it's good. It's just it's difficult.
It is
It's
hard.
more difficult than the original.
Yeah, well, I hope to try out the extra stuff, but I figured I might as well just put Plus because, like, why would you not play Mania Plus?
What if you just didn't have time for it?
Well, same reason why
Okay.
you're not in this call right now, because you're in.
Also, you funny goobers in chat, I'll tell you why Generations is below Frontiers. But you can tell the difference here, and what I'll clarify, I'm considering Sonic and Shadow Generations together in their singular package, because at this point, unless you're talking about mods, there's no reason to consider them separate realistically. If you're getting the game, especially for people that are getting the game for the first time now, you're getting it as a 2-in-1 package, and that's part of the blessing and the curse with this game. Back in the day, Sonic Generations, like Riley mentioned, it was basically kind of the game that, like, cleaned up, in quotes, Unleashed boost gameplay. But I don't know if it's because of its age or something, but revisiting Sonic Generations now, especially next to Shadow Generations, it does not feel the same at all. Sonic Generations as a game overall, it's alright. It'll have that legacy too of just bringing some of the highlights of the franchise, like, all in one place with the really good remixes, really cool stages. Not even just bringing the stages back, but also just revamping them and adding to them. Like, the content of Sonic Generations is pretty cool. Gameplay wise, it definitely does not have the same luster that it had before. And honestly, this placing on my list is low-key carried by Shadow Generations. Cause god dang, Shadow Generations, it's night and day. No Werehog. The difference between Sonic Generations and Shadow Generations.
I play that game too.
Wait, what?
I said that's how I like to play that game too. When he said nowhere on.
But yeah, like because we talked about the Sonic Generations part, the bosses. Okay, thinking back on it, Chaos is okay, I guess. Everything else is a genuine disappointment. But then you go to Shadow Generations, and they absolutely freaking cooked. The gameplay
10 boss fights.
feels
Ooh.
nicer. The boss fights are really freaking good. You have no idea how much I've listened to the Supporting Me remix. I've looped that half-an-hour version I don't know how many times.
That doesn't play in the game, by the way.
Well, I just like
one with the
listening to
lyrics
it. Well, because it's
It's
supposed to
good,
be
though,
for
I
two
agree.
different phases, but I guess they didn't fully integrate that or whatever.
Oopsie. Or Mephiles in his cutscene where he's like, "I want to exist, bro." Bro.
I mean, it's kind of sad, I guess.
It is sad because he doesn't exist. They blew up that fucking flame.
It's like, dang.
Come on, buddy.
Well, I'm sorry.
Mhm.
It literally was
All
the
we
meme
ever
of you
wanted
took
to
everything
do
from
was
me.
stop
I don't even
the
know who you are.
Literally.
But even in addition to all that, like, we're just talking about gameplay and bosses, but Shadow Generations it also hits the quality
The back walls?
aspects
Oh.
that I'll talk about like from the everything onward in this list. For the most part, it's basically the turning point that we've hit where Sonic games start to feel like good again, not just like just overall good, but also you feel that they actually care. They absolutely cooked with like actually caring about Shadow's lore and like just the characters.
Did they not get good again with Frontiers?
No, I'm getting to that, but it's a part of that. Cause like I've said before, the Frontiers and Generations, they're not entirely at the peak yet, which I'll talk about later, but we've gotten close. Frontiers and Shadow Generations are the closest I've felt again to this is like peak Sonic content. It's a cool game, characters and story that like you actually can care about. And that's the other aspect of Shadow Generations is they weren't afraid to like keep and embrace the lore. And this was honestly like a nice, quick, cute like revisit to everything and kind of wrapping it up with like a neat bow of like, yeah, Black Doom's your dad. We don't like him. Go away. And then we move on. But it was nice. Gosh, Shadow Generations is so enjoyable. I'm gonna be playing through the rest of the content at some point. But I really, really hope that they take what they've done and bring it into whatever the next Frontiers-esque game is, because Shadow Generations is basically just Frontiers gameplay, but like taking away the combat stuff and just having it on set abilities. And so the next Frontiers, I hope they kind of go all out and let Shadow like fully have combat prowess.
Well, did you just leak that Shadow's in Frontiers 2? Bro, it's not fair.
Well, when people were questioning why Chaos Island is a stage, Gerald does tell Shadow, because I think Shadow even asked him at some point, like, why am I seeing places that I've never been to? And Gerald says, oh, well, time is an anomaly. This could be places that you will be in the future, or places that may relate to you in some way. So they technically could have already hinted that Shadow may be coming back in some way.
Why'd it have to be Chaos Island? It's all gonna be 2D. Fuck.
Well, the Chaos Island stage in this game was really freaking good.
Yeah.
How was the music after you listened to it a couple times?
Yeah, like I know I know the song is really divisive, but honestly, I like that song as a whole.
No, I like it. It's funny.
I've looped that song a lot.
Yeah. It grew on me.
Yeah, it grew on me after a bit.
That first listen when they just posted it on their YouTube page, I was like, what is this bullshit?
The YouTube comments on other videos, aside from the official one, were ruthless.
Yeah.
But after a while, like honestly, I really like the song, the whole song. Shadow Generations has no bad level. That is correct.
Yeah.
I think that's
There's
correct.
levels that
Actually,
are more like, you know,
I'm gonna have to say
like,
base.
Just you know, fine. I think some of the 2D ones they're over pretty quickly. Like Part 2 is over pretty quick. It's like a minute long, right? Maybe 2 minutes.
all right. But yeah, Shadow Generations is really freaking good part of that game. Sonic Frontiers. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Fourth place. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, honestly, it was in my top 3 at first. So my number 3 might surprise y'all, kind of. But Frontiers, part of why it's up here, well, those of you that saw my first playthrough of the game, I legit cried. Mostly because of the context of the time, where Frontiers was basically the start of us getting good Sonic stuff again. But going back to my main like 3 points of what I feel makes a great Sonic game, is the direction. of this game. Like the various nitpicks of like pop-in and other various things. Like, yes, they openly admitted that there are some aspects of this game that they didn't get to flesh out as best they could. But the overall foundation is, like, no exaggeration, like, game-changing. They're setting the foundation for something so freaking good. And honestly, potentially the closest thing we'll get to an actual Sonic Adventure 3, depending on what they do. And not only that, just for me too, it personally hit a lot of boxes that I had wanted for Sonic games for so long. Sonic actually showing his combat prowess. Sonic getting to be in an open space to just run and just go fast. Like, it sounds simple and silly, but I don't know why it took so long for us to just plop Sonic into an Unreal Engine demo and just go, like, run around. Because, like Humberto said, even doing that, it reminded me of how, like, in Marvel Spider-Man, the PS4 Spider-Man, just traversing around the world and exploring is fun. Because just moving around is fun. It's so enjoyable. And again, I think taking what they've done, what they've learned, and what you can tell they've already started to integrate from Shadow Generations, all they gotta do is just clean it up. And I think it's just gonna be, it'll set a foundation for some of the best gameplay ever. Genuinely. Which, to add on top of that foundation, another reason why I think Frontiers is so good is the passion. You can tell they had great ideas that they wanted to do, and they did their best with it, and then when the game came out, not, like, fully cleaned up, they were like, we're sorry, but you know what? We're gonna keep cleaning it up. Free DLC. And they did exactly what MM wanted, and they even made Sonic's Friends playable for the first time in literal years.
Mm-hmm.
And even when
Even
that...
though some of them had some of the most annoying themes.
Look, bro.
That's a button slide you throw.
Oh no!
I'm gonna play those songs right now. I love those songs. Dude, I could probably make a whole video essay on just that alone. But even them releasing the characters and then cleaning that up, which I think that's something that people overlook, is that the game legit changed again with Final Horizon. They cleaned stuff up, and a lot of the complaints that were had, even about the side characters, were addressed. Excuse me. Knuckles actually plays pretty darn cool now. Tails is still broken.
Knuckles' combat is still kind of ass.
Well, yeah,
Oh,
combat's negligible because, to be honest, like, I don't even
You
bother
don't need to
doing
do it, but it's also kind of like, wish it was cool. and fun.
Yeah, but moving around with Knuckles actually feels really fun now. And I absolutely love Tails and Amy in that game. I know
Amy's
some people
awesome.
don't like the Tails flight and the little hover that he does beforehand, but I love that because that's a reference to Sonic Advance 3.
I just love breaking the game with the tornado.
But it is
The
hilarious.
best part.
You just
It's absolutely snappy.
max out that meter, you get to fly with the Cyclone, it's hilarious.
That's like fucking
With tornadoes.
debug mode.
Yeah.
However you want.
Like pretty much everyone's like requirements that
God
didn't
mode.
require them specifically. I just did it with them. Like, all right, I'm flying in. This is just Armored Core for me. Peace out.
Nice platforming section. Okay, bye.
Hell
Well,
yeah.
and that goes back to what I was saying about the spin dash, or I guess it was technically kind of a good thing though that they let this stuff cook because it's all experimental anyway, and they can like flesh it out in the next game. But
Yeah.
this was all part of cool stuff that they just handed you to do. And it's fun. It absolutely breaks the game, though. The spin dash, as long, like, again, all they need to do is just design the level design around it, and the cyberspace stages, the new ones, were proof of that. Because in cyberspace stages, it's built for it. There's these platforms high in the air. You can go flying and maneuvering and all sorts of stuff, and it's cool. But all of the, like, platforming and vertical stuff in the open zone, the spin dash destroys it completely.
Yeah.
Which again is fun.
There's a secret exit, right, that you can only get by doing like a crazy ass spin dash jump.
Yeah. Which there was another that reminded me of another thing that I was gonna go back to for Humberto. I know there's your people's opinions vary on like the cyberspace gameplay or even just the gameplay in general. But surprisingly, the cyberspace gameplay in Frontiers was actually the first time where I actually started low-key caring about, like, speedrunning stuff and, like, actually getting good at completing stages fast again, because the cyberspace stages introduced me to, like, the various technique stuff that apparently came from Spark Electric Jester.
That and remember we talked about it, but like it felt like the first time Sega saw Sonic Utopia as a concept, like we can just do that, which I really appreciated about the game.
Yeah, like I think they adapted some things into the gameplay that at least work to be enjoyable, and the hilarious self-awareness around some of the cyberspace stages, like how 1-2 became a whole meme. That was great. But there's just so many. It's a bunch of little things about Frontiers that kind of just add up to feeling like a great package overall. Just not the prettiest coat of paint, but the things inside that package like hit great. Somehow this game's first boss is literally one of the best bosses in the entire franchise. How does that happen?
Best, if I'm being real.
Honestly, yeah, it might be the best boss of all time. And it's the first boss of the
It's
game.
Insano.
Oh man.
Yeah. Boss fights are like easily one of the highlights of Frontiers.
They cooked so much. I never did my review video, and maybe I'll do it eventually. Like,
You should.
gushy on the
And
game.
have the fucking have our favorite theme playing the do 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 the whole time.
But Frontiers, it's kind of funny. Basically, Frontiers cooked so well in some aspects. In other aspects, it's undercooked. And in other aspects, it's overcooked. So it's like there's some weirdness with the game, but again, I think I consider it one of the best because it sets the foundation for genuinely game-changing stuff for the franchise.
I will give Frontiers this. It is the first time you get to play as Supersonic and actually feel... It is the first time you make use of Sonic's regular moveset, and it's just better.
He's actually
Sure, you-
boxing as Supersonic.
Yeah, like, because you think of, like, all these other fucking final bosses as Supersonic, it's all just a spectacle fight, and it's all just kind of going, you know, it's all just based on the original Doomsday Zone kind of spectacle, like, oh, you're in space, you're flying.
Yeah, you're
towards a
flying
big-
around, trying to run out of rings.
And it's, you know, yeah, try not to fly out of ring, but if, you know, and if you're playing Sonic 2 and you've unlocked Supersonic for the first time, it's like, cool, you go really fast, this is really fun, until you run into a wall, and in which case, this stops being fun. But you're going through your Frontiers bosses, and you're just doing your mindless little combat stuff, which, you know, you're doing in the open zone, but all of a sudden, everything just comes out so much faster. There's illusions of Sonic just
He's
being
making freaking
fast.
shadow clones.
Like, that is the coolest fucking...
So freaking cool, dude.
It's like, you can do that on command? What? Like, wait, where did this come from? Wait, this is Sonic's just regular little stomp?
And that's what I mean about Frontiers, is like Frontiers is the first time in I don't know how long where we actually see Sonic fight and like all the different abilities and stuff that he can do. Because Sonic hasn't shown combat prowess in a very long time.
At least not in a game.
Yeah.
Like half the time it's just homing attack,
Smash
spin
Bros.
dash,
Yep.
pretty much.
Yeah.
I will bring up,
That's the mainline game.
or Aiden, I'll bring up Egg Dragoon later, but in a different light. But yes,
Aiden's favorite boss?
the
That one?
Generations version is garbage. Holy frick.
The last time we really got to see good Sonic combat was in 2003.
Like 2003.
With
Battle.
in a mainline game?
Heroes?
It involves a silly little orange robot.
Yeah.
Oh.
Right. No. Okay. Anyway.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh no.
But I think I gushed enough about those.
Hey, that silly little robot, he's serious as fuck now.
Yeah. It's great.
He's
Oh, wait, that
Post-credit
came out in
scene was Gemma
2003?
instead of Metal Sonic.
I would have you would have watched me bust in real life, bro.
I would have
You
thought it
would've
was the
been-
4DX shit.
You would have been, yeah, you would have been in the danger zone.
I would have lost my freaking
I've been
mind.
like, run for your life, Riley. I'm about to bust. I would have been so fucking hyped, dude. I'm not even kidding.
At least you would give me a warning.
Oh, Aiden, if you want to do DMC stuff, play extreme mode and then don't get touched.
Yeah, no thank you on that.
Shout outs to Allstate, man, actually putting up with extreme mode. Good lord. I don't
Oh
want to
my
do
God,
that.
He's hardcore in everything he does. I've come to learn. Have you seen this shit? He's always posted in fucking the Not Safe for Work channels. He's so soft spoken too, and it's like, oh my god, bro. Chill.
Shout out to the homie. But Michael, go ahead and give your 6 to 4.
Alrighty, post them then.
Oh, right.
4.
Oh, that's Phil's list. Okay, there we go. Oh wait,
Okay.
so that's the first one, right?
I'm looking.
Wait,
Please
no.
don't be ass.
Wait a minute.
No ass, all gas.
Oh,
Sonic
my
ad,
bad.
What is it? Advance Adventure.
Wait, shut up. I can't read.
Wait, what are you looking for?
You really? I don't have any of the advanced games on there.
There we
Okay.
go.
Spoiler alert.
Alright, I need games on here.
No. Fake. Fake.
All right, go
Hold on,
ahead, Michael.
I'm watching the stream and it's coming up in slow mo, so give me a second.
Huh? Well, because
Yeah,
everything's a
that's
few
it.
seconds behind, and also hopefully things aren't lagging too bad.
Oh no, that's not fake, baby. That's all real. That's
Yeah, go ahead and
all
talk
gas,
about it.
no
It's there.
ass.
Did my stream? Oh,
This
what
is bullshit.
Oh hell yeah,
What
bro.
is this bullshit?
You think I'm fucking kidding? Okay, Mr. Colors, calm down. I let you have your chance.
Put
Anywho,
it above
no,
Mania.
I
Chill.
really because I've played both. I've actually played this game more than the other ones. But honestly, memes aside, like this originally started as a game I didn't really enjoy at first, and I've played it on I think every console at this point. Just one of those games you just always rented or like a family member had for some weird reason. Also, the pseudo co-op actually goes kind of hard when that's like the only way you have to play with like your brother or your cousin. Anywho, no, I really enjoyed this game. Mainly, not even necessarily for the combat, but just kind of the overall package. It has some of the coolest stages. In fact, one of my all-time favorite Sonic stages is Mad Matrix.
Yeah.
The whole grid design. It reminds me of kind of what is it? What's the second Tron movie?
Tron Legacy.
Legacy?
Yes, always got those kind of aesthetics, which I really enjoyed. Really, it's just it's a cool spectacle. It is off the wall, and it's not well executed most of the time. Like I'm not an idiot. Like I clearly know there's very strong flaws with the game, but just kind of it is one of those games that I do find fun kind of going back, and I do appreciate the effort of them trying to make something cool out of, even though I don't know why they were taking young Japanese boys requests seriously. That was an L on their part, but alas, here we are. Honestly, I do find it to be fun. I do like going through the different story paths and whatnot. I don't like the multiplayer. I just like watching you guys suffer.
Oh my god, that multiplayer is atrocious.
On PS2, it must be fucking terrible because the frame rate is fucking.
That
garbage.
frame rate was
No,
actually
that frame rate
horrible.
was
Every console?
balls.
Is it on GameCube, Xbox?
I don't remember it being that bad on
No,
GameCube.
it's pretty bad. GameCube,
Dang.
honestly, for that gen, if there was a Sonic game on GameCube, that was usually the best port, in my experience. Yeah, it wasn't as bad, but no, it's just bad. You weren't playing it wrong. It's bad.
If y'all don't know what
No,
we're
but
talking about,
I-
by the way, the archive from us doing that late night gaming, it's somewhere on the channel.
But
I gotta get you in on another Sonic Shuffle session.
yes, has to happen.
Has to happen.
But really, overall, I just really appreciate the attempt of them trying to kind of conclude the Shadow story, which they did, obviously better with Shadow Generations after about 10 to like 15 years of recollecting and having a better shot and better resources to them. But it's a fun game, and really one of my the aesthetics just do it so well for me. One of the coolest versions of the Arc, even though we have some of the most annoying stages on there. Again, I find it replayable. I find it fun, and yeah, Shadow Forever. Anywho, Sonic Frontiers. Not much more I can add on to what Ronald said. He went pretty hard, considering it was number 4. You would have thought it was his number 1, but it's fun.
Right.
It's some of the best combat, some of the better music. The open area, while I do like, because I always remember watching Sonic X. I'm like, man, I want to be able to just run that fast and zip across mountain terrains and just across wide areas of level within seconds. And then this game was like the closest thing to us. The combat really does it for me, especially just like the random mini bosses. I thought they were all pretty cool in their unique gimmick. Sumo was probably my favorite. I like the whole
That boss is
geometry
sick.
thing, having to bounce off the walls to get the perfect shot. That was really fun. And the DLC bosses are fun too. I foolishly attempted to do them with each character, and they're clearly meant for Sonic. So that was a unintentional, fun yet excruciating challenge. I'd recommend it. It's pretty
How
fun.
long would it take
But,
to upgrade all of the side characters' stats to even try to fight
Ooh.
them?
Good question. I still haven't even done that yet.
I haven't even maxed them all out.
You
The
have
only
to be
stat that
maxed out. There's no fucking way.
I did
Well, the pillar one, whatever that one is, I think I did that one, and then after I finished it, after like 20 minutes, I was like, on one try, 20 minutes, I was like, all right, no more.
yeah, I did another one. I don't know if it was Spider. It was one that could stomp on you. One of the very many that could stomp on you. I did one with Amy, but I'm like, oh my god, this took 30 minutes. I don't think I'm supposed to be doing this.
Yeah, I absolutely love the side characters' gameplay, but most of those bosses are not meant for that.
No, not at all.
Oh my
It's like going
god.
into an endgame dungeon, like right when you
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and thankfully we got oh yeah, also, like I said during Ronald's portion, probably the best Sonic boss fight in the series history. Just the fact that you could just go all out and really, get a sense of just how strong Super Sonic is. Like, we never really got that kind of portrayal. Like, of course, Super Sonic is the end-all be-all in pretty much every game, but this really showed him right from the get-go, like, yeah, here's the, the power level difference between my regular form and super form. So being able to kind of just go at gigantic bosses like that, kind of ragdoll around, was really fucking fun. And so that first boss of Giganto leaves such a strong impression that I still just think about, that first drop of the music and this kind of just being able to fucking order rush him.
Right.
Really, it's one of the best moments in the franchise's history, and I'm really glad they pulled it off, because that's something that could have easily just been biffed. They could have absolutely missed the mark.
So glad I don't know about you, but did not get spoiled on that.
Yes, I'm glad.
Music, the little smirk that he does as the music is already kicked in and it fades to black. All of that is so fucking perfect.
It's done so fucking.
I'm gonna play Frontiers right now.
And so I'm just really hoping we get another game like that. Like, not every game has to be like that, but I really want another chance just to be able to fly around and have that awesome combat. Even if, like, I would say the story itself is it's okay. Even the little side conversations are kind of whatever. IT was only really interested in the Eggman lore and whatnot. So the
Egg memos
whole
are pretty
thing
good.
about the Coco was kind of inconsequential at best. It's like, all right, we got ancient Aztec internet, and they were shitposting too hard and got killed for it apparently.
That's kind of the story based.
That's pretty much the story. That's really my only actual that's really my only actual ding against the game. Is that the story is just kind of good enough. And again, the actual art direction itself is it leaves a little bit to be desired. I'm like, alright, yay, playing rock and desert and sand, oh boy. But no, I'm glad they really pulled it off. They really went out of the way to do something different, and I think it worked really well.
Someone
Sonic
said
Adventure.
Sonic CD is the #1 Sonic game.
Sonic
Of course they did.
I'm the only one who at least mentioned it. Fuck.
Nah, I don't need to talk about it. Sonic Adventure DX, just kidding. Clearly Dreamcast. I will say though, as a kid, DX was the one game I wanted so bad as a kid. Mainly because I had another cousin who had a Dreamcast, and that's when I first played Sonic Adventure. I was just like, I gotta have it, but I don't have the Dreamcast at the time. And so the only way I had to play was DX. And this is before I realized, oh, this port is fucking shit. So I do have a little bit of nostalgia for DX, just because for the longest time that was the only version I owned. But anywho, as much as I am the resident SA2 stan, SA1 was my favorite game before SA2 dropped. And it still holds up really well. I really like how different it is from SA1. The whole kind of mysticism aspect of the game, I think, lends itself to a really fun experience. The whole kind of they sort of go into the lore of chaos, but yet they don't necessarily flesh it out. But it's supposed to be kind of mysterious. We're supposed to kind of feel the things that the ancient echidnas did back then, messing with the powers they really weren't supposed to. But yeah, the whole angle of playing with 6 different characters, 6, right?
Yeah,
Did I count that right?
I think it's 6.
It should be because
No, it's
Team Sonic. Yeah, all them minus Tails, which I'll get to in a second. They all play pretty unique, or at least in their state, in their game, and their stages. And all the stages are fun. They're all really well designed. They have really memorable music. Windy Hill having a reprieve of what's the first stage from 3D Blast?
Green Grove.
Yeah, having a sample of that, but in electric guitar form, was really fucking cool. I always remember that stage. That one sticks up to me the most. Just that first one being
that was so 3D Blast was Jun Senue's first Sonic game that he had worked on. So it's kind of neat. It's cool. This is the first song, one of the first songs he ever wrote for the Sonic franchise. It's now he's doing it the way he wants to do it.
Yes, it works so well.
There was a lot of
really
3D Blast music that was in it. The beginning cart section at Twinkle Park as well.
And there's so much just to the Sonic stages alone. There's so much to it because you're meant to break the game with spin dash jumps. You're meant to kind of go outside and take a chance, take a leap of faith, and just really use that explosive speed. I unironically believe that Sonic had a great jump to 3D. Fuck what the haters say. Yes, the controls are janky, and yes, sometimes you will fall through the ground just because it happens to all of us in every port. But no, it's great. It's a legendary game for a reason. Dean Bristow kills it. Really, everyone kills it. It's probably my favorite. This and SA2 are my favorite voice casts. So they're the ones I always think of whenever I think of their voices in my head. And that's really all I got for the time being. There's probably gonna be other shit that when you guys inevitably bring it up that I'll probably chime in on. But yeah, SA1, goated game, despite me always sucking SA2's dick.
Agreed.
Yep.
Alright. Is it
Oh
my
yeah.
turn?
Oh sorry. Actually, hold on. Sorry. I should have gone back to this real quick regarding characters. I really enjoyed all of them, though I feel like the Tails, the lack of Tails original stages is kind of a missed opportunity. Just having to be beat Sonic by flying through rings was kind of fucking whack. And the whole him being a big boy is kind of pretty much his whole entire story in that game. Granted, he does, get to be said big
Yeah.
boy at the end, and it's like the only thing they ever bring up for Adventure 1 is him being mentioned in an article about beating Eggman in Central City, which is kind of funny. Like
Yeah.
they could reference Chaos, you know, he destroyed the whole city. They could mention, you know, Eggman's plans, but nope, it's just like he was in an article and they've done that twice, which is kind of funny. But Knuckles stages pretty cool. Clearly I prefer the ones in SA2, but I do like that the radar is a bit better in that game, of course. But really, out of all of them, the Sonic stages are like far and above like the cream of the crop in the game. Like it's not even close. Like Gamma stages are fun, but in my opinion, it's like you play the game for Sonic and it absolutely delivers. Okay, now I'm done.
Awesome. I guess it is passed to me. Don't want to be here forever, so. My number 6 game is a game that has already been mentioned. In fact, pretty much everything besides one game on my list now at this point has already been mentioned.
Oh,
So,
snap.
yeah. So, my number 6 is Sonic Unleashed. PS3 360. Yep.
Yes,
Oh, thank
sir.
Yeah, so this is the highest rated boost game that I have on here. And it's true, because this is one of the closest modern Sonic. It's weird to say modern because this game is like fucking 15 years old now. But it's one of the like games where I feel like the closest they ever got to creating their like magnum opus 3D Sonic game. Which is funny because this is technically not even the highest rated Sonic, or my highest Sonic, 3D Sonic on here. But I do believe that given all of the polish and all the attention to detail they have in Unleashed, this game is like, this game just, there's just a few things that just hold it back from being like truly great. But otherwise, like, even those things that I find to be a little bit more annoying about the game or whatever, even those, to me, do not deter how fucking good Sonic Unleashed is. Like, seriously, it is a goddamn good game. This game I do remember getting when it came out, and it's, again, one of those games where that fucking demo, man. Gotta talk about that Sonic Unleashed demo, really, leading up to that game's release. How amazing that playing that demo was, because at the time, right, like that was the first boost game, really, like 3D boost game. Like, yes, there was Rush, but this was like the first one, this type of style that first of its kind, and playing that level was just incredible. Seriously, Windmill Isle Act 2, just like one of the most iconic levels in the series for me, considering how just like insane it was to play that level for the first time and just see how fast Sonic goes. This is still to this day the fastest Sonic goes, really, like in a game. Like, yes, Frontiers has like the spin dash and stuff where it makes you go pretty far, pretty fast. But just the sense of like the art direction that comes around with the boost, and just seeing just all this stuff whiz by you, and the motion blur and all this stuff breaking, and like the havoc physics, and all these enemies and boosting through them and doing all these like split second like reactions. It is a fucking spectacle, and it is a really fun spectacle. It is a roller coaster ride of a game. And it's funny because even stuff like the Werehog levels, which of course I don't need to explain, you know, what the consensus is on those levels, but even those I do have a good time with. I will say my issue with those levels is not necessarily the way they are. It's more so I think on an initial first playthrough, the combat is very slow. And I think probably the biggest weak point of the game, in my opinion, is the XP system. I just think it did not need to be there. It's highly unnecessary, and I don't really unlocking like the moves throughout the game is, I suppose, okay. You know, like the stomp and the air boost and that stuff is actually like not default. You know, similar to like Adventure 2 and stuff. But I think given how the levels are, on how, you know, a lot of it can be based around those like movement mechanics, it would have been nice to see them all unlocked from the get-go like Generations had it. But I'm more so sour on the XP system. I just think it was very unnecessary, and I think that's what made people a little bit more very abrasive to the Werehog levels. It's just that they were very slow when you start out, because level 1 Werehog is really fucking underpowered. But when you level up the Werehog and you get the strength to at least like level 5 or 6 or something, the game just opens up, and you get those combos, and you get the air combos, and you get like the charge combos. Like, you literally open up like a whole new section of the game, really, which you might not ever see, because you don't level up the character by like using them or doing like actions with that character or using certain moves. You fucking just you can put XP wherever you want. So there's lots of people, right, that only put on like Sonic Speed or something, or daytime stages, and they barely ever level up the Werehog, and then they're just getting like a pretty fucking gimped experience throughout the game. That just makes me think, okay, why do we need this? Honestly, just like, let's be real.
It's funny you mention that, because Puff in chat agrees with you, although at the same time, I'll mention that later. It's also a part of what makes a lot of stuff in the hub world actually matter.
Right. I mean, yeah, there's lots of things, right? The hot dog missions, right? You know, they give you the thing for the XP to level up your character and stuff. But, I don't know. Like, here's one thing. I think maybe I would have preferred if you unlock like the actual moves, not by a XP system. Maybe if you got it by doing side missions and you get new moves, maybe I would have been a little bit more on board with that unlocking mechanic. But stuff like the strength and like the guard bar and stuff, I suppose skill trees were sort of like the thing of the era, but
Yeah, like RPG stuff.
Absolutely.
yeah, and it's not like Devil May Cry didn't have unlockable moves too. I mean, they did. You know, there's sort of a progression there, but I just think, given that it's a Sonic game and it's not a Devil May Cry game, right? I think it would have been nice to see maybe the game balanced more around, you know, like God of War, right? God of War, you don't you get new moves, right, and weapons, but you don't. Your base strength, I think, is the same. At least I think God of War 1.
Conceptually, I kind of just wish it ended up being like a Sonic and Knuckles kind of return, whereas like Warhog is just Knuckles beat him up, and Sonic is clearly Speed.
Yeah, probably
That's
more
just
people
me.
would have been on board.
And it's even weirder too, because they made a prequel comic where Knuckles meets Chip, and so like he is aware of him. That is kind of funny. I'm like, you were so close to making what I wanted in that regard.
Right. I think more people would have been cool with it being a Knuckles game. It's kind of similar how less people would hate Sonic 4 if it wasn't called Sonic 4. So it's just like you change this one little thing and more people would have been cool with it. But you know, it's neither here nor there. It's old news. Either way, I actually do like the Werehog stages, especially nowadays, because that style of gameplay is actually pretty passé. You don't really get a lot of games that feel like that anymore. So actually going back to it is a little bit more breath of fresh air than it was at the time, where there were lots of like character action games that played like that. Now if fucking Unleashed came out now, it'd be a Souls game. So like,
Oh god.
no, it would be for sure. Like,
It would be.
so I can
We just
actually
put
like
it-
going back to those levels.
Can we just put Sonic in a mech and make it armored core? But
What
just
the
a really fast
heck?
mech? That's
Oh,
so
okay.
fucking cool.
If Sonic Unleashed came out in 2012, it'd just be another fucking shooter.
Yeah,
Oh,
Werehog FPS. Like,
Let's fucking go, honestly. When Sonic Call of Duty.
Sonic
Right.
Call of Duty.
But it's trying to be edgy, so it's like Spec Ops: The Line or some shit.
I'm
It is
the
a
only
good
one
game,
here who
though,
gets.
but agreed.
We're the bad guys. Anyway.
Oh yeah, don't worry.
So
I'm
it's
gonna-
not just that stuff. Like both of those things combined lead to a game where a lot of people are split on. But I actually find the whole package to be fun, and this was something that I'm referencing to when I was talking about colors and generations. If I like playing colors, well, I've never seen someone go through it like that.
Yeah.
If I like going back to colors in full, but not necessarily replay the levels by themselves, and then I like going back to generations levels by themselves, but not as much playing the game as a whole, this is where I like both. I think the adventure is fun. The only thing is maybe getting like the Sun and Moon medals can be a little bit tedious. But it's not that big of a deal, honestly. It's definitely like
It's
people
really not that
gas
bad.
it up like way more of a problem than it actually is.
It really is. I mean, the only stage I would say is like an actual problem is like the very last one, having to like go back and forth.
like,
You're just like,
I think the only one I got like locked out of, like because I didn't have enough, was Adabat, but like not by much, like by like 7 or something. So it didn't take that long. And plus, if you play the optional side acts, that not even the DLC ones, like they just have like
Yeah, there's
random
extra
act
levels to get more
Yeah.
Moon and Sun medals.
Mhm. If you just play those normally, you can actually just like get them. Like you don't have to go back and replay stages. And also they have the hub worlds have like I think 5 per day and night. So there's definitely like places where you probably don't have to replay any stages if you know are good at the game.
There's a lot in Unleashed that you just get by from just playing the other aspects of the game.
Right. And this is another thing where I think like Unleashed is a pretty difficult game too. It's definitely one of the harder Sonic games for sure, especially for like a casual player. So I think I like that aspect a lot about it because it actually is pretty challenging even for me. After playing it for so long, I can still like get fucked up, especially on those DLC stages. But the gameplay is something that like is for me. I mean, like it's definitely a strong antithesis to something like Adventure, which is a lot slower paced and there's a lot more exploration and control going on, especially in Adventure 1. But just the sheer spectacle and the roller coaster ride of playing those daytime stages is something that is just fucking unmatched, in my opinion. Like even Shadow Generations to this day, a lot of these stages hold this type of like spectacle that I think Generations was pretty close to matching, but that really goes into Unleash like just polish and just overall like art design and everything. It's still to this day, in my opinion, is the best looking Sonic game. Like at least like for 3D, like it looks fucking good. Like the models, yeah, maybe like at this point you can start to see like some like low res textures and stuff, but this game looks fucking good. The Hedgehog engine was specifically made for it, which it's the lighting where they had a lot of the shadows that were like baked in to the textures themselves, so that's why they were able to get such nice lighting out of the game. And have all those like havoc physics and just have like all this high quality model work, and the game is beautiful and it has a lot of like just a lot of passion that you feel like just put behind it. I mean, you have those like those Night of the Werehog, the preview short or whatever, like that stuff's just cute, and all those like little trailers with Sonic and Chip and stuff, like that stuff is cool. And unfortunately it just came out at a time that people weren't appreciating it. And I think nowadays the script has definitely flipped on Unleashed, and a lot of more people are appreciating it for the fucking phenomenal game it is. I think in a different timeline, like where maybe Sonic didn't go down the rabbit hole with 06 like he did, I think maybe Unleashed would have been a little bit more positively received at the time. But also I think if 06 didn't happen, then I don't think Unleashed would have happened in the same way. So I think regardless, getting this game is the good timeline, because it is something where I consistently go back to. I have a good time, front to back, amazing game. And it's a Sonic game that has this this world-ending like spectacle that again really have not experienced in the Sonic game since then. Really, like Frontiers was fairly close, but Shadow Generations was pretty like contained. Forces was whatever, right? Lost World was some fucking other place, Lost Hex or whatever. So like this was like the last Sonic game that kind of felt like a fucking blockbuster. I mean, you can tell with that opening cutscene. Holy shit! Easily one of the best probably my favorite opening in a video game.
It might
Just
literally
straight
be
up.
the best Sonic cutscene of all time.
It's so good. It is so fucking good. It got me so hyped up when I played that when I was like fucking middle school. Like, dude, do you understand the high pitched squealing? Like, just seeing it's good. Unleashed is just like, you know, even the Wii version is cool. A lot of people like the Wii version more. They played it, you know, when they were younger. Personally, I find the 360 PS3 version to be the best, but it's cool,
easily.
right? It's cool that like there's different versions of the games that people like. Unleashed is just like, it's just so fucking polished, and
It's
I
a
really
good
hope one
freaking
day
game.
we get a game that like is as polished as Unleashed. Shadow Generations is very close, very very close. There still is this like art direction that Unleashed has had, this X factor that I really wish we could get. So I'm really hopeful now that, you know, Shadow Generations did well, the movie did well, that we can get something like that. Anyway, so my number 5, okay. My number 5 is Sonic Mania. Sonic Mania.
Oh.
There we go. Yeah. You kind of thought that would be like higher, right? Yeah. That was,
Kinda.
yeah. Because I fucking love Sonic Mania. Like, Jesus, holy fucking lord. Sonic Mania.
He has Sonic Mania.
It is so goddamn good. So goddamn good. Like, seriously, this is like a game that I rival with the classics for how fucking good it is. Right, we've already talked about Mania, so I don't need to go into it nearly as much, but this game, especially like at the time, we needed a fucking dub like so badly, and like that game coming out and being as good as it was just goddamn like just so liberating. Like, it just felt good to have that game come out. The soundtrack is something I still go back to consistently. The bosses are fucking fun. Like, I'm trying to even think of like I can't even like name like flaws with the game per se, other than the fact that there's like not as many original zones in the game, which was always like the common one that I thought of. But it's like, okay, if we're complaining about
Yeah, it isn't
not
that
as
big
many
of a
original
deal,
zones
honestly.
in a platformer, like, then Mario must be the fucking worst, right? Like, Sonic must be bad too, because Sonic reuses shit all the time as well. Like, and I still love those games. So yeah, it's not as big of a deal as it could be. Yes, I would love if like there were more Mirage Saloon, Studiopolis, Press Garden type shit, right? But the game as is just fucking phenomenal. I love all the characters. Mighty and Ray are sick. The game has a lot of modes to it, surprisingly. Like, competition mode has a lot more to it than I thought. The mission mode, you have the blue spheres, which actually there's a lot more than I thought there would be.
Yeah, there's so many.
Yeah.
I forgot to mention too, probably my favorite special stage.
The special
terms
stages
of,
are awesome.
Even though it's Sonic R, I don't care. I love it.
Sonic R is cool.
Yeah,
Sort of.
when it's done well.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
this
sort
is
of
what Sonic R could have been.
like, it's cool. Like, and the game has a lot of like cool ideas in it, right? Obviously, the drop dash technically was not the first game with a drop dash, but it was the game that at least made it like more popular and more fun and kind of more of a place in the game. I think Lost World was the first one with a drop dash.
It was definitely advertised very heavily though.
Yeah.
Mania.
But having in like a 2D setting, like now it feels like Sonic just needs this move. Like now, like it just feels like so naturally ingrained to his moveset. It's crazy. Like they even have it in fucking Frontiers, right? Nobody even uses it because it's ass.
No, because the
they just put it
input
in.
is so trash.
Or they put in
I hate that input.
generations.
Oh, the drop dash or Sonic's drop dash. It's mainly good in the 2D sections because the speed is different.
Yeah, you actually have the M word. So.
Oh,
Yeah,
careful.
I know. But yeah, Mania is just one of those games. Again, I can just sit down with no matter what's going on and have a good time with it. Like it is just so good. It's around a 3-hour game, so I can realistically like just be like, I guess I'll play Mania, right? And just go play Mania. It's such a good time. Definitely like one of my, top 5, one of the goats. I mean, these are like some of my favorite like this whole list is some of my favorite games ever, but like basically starting back with like number 7, like these are like some of the best games I've ever played in my life. And yeah, Sonic Mania is definitely one of those. So highest regards for this game, easily one of the brightest spots in the series. Kind of sucks that we won't ever get a Mania 2, but it's fine because we had something like Superstars and they still took. So
Yeah, that kind of is our Mania 2 at this point, because they decided, they're like, 1 dub is enough.
right.
To my understanding, they're just like, eh.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if let's just give some Sonic games to other studios, because sometimes they actually do a good job, like RZS did. RZS fucking bombed out with Balan, but they did a really good job with Superstars, so...
Yeah, I mean, like, if they still want to kind of sort of keep that whole, like, Sega versus Nintendo, like, Nintendo gives their stuff to different studios all the time, and it mostly works out. So it's like, yeah, I don't know why they aren't as receptive to that, at least in the past.
Well, I guess because Boom, like, probably turned them off hella, but Boom was because Sega mismanagement more than Big Red Button. I'm sure if Big Red Button actually got, like, the dev time to make, or maybe not make it a Wii U exclusive, if they were actually going to make it the original way, it probably would have been an okay game. Anyway, next game. So my number 4 spot is actually the same as Michael's, Sonic Adventure 1. Exact same spot too.
Go.
That's
let's
crazy.
Fucking go.
Sonic Adventure, just I mean, like what, like you kind of already said it really. For me, but Adventure 1 is just so fucking good. It's just so goddamn good. I mean, talking about some of my favorite games ever. Adventure 1, I just have a lot of like really warm memories with. Just chilling in Station Square, chilling in Mystic Ruins, just like soaking in the vibes with that game, talking to all the NPCs, throwing that weird like statue man into the sewer, like I'm just doing like weird shit in that game. The story is interesting and fun. It's definitely one of the more serious stories in Sonic, but it's not overly complicated.
No, not at all.
Yeah, it's definitely still like, part of the kids game and stuff, but that Perfect Chaos fight is just so fucking cool. Especially if you think about, like, put into perspective for
That was the first of its kind. Yeah, that was absolutely the first of its kind.
Not the first exclusive Supersonic fight, but
yeah, just in 3D and that scale.
In 3D like that, with all that cool shit going on with Open Your Heart playing, just think about that from the perspective of some 98 in Japan, some Japanese dude playing that game, and it just blows my mind how good that game is. And all the little side stories with like Amy and Big and Gamma, people are always like, oh, Sonic Adventure is not cool, look at this fishing shit. No, that shit's cool. I like the fishing. The fishing is fucking chill. You get those like chill vibes, you just fucking fish. Sometimes I see Froggy, I'm not even fucking with Froggy. I'm trying to get some other fish. I'm trying to get that weight up, bro. I'm trying to make Big a fat ass. More fat.
Oh yeah.
Like, and there's other like missions that you have as well that you supposed to search out like specific like fish and stuff. Like that stuff's cool. Gamma actually has like the best like story in that, like between all the characters. Yeah. Easily. roboticized Flicky, and you're just trying to get back to your family. I love that shit. Amy, I actually like. She is a little slow, I will say. I'm not gonna lie on that, but I actually like her moveset, and I like how she's different and her stage gimmick of running away from Zero the whole time. That whole I like all that stuff.
I will say her last stage, the original stage just for her is fucking sick.
Yeah.
Inside like the ship, that's actually a really badass stage.
Yeah. Hot shelter, right? I think so.
Yeah.
That stage is really cool. Doing the flips as Amy is cool. I will say, actually, I agree with you. Tails is probably the worst part of the game because Tails levels you just kind of fly through. He does have his gimmick is the race. You do have like certain level designs that are different, like Speed Highway, right? Is pretty spread out, but even so, I feel like you just go to big platform, jump to the next one, fly. There's not really too much going on in it, so probably the lesser part of that game for me. Something I don't go back to, but I do like that you actually play as Tails in a 3D setting, and he doesn't suck, which unfortunately has been
and
the only time.
it's not just the dummy rings.
It's the only time that has ever been the case so far, unfortunately, at least in an official manner. Because I didn't really like the way he was that much in Frontiers. But I'm not really sure what they would do with Tails in a 3D setting. I think they also thought the same, which is why they just threw him in a fucking mech. And just added him in. Well, I know originally, right, Adventure 2 didn't even have Tails as a playable character, right? But they just kind of tossed him in there. But even so, I think even in the conceptual stage, you're like, I'm not really sure what we do with Tails. Let's just not have him. But anyway, Adventure is just like, it's one of those games where like the vibes for it are just so strong with me. The nostalgia is so strong, where to this day, like I just think about like how much that game like means to me, and how like the warm memories of playing the game on CRT, like middle school type shit with my big ass like a Trinitron, just like
that commercial for it also got me hyped all the time. I'm like, I gotta get a Dreamcast, or like I gotta get DX somehow, some way.
I mean, I was a little young, obviously, for the game to play it on the Dreamcast, but I did eventually get a Dreamcast later on and play it, and I just had such a great time with it. It made me appreciate like the series a lot more, and it's just one of those games where, like, dude, I don't know why people were fucking dogging on this game like 10 years ago, like that rough transition bullshit, dude. Like, it's so perplexing to me, and it's just like literally all started by fucking Game Grumps, like just straight up. That was the channel that started all of that hate towards Sonic.
Game Grumps did irreversible damage to the Sonic franchise perception.
Game Grumps, and also that one channel, if you remember, called Mario to Plumber.
Oh my fucking god! Oh my! You've opened the Eldritch Horrors! Oh, it's unleashed! No!
Dude was fucking terrible at those games. And just blamed on the game, but it was like, because it was some guy getting super pissed off, just people thought it was funny. It just like ruined
bullshit.
Yeah, it was like peak AVGN era.
It was like before Dark Side build too, like, because he was still
DSP
playing.
was around, but DSP played other stuff.
And
Mario
he was
to Plumber
still like,
was just like Sonic.
and funny enough, he was still really into Street Fighter too. Like that was kind of like the tail end before he went full lol cow.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's so weird saying out loud. I'm like, oh yeah, he was a Street Fighter 2 player.
He was
won.
the
I think
Street Fighter 2 player.
He won. Yeah, he won. I think Evo East back when they had like more regions.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Yeah, Chris stuff.
It was some.
But he also played. It was a PS1 port, and that port was.
He got 4th place at Street Fighter 2 on the PS1 version that no one played.
And I think he got a win on Tokido or something like that. So he's like, yeah.
He beat like a few like people on that
No,
version.
yeah.
Like,
I think
it's
even
like,
John Choi, and everyone's like, really, dude?
Yeah, but the
So
thing
fucking
is, like,
funny.
a lot of actual players didn't even enter that tournament.
Yeah.
because the PS1 version was ass.
Oh, absolutely.
But anyway, that's a whole other conversation. Anyway, Sonic Adventure 1, fucking goated. No more words to say. That was my top. That was my 4th place. We only got top 3 left. But anyway,
Oh,
let's throw it
baby.
over to
Well,
Alex.
we got Alex, the
Yeah.
boy.
Let's throw it over to Alex.
He's gonna be like number 3, Sonic Preschool.
Number 3, Tales of the Music Maker.
Oh my god. Alex, are you still awake, bro?
Fell asleep. Hey, what's up? It's your turn.
Your turn, boy.
You're, what is it, 6 to 4? Yeah.
Yeah, 6 to 4.
Okay, so number 6 for me is Sonic Mania.
Oh.
Okay.
And,
Respect.
yeah, quite a lot of it was already said, and I do feel like it was made by people that really understood Sonic, and there was an interview that kind of showed how much they understood. They asked what made Sonic levels really great, and someone from the team said that just said one word, and it was slopes.
I wonder if that relates to another word. But
Pretty much does, yeah.
but yeah.
Keep talking, I'll be right back.
It's on higher for me because I'm not a big fan of all the zones, but still, I like to come back to it. It's fun.
Yeah,
And
that's
number 5 is Sonic Adventure.
Yes, dude, we
there
love
it
each other.
is.
We're in
Yep.
love.
Sonic Adventure. There was quite a bit already said on it. I do think it was better than Super Mario 64.
Oh.
I agree.
I mean, based, yeah, I agree,
I
but
agree. I agree.
Yeah. There is this one video I saw where someone compared, like, basically Super Mario Odyssey felt more like Sonic Adventure than Super Mario 64 because basically, like Super Mario Odyssey, Sonic Adventure basically gives Sonic a really powerful moveset, albeit simple. And the example was like in Speed Highway, there's basically this building that looks it looks out of reach, but if you actually get to it, you'll actually get extra lives. And like they were making something pretty OP with this moveset, and I just like it. And again, it's not higher because it's not perfect, and people will. I already brought this up in the Discord chat, so you probably won't be surprised hearing me say it, but for the people that are watching, I'm gonna hit you with the mix-up. I actually like Big's levels. My least favorite part of the game is Amy Rose.
yeah, that is definitely
Dude, everyone likes Big here. We all like based.
not me.
Fuck you. The fuck?
Biggs.
I thought you liked Big's fishing in Frontiers.
Yeah,
like,
that-
really
yeah,
better in Adventure.
I like it in Frontiers because it's lo-fi vibes and getting items that let you basically skip the game. But okay,
Big is low-fi vibes in Adventure.
Big and Adventure, it's a different thing. Or why I don't like the character is more so because of his story relevance revolves solely around Froggy.
I must say Froggy.
And it's
Duke Nukem, bro.
Forget the Barney the dinosaur voice. This is just a man trying to rescue his. He has the same story as fucking Gamma.
yes.
But better.
Bro, you would try to
But
rescue your
better
cat.
is
Come on.
crazy. Hold on. I'm gonna be sad all over again. Gamma
Gamma
story
is
is
You're
freaking
just
sad.
mad it takes more skill than Frontiers.
Big the
I
Cat,
beat big
Ares as voice
levels
actor.
easily, bro.
Okay, then why are you complaining? They're better.
So is it Big that you don't like? Is it that you
Oh.
don't like there's no lo-fi, or do you just not like the act of fishing?
It's because he's on DX. He
Well,
doesn't
actually,
have
I
access to the fishing controller.
I don't like fishing. I haven't had a good experience with it yet. I've been told I should give it another try in better weather. I don't know. We'll see if I ever go fishing again.
All right, guys, we're going fishing.
Oh frick.
Hell
I'm,
yeah.
I'm wearing
All of us
purple.
are just gonna do our worst Froggy voices for the first 10 minutes of the session.
Okay, y'all really want me to hate fishing?
Are we gonna go rock climbing and pretend we're Knuckles? Like, what the fuck is
Oh,
wrong
hell
with
yeah.
us?
I am not going on rock climbing.
Come on, let's just go to Hatfield, bro. It'll be easy.
Oh my
Okay,
gosh.
no.
No, you could walk the trail Hatfield.
Big
It is
stages are honestly
Oh.
okay in adventure. Like it was mentioned earlier, it's basically we've had a bunch of like it's a combination of revisionist history and like retrospective comparison of like SA1 actually better than SA2, not clickbait. You've had a lot of that lately on YouTube.
fun. Of course.
It's different preferences. The levels
Yeah.
are like very much different. Like Sonic Adventure 2 kind of set like the stage for like these like A rank, like goal type levels, and then Adventure 1 feels more like classic Sonic, which is like I'm exploring, I'm going at my own pace, I got these fast sequences. But I'm not breaking my neck trying to go for these like crazy speeds, and then the game is sort of designed around that as well. So
Yeah, the stages themselves, while there's a little less, they're way bigger overall.
but
I don't know.
go ahead, Alex. Yeah.
I've never actually used the Sega Dreamcast fishing thing before. Does that actually work with Sonic Adventure?
The controller, I believe so, because it's just the fishing controller thing is just like mimics the analog stick basically.
Yeah.
It's just like a
Sounds
motion
neat,
device
actually.
for it. Yeah.
And another thing about Big I want to bring up is he shares the same voice actor as Duke Nukem.
John
It's
St.
funny as
John.
hell. Is that the
Blow out
signing?
your ass, Bobby.
At the signing, you had the big poster and Duke Nukem.
Oh, fuck yeah. Hold on.
Those are definitely two big roles that he's known for.
But yeah, there was another point brought up earlier that King Grump started the Sonic Adventure hate. I think it started early. It was that G4 really hated Sonic Adventure 1 for some reason.
Oh,
They
like
hated most
X-Play.
JRPGs. Yeah.
Dude, actually, that's right. X-Play always dogged on Sonic. I think X-Play also gave Sonic Unleashed like a 1 out of 5 or something.
Something like that. Though Morgan Webb is still a dime. Oh my god.
Yes, that's not
Very-
relevant.
Very relevant. Very
Video
monumental.
game
Oh my
journalism
God.
has
Continue.
been Sonic's worst enemy for quite a long time, honestly.
Sonic has been Sonic worst enemy. Let's keep it
IGN
fun.
Sonic Unleashed review. Need I say more?
I'm gonna-
Like, yes,
It's
like
solid.
Sonic had a downtrend of quality when it comes to games, but the video game journalism definitely made things
It definitely didn't help. It was
excessively
definitely
worse.
hot. That's for sure.
Dude, fucking IGN gave God Hand, what, like a 3 out of 10 as well.
Yeah,
You guys are fucking idiots.
Yeah, why?
Genuinely.
Like all of gaming,
Uh,
and yeah, probably
game-
exactly.
was it GameSpot? Jeff Keighley specifically gave Armored Core 4 aka the best one, like a 4 out of 10. Fucking idiot. And now this FromSoft's biggest meat writer. So,
Wildest takes.
Did he have like a redemption arc or something? Does he say 4 is good now?
he never recanted, but he's just like he pushed 6 really hard because at the time that was when people realized FromSoft made that. Like,
This doesn't-
Dark Souls guys.
Anything post Dark Souls from soft stuff doesn't count anymore for people
Exactly.
like people promoting it, because dude, he's such a dick rider, like for
Yeah,
Kojima and FromSoft.
Well, naturally, everyone's a dick rider, Kojima, myself included. But anyway,
It's a good
yes,
dick.
agreed.
It's a good dick.
It is. It's my favorite.
It's my favorite. It's crazy. What any other
I
adventure
would-
thoughts?
Well, MGS2 is my favorite all-time game. Period. So
Oh yeah, well,
that'll
that's
tell you
true.
something.
Yes,
That's
let's
actually
go,
famous.
brother. It's a good
My
ass game.
absolute favorite.
All right, we're way off topic. Okay, go ahead.
What's your number? Wait, no, that was.
I'm just gonna
I
take a
can't
quick
read.
moment to shout out my G4 Tech TV homies, and I'll just leave it with this one phrase: "Suck it, Cecil."
Agreed.
Okay, so my number 4 is Sonic CD.
Oh my god!
Let's go. Let's go, dude. Holy shit.
I had a feeling I'm like someone's gonna do it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do it.
There y'all go, chat. Sonic CD mentioned once again.
So
Twice.
people say that the level design isn't good, and I don't agree with that. I think the level design is pretty great, actually. Where I think the original Sonic CD falls short in its physics. Like, it's still okay to play through, but like, just the way the spin dash works and like how sometimes Sonic will just lose all momentum in the air. It's not as fun as the Genesis games, and the Whitehead remaster actually fixes that by letting you choose between the Sonic CD physics and the Sonic 2 physics. I know it says
The spin dash. Yeah.
it's for the spin dash, but I swear that changes the physics too.
No, it definitely does. But Super Peel Out is sick as fuck as well.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
one thing I like from CD. The Super Peel is just one of the coolest things I've ever seen Sonic do.
Also the camera, the in-game camera, like that pans in front of you so you can see more of the level. That stuff was pretty cool as well.
Smart choice, actually.
The camera literally like starts panning right away as you move. Like even if you move like left and right rapidly, the camera just starts to move, which actually is not as disorienting as it sounds. It's actually pretty good. You didn't know about the Whitehead port? Dude, 2011 Whitehead port. That's literally.
That's noted. It was even on iOS.
It started on iOS.
Yeah, I remember having that one. Hell yeah.
I think I might still have a video of the original demo that that Whitehead posted on his YouTube page, like the proof of concept.
iOS has a lot of random, really good ports that are just stuck on like that ancient, like OS. Like MVC2 on iOS, I played so much of. It's actually very good, believe it or not. That and MCT1 is still stuck on there forever. The only time we got the game officially.
Good thing I still keep an iPhone around. iPhone 4.
Yep,
He's
that's the one.
always ready for the iOS ports.
Even RE4 iOS is actually fun.
Dude, fucking Bioshock on the iPhone? Wild.
BioShock on iPhone?
Yeah.
What
They
the
have Resident Evil
frick?
8 on iPhones now.
What in the
Mhm.
world?
Okay, what the fuck are we talking? Like, we're getting way off topic. Like,
Well, basically, iOS was the greatest platform for Sonic.
um,
His name was
Freaking Dream Team. Sonic CD.
Anyway,
Yeah, should have figured that it would be mentioned, but it's understandable. Like, I know we meme a lot on the divisive view of it. I guess just mainly comes down to like how used to the. I don't know if you can necessarily call it change. Actually, maybe it is a change of pace, or because of like this change of level design and objective. Like some aspects of CD feel like a chore, but I guess if you're down for that, or if you get a good handle on it, then it's not so bad. Because it's definitely different. It's a different kind of progression compared to the other classic games, for sure.
you even have little like random things that you don't even have to do, like getting the metal Sonic projectors that makes all the animals dance around. It's a nice touch.
Little things like that, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that was number 4. Humberto, 6-4.
6-4. All right, so Sonic 3 and Knuckles, Sonic 3000.
Sonic 3000.
Oh yeah.
So it was the original Ultimate 2D Sonic game, where Sonic 1's kind of like slow segments came from first game syndrome and needing the platforming for it, so you weren't just holding right to move. And Sonic 2 was just, you had a lot of those extreme speed segments with the first time they introduced like the dash pads and shit. Sonic 3 finally like blended that stuff right, so they gave you your fancy set pieces and they gave you your slow platforming moments. All of it felt really cohesive for the first time. And, it took like 4 years to get there, but I'm glad we did.
Yeah.
It was the first time where we really got like actual cutscenes in between zones. Like I don't know why, it just blew my mind that you could just go from Act 1 to 2, like smoothly, like the way they just transition into each other. It's like, wait a second, I thought was I not just in the same level? Like, why am I in Act 2 now? That just blew my mind as a kid. Especially just going from Act 1 of Angel Island to Act 2, like, oh shit, the island's been fucking destroyed. But, like,
everything's on fire.
It's on fire, like, but we're still here, and we still have to get out, like, we gotta get out of here. I don't know, that was just amazing to me as a kid.
Honestly, Sonic 3 does a lot of really good show, don't tell. Well, actually, Sonic 3 and Knuckles, there's a lot of really good show and don't tell.
It was great visual storytelling. It was fantastic.
The zone transitions too, like where you shoot out the cannon and then going into the snowboard for Ice Cap.
So good.
Yeah, there's a lot of good continuity in Sonic 3. It's a pretty big deal for gaming at that time too. Because like not even Mario necessarily even did that in its games. We had up to Super Mario World with him too.
Talk about Super Mario World in a second, but in-game set pieces those are really well done too. It kind of built on, like, I'm immediately thinking of Hydro City Hydrocity Zone. We'll talk about pronunciation. Hydrocity.
It has a space bar.
Oh my god.
In Generations.
We're not doing this right now. It's way too late.
I gotta go to bed.
Can we do a Trump-Obama argument on this? But yeah. It built on. I think of that zone when I think of how it started to really build on like the set pieces from, or like the other perspective bits, kind of like where Sonic CD kind of did at the beginning of Palm Tree Panic, where you're just running up that giant ass, like that giant straightaway. And you kind of see that same little effect going down those like swirls in a Hydrocity Zone. Like it's a weird little bit of perspective where it's not just you going back and forth or going through a quick loop-de-loop. You actually finally, like, just because of the way those like loops were drawn out, it actually looks like you're going down like a swirly slide. It's really cool to look at to me. I thought it was really neat how they really started to kind of mess with the way like the way Sonic interacted in like 3D space more or less, both with like those like horizontal like fucking like those horizontal bars that he was kind of like just attracted to through gravity, and even just the barrels in Carnival Night Zone. Just seeing like these weird ass angles of Sonic was kind of felt like playing Donkey Kong 3 or Donkey Kong Country for the first time, where like all the graphics were pre-rendered,
Like-
all these like weird looking angles, and it just looked 3D for the first time.
Sky
Yeah.
Sanctuary at the end, running up the pillar.
Yep,
Yeah.
that too.
The
all of that
epic
was just-
zone with the rings.
Mm-hmm.
They actually cooked with the art when you think about it back then. Dang.
Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, of course, between after the two games were locked together, it was one of the longest, if not the longest, 2D Sonic game. Being rivaled right there with Mania. I wouldn't be able to tell you the top of my head, like zone counts or whatever. But it was a long game. Like it was a really long adventure for like for a game in 1994. Shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm gonna compare this to Mario for a second. Like, you got like the sense of speed that you get from a Sonic. You realize like how far you were traveling when you were playing a Sonic level. Because Mario, like, yeah, you look at Mario World or something like that, and like you have like your 8 worlds to look at, and they usually have like 6 or 7 levels in between. You're not really crossing all that much distance compared to a Sonic game. So even though there's nowhere near as many zones, they all feel really fucking long, and they all feel really big. And Sonic 3 and Knuckles was the first time where I felt like I was actually like, it was the first time where I felt like I could not finish it in a single sitting, like as a kid. Like I was really happy that the save system was there for me to actually just
Oh
take
my
breaks.
god.
Save
Thank
system
the Lord
is
for
godlike.
that.
The first time we had a save system.
So you don't have to put
That's
in the
so
fucking
stupid. Remember
sound
the
test
code.
level select code. You just had that
Oh,
shot
God.
saved.
Oh, you don't think about it.
No, not that one. Like fucking it's Sonic
The
2.
spooky one. Yeah.
It could be worse. It could be those stupid Mega Man X fucking codes.
Oh my god. Remember this like 20 character.
That fucking like the bingo card that you got.
Yeah. You gotta like memorize actual code.
Fucking AVGN episodes where they have like capital A, lowercase a, and like L and like uppercase I. It's like what the why? And it's so unnecessary.
It's all these little quality of life features that that Sonic 3 and Knuckles gave us, and I'm so happy that we did. Finishing the Sonic 3 portion, like seeing, just having your Chaos Emeralds just taken from you because there's this big old giant emerald in the middle of all this, and like, what the hell is going? Like, why am I getting my powers taken away from me? You finish all of that, and it's like, you go through that again, you find out about the Super Emeralds.
That was so fucking cool.
The Super Emeralds getting Hypersonic was just the coolest fucking thing to me, and that's always made me appreciate that. Like that kind of set my that started my appreciation for like characters just getting their having everything, getting it taken from them, and just getting it all back and then some. Fucking Metroid Zero Mission playing that at the very end of the game.
Need for
Same
Speed
exact
Hot
feeling.
Pursuit.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking Driver San Francisco when you lose you start losing control of your mind because he's going through heart attacks and shit, and at the end of it you're about to wake up from the coma and he just has god powers now because he's in his own mind. Just
yeah.
all that shit's so fucking cool. Like losing your abilities and then just getting them all back and then some. I've always loved that in in-game storytelling because you get to feel how badass your character is now.
We need to talk about how fucking awesome Doomsday Zone is. That is mind blowing. Literally, think about that at the time. Think
At
about
the
how
time.
fucking insane that
Dude.
is.
At the time,
Life-changing.
Doomsday Zone was such a spectacle. You are supersonic. You are in space. Your stakes are, oh shit, if I run out of rings, I'm going
I
to fall
freaking
into
die.
space and crash. I'm going to fall into space. I'm going to fall out of orbit, back into orbit. I'm going to burn up and die. While this fucking dude with a giant ass robot is stealing the master. He's stealing the thing that made me this god. I want to take it back. Just all the storytelling
So
that you got from
freaking
Sonic
cool.
3 and Knuckles is so good. I hate what Doomsday Zone did for future Sonic games. Just having Super Sonic be like a glorified cutscene. Look at what it did to fucking Sonic Generations. Because that's
Oh
basically
my
a
God.
boss fight. Let's be real.
Yeah, similarly, but not as good.
I hate that. I mean, I'm glad that we had Sonic Adventure doing that a little better. You still essentially played as Sonic. It was kind of the precursor to how we see Super Sonic in Frontier.
It wasn't a trend yet
No,
at the time. So.
but it's the trend that it set. It definitely left a sour feeling. It doesn't feel great. Look, that's kind of my thing on that's kind of my short end of Sonic 3 and Knuckles. Physics engine is kind of just perfected in that game as far as classic Sonic goes, in my opinion. I feel like, you know, level design, movement speed, all of that was just great. I love the fire shield. I love the bubble bounce. The first time we got the bounce.
Yes.
Wow. That stupid meme.
Wow. We know how much we love that shit in Sonic Adventure 2 and in 06.
And in Lost World. Okay.
What? Wait, what?
And in Lost World.
Wait,
it's
what?
in Lost.
In
It
what?
bounces in Lost World.
In what?
It's in Lost World.
In what?
Also,
He hates it.
the best game. Best game. I will
I've
say,
never heard of this game before.
I do miss the multi-homing attack. from
You
Lost
lost
World.
it.
Oh,
You
that
lost
yeah,
it.
I will say that.
I
Was
do miss that a lot, and then they just never did it again. Like, damn it, it's still that. Fuck.
They only
They
made
did the
like 2
exact
fucking
opposite
games past
person.
that.
Oh, you got your fancy little fast homing attack. No forces. Like, okay, you have to wait like half a second after hitting every enemy. And then I guess you can say Shadow does the same thing, but it feels a lot nicer in Shadow Generation, or just when Shadow does it in general, because you know the whole teleporting animation or whatever. But that's just the way the game feels.
Feels a lot
But-
faster. Yeah.
It feels a lot faster. You're just teleporting, but realistically, it does take about the same amount of time. But moving on. Next on the list, we are going to be talking about Shadow Generations, not Sonic X Shadow Generations.
Jesus.
Just waiting for that to update.
No, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so linear boost games have never. Movement in linear boost has never felt so good. This is gonna be a weird thing to say, but immediately when I first played it, it felt like I was moving like the Avatar did in Forces, and in the best way possible. He had slower, like his slow moving speed, his like general walking speed. It doesn't feel clunky like it does in Unleashed or in Generations. You could happily do that. I mean, shit, you didn't even have to boost when you were in the when you were in white space. You could just casually you could just walk around.
Yeah,
It builds up its speed very
skating with
comfortably.
Shadow feels really freaking good, actually.
Mhm. You don't have to boost to enjoy his movement, and that is the first time we ever had that in a modern, like in a boost Sonic game. It's weird to think about, because if you go back to looking at the hub worlds in what the fuck was it in Unleashed. Let's be real, Sonic felt clunky when you were moving around.
Well, yeah,
couldn't boost.
they literally change your speed and movement in the hub worlds because they don't want you boosting around in the city.
Yeah, but like if you do that, like even in just, you know, if you're just screwing around in Windmill Isle Act 1 and just kind of walking around, he feels gross when he's out of boost. Even in Generations. But yeah, this is the first time where you don't have to be in boost and you can still feel good about just walking around in circles.
They really nailed it.
But even besides that, when you are in boost, it's probably the best playing boost game in the sense that without with the lack of motion blur and that the camera doesn't like zoom in on you, it feels really good for gameplay because you don't feel bogged down by these things. Like you feel like you still have the entire scope, like you still have like you have all of your line of sight is just clear. You can see through everything. There's nothing bogging you down. But at the same time, it makes you feel a bit slower. I don't know if anyone else has kind of felt that playing Shadow Generations. You have a lot more control for sure, but he feels a little bit slower than he does in like Unleashed or rather than Sonic does in Unleashed or Shadow or Sonic Generations.
It's just the nature of the level design.
Yeah.
'Cause Unleashed is way more of like a corridor type thing.
Yeah.
And you can't have a more expansive level design with all these multiple paths without having a slower character,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
I mean, we've kind of seen what happens when you do, but we'll get into that later. But at least they kind of just designed everything around it. Shadow's his new moveset, everything about it is just really fucking fun. I don't know what the discourse is on Doom Morph, but Phil was right. Once you figure it out, it becomes a lot of fun. It is.
Which one's that one again?
The Splatoon one, right?
Yeah, Splatoon 1. Fucking,
Yeah,
Chaos
it
Island
took
Act
me a
1.
while to realize, like, when the things that you have to, like, tether to, you have to be under it So that way you like catapult
Yeah.
yourself up.
It's only
Yeah.
really annoying in that stage puzzle with in Chaos Island, where you
Is
have to
that
like go up for that.
explained in like a hint thing?
I don't think it's explained. I think you can just
No,
figure
it's
it
not
out.
explained. It's legit not explained. You just have to figure it out, which
The
kind of
fuck?
sucks.
What it felt, what learned Doom Morph to me is Sonic's answer to Mario World's cape, in the way that you swing around to keep momentum, and it feels great.
Oh. Yeah, once you actually like get how to like finagle with it, it actually does feel pretty fun.
We only have certain things you can tether to. Mario's Cape you can kind of use as long as you have space.
Yeah, as long as you can get the speed, obviously it can work.
So long as you're just tethering, that's fine, but you're kind of just going across from platform to platform, and you can boost out of those platforms, unlike the Doom Surf or whatever. So like you're still maintaining your speed that way, and so even just hopping in back and forth between the two, especially during the Neo Doom fight or Devil Doom fight, where you have to swing across platforms like that as Doom Morph, that felt really good, and it felt like I was playing Mario World for the first time, or not for the first time, but it gave me that same sense of like, okay, I have to keep this arc going, this like waving arc, to keep my speed up, and all of that just felt really nice. Once I figured it out, at first, like learning that, yeah, like Ronald said, knowing that you had to be under the tether bits to actually, the purple balls to actually tether onto them, like just getting the hang of Doom Morph fucking sucked. But once you got a hang of it, like once I figured it out, at least, like it felt really good after. I do worry that Shadow Generations might kickstart the same thing that Sonic Generations' Green Hill Zone, where we just find new ways to revisit Shadow's past, or just finding new ways to fight Black Doom again.
Well, now it would feel like a slap in the face if they did, because like Michael and like what I pointed out before, this feels like it's the like neat way to like tie it up and move on. This should be the moving on from Shadow's past.
And I hope it's the moving on, but like, how many times have we revisited Green Hill Zone?
True.
Well, that's just kind of a staple. Like,
It's
that's never going.
like a visual thing.
That's not necessarily a story thing, though. That's just more story.
I just don't
Like,
want to see that. I just don't want to see
Amazon
Black Doom come back over and over and over again.
Yeah,
you
we have to
know?
do the forbidden thing of hoping Sega makes a good decision.
Yep. Suddenly Black Doom returned.
Good luck, fucker.
Oh dear.
You know what? They're kind of cooking with VF6, so maybe they redeem themselves.
Yeah, we're in a good direction so far. Let's keep hoping.
I'm just glad that he wasn't full on, Mean Lord Edgy the Hedgy bullshit. He does really well when he's just trying to when he's just being his like
No
when
nonsense.
he's no nonsense, like, hey, look, I'm here to get shit done. I'm here to figure out what the hell is going on. Just figuring out that it was Black Doom from the very beginning. He's like, all right, this is my mission. I'm here to just go through it. All of that was great. Seeing him smile when he grabbed Maria's hand, I was like, oh shit, this is it. I don't know what it was. I mean, we all knew what it fucking was when we saw that happen. It was like, you see him smile and you felt that. I felt
Let my mans be happy again.
Something happy in the heart. Something was nice there. I'm like,
Yeah.
this is great. And we haven't seen this since Sonic Adventure 2. What rank was it? Was it the A or an S rank where he occasionally just drops the "I'm the coolest" line? Why
Yeah.
would?
Well, was that
That was in the boss
fight?
fight. The boss fight, yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Or
it's been a
well,
while.
S rank, I think it's like too easy for me. I don't know. I gotta go through all the voice lines.
Yeah, he said something like, let me shoot
It's been a while since it's been a while since I've played SA2, but like I remember those things. I'm like, I don't remember Shadow saying that, but he does. I'm like, I always thought it was kind of weird, but I'm like, wait a second, because I always had this, like, past like 2010 or whatever, going back to like the G4 and fucking, early 2010s YouTube, where it's like, oh, Shadow is just the fucking edgelord and whatever. It's like these things just become so repressed, but when you hear them again, it's like, wait. He wasn't just some edgy piece of shit this whole time.
Yeah, we brought it up even with Sonic Prime of all things, or at least it was something that I felt and mentioned, that even Sonic Prime did a solid job of capturing Shadow as not being like just edgy and angsty. He's just the no-nonsense guy. He's trying to get stuff done while everyone's goofing off.
You're posing, Ronald. You're posing.
I'm
You didn't even
posing.
finish it.
Okay, bro, I'll finish it eventually. But
There's
even
no more shadow, so you're just posing, bro. You're reading Wikipedia articles, I can tell.
bro, it's made apparent from the very beginning that we get to see Shadow's
Mhm.
perspective.
I could just infer. Okay, man.
It's not inferred. You literally see Shadow's frustration with how stupid Sonic is.
And how does that portray in season 3?
Wait, season
No
3.
comment.
Oh wait, hold on. Wait, how many seasons are
The
there?
last season,
3.
there's 3.
Oh, I don't know. It's portrayed plenty in season 2.
That's a lot of seasons.
It's just 3.
The point is, I think
Like
we're
6 episodes each.
we're in a good like spot of Shadow portrayal now, where he has his role.
It's always been
role.
great. Wow, we're receiving it better now.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're getting a lot. Sonic gameplay
He's not-
is in a really good spot now over the last 2
He's
years.
not even necessarily a bad guy, too. He's just
Can we
like-
get a big
Oh, I-
epic story like 06 again or something? Not exactly
But-
like 06 with like
Yeah.
fucking
Something where
kissing,
Shadow has
humans.
something to do.
but like something where all the characters are involved in it.
yeah. That
That
would
would
be
be
cool.
sick.
Adventure game, God, please. Something, anything.
Please.
You know what has a pretty big story? Is honestly Rush. With the whole like alternate universe and the Soul Emeralds.
Yeah.
Like something like that. Like I'll take anything.
And that got retcon, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it got double retconned.
It's okay. Blaze can still be given a chance to cook in some way.
Honestly, in the timeline, I think they're just from the Olympic Games now. There's no other.
Mhm.
That is hilarious.
When are we finally getting that Mario and Sonic RPG game? Anything that isn't just fucking Olympics.
The DS version of Winter Olympics.
Oh yeah, with the fucking
It has the
That
full-on
story mode?
adventure mode. Yeah. With like hub
Isn't
worlds
Donkey
and
Kong-
shit.
isn't like Donkey Kong like an important character in that too? Everybody gets the silly one.
Yeah, like it's a legit story, and then you're like, oh shit, RPG battle, and then it's fucking like curling.
Yeah. My favorite RPG fight.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
it's Epic 7.
Oh wait, that was your number 5. Wait, hold on. 6.
That was 5. Yeah.
Oh, what's your number 4?
Sonic Gens.
Oh, wait a
Hell
minute.
yeah.
What?
Damn, you're the highest generation.
What?
I
What the?
thought I was gonna be. Holy shit. All right, cool.
I bet you said Sonic Gems, like Gems Collection.
Sonic Gen. No, it's just
Sonic.
That's what it
Sonic
sound like.
Gens. Ooh, we got the Sonic R's and the CDs and the, what else is on there? The Fighters. Just make
Sonic
my
Gems
top.
Collection is a fucking banger. I love that collection.
It's a really good collection.
It's
I
bullet gem.
really like all the
Like
fucking
man.
Game Gear games. They're all fun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So Sonic Generations, gameplay wise, you know we finally got the real like second brush up on the boost formula that that Unleash kind of just it started. Everything felt a lot tighter. The drift was fixed. It felt a lot easy. It was a lot more usable in Generations, even if it wasn't used anywhere near as much, if I recall.
Ugh.
Just
go
moving
back and
around,
try
like
and try that.
everything felt right. It was the first time that we had the chance to view boost gameplay at 60 FPS when it came out on PC. So all of this just felt really good. It was really nice seeing kind of just all of these old zones come back for the very first time after at this point I guess it was 15 years, right? Or 15 or 20?
it was the
20th
20th anniversary game.
Yeah, 20th anniversary. But even then, just seeing all of that stuff come back, everything felt really good. I mean, yeah. Boost Sonic felt really good. It was really nice going through all these new stages. I felt like the art direction. I really love the way they just did Chemical Plant. Something about Chemical Plant itself just felt ominous, especially the first couple. When you go through the first couple seconds of Act 2, just listening to that hard synth just kind of kick in between that and the guitar, like everything felt sinister. Until like the rest of the Chemical Plant melody kicks in which case you realize, wait a second, you're Sonic, you're badass, you're fast, you can go through it. the auditory storytelling through like the way the music was composed for all of Act 2 was really fucking good. I didn't really care for, I mean, this is kind of just a result of, you know, Sonic Colors had just come out. Didn't care for, I feel like the game definitely ended on a sour note between Time Eater and, Planet Wisp. Easily the worst stage in the game, in my opinion.
Holy frick.
It's pretty bad.
It's fucking, it definitely made Sonic Generations kind of just end on a sour note for me. But
That looks
it
like
was
a
still
homing shot.
It was still a great game otherwise. We can't talk about old Sonic Generations without talking about mod support, and we can't talk about mods without talking about, you know, Unleashed Project.
Yeah,
So,
hold that for
everything-
the next list. Because
Yeah,
we'll be
save
making a
it.
whole other list of mods and fan content.
But yeah,
I
a lot
legit
of-
don't know how I can whittle down the top 10. I'm having such a time choosing.
yeah, Sonic Generations, I think. No, I guess Forces had Forces on PS4 and Xbox One with 60 FPS, but that wasn't really a fun game to play anyway. Sonic Generations at 60 FPS was just, or like on PC for the first time, was one of the most incredible experiences because that's how I played it. I didn't have an Xbox 360 or a PS3 at the time, so like just seeing Sonic move that fluidly after playing Sonic Unleashed on the Wii, like it was a night and day difference, and it was just beautiful to look at. So everything just felt right playing Sonic Generations to me, and again, that's kind of just my gist of it. The music was great. Playing as modern Sonic is fantastic. You go through classic Sonic, and it's sure. I mean, I think this is the one iteration of classic Sonic besides Sonic Advance 1 where I think like anything that isn't outside of that original like M-word based engine or whatever else, it felt right. Because Sonic Advanced 1, if you think like, it wasn't really so much like, okay, they're trying to just redo Sonic Genesis all over again. They're just trying to like, it's Sonic, you're going fast, you're kind of harkening back to you remember your roots as, you know, a 2D platformer, as a fast 2D platformer, but it doesn't just feel like you're trying to be Sonic 1 again, or Sonic 2 again.
Yeah.
It felt like it was its own thing. I look at Sonic Advance 2 and 3, where they've really just like, fucking turned the whole set piece up to 11, where you're just constantly moving really fucking fast throughout the entire game. With not a whole lot of like really slow or like a lot of like methodical platforming like you would have gotten in Sonic 3. I didn't really care for that, but like, you look at Sonic Generations, classic Sonic, all the platforming is there, and all the like the set piece sections, they're really the set piece sections are just really well animated, like Riley mentioned with Sonic 3 and Knuckles going through Sky Sanctuary. Is like, yeah, you see that whole set piece again in 3D, and that's all really pretty to look at. You look at the whole the Crisis City bit where like the tornado hits and it's like, oh cool, things are floating around. Yeah, this is just regular platforming. I don't know why, but it was so like, I couldn't help but crack a smile and be mad at the same time when I got cock teased by the goal floating away from the because
Dude,
of
that
the
was
tornado.
freaking messed up that they did that.
Oh
It was
yeah.
It's so goofy to look at, but it's like you're mad and then you're happy. It's so funny. It's so bittersweet.
It's like, yeah, you know what? You got me.
And then you're angry, so you spin dash and you get sucked into a tornado.
Yeah. But it's like, oh cool, all these like set pieces that happen, like all these like super speed set pieces, you don't really get those because you can do those on command. You have the Sonic Adventure 1 spin dash again.
That is, talk about overpowered spin dash. That one was fucking crazy.
That one was so insane. I loved it so much. It was so broken, and it's like, cool. This is the one time I can really enjoy classic Sonic. And then, you know, classic Sonic outside of, you know, the Genesis trilogy. And then we have fucking Forces, which, you know, kind of ruined that. They took they ruined his whole, like, physics system. You can't run up those, like, little steep slopes or whatever. You have to go through the whole loop-de-loop build-up and momentum.
You took everything from me.
You took everything from me? Yeah. No, Sonic Generations Classic was just really well done because you just felt like it was a kind of a healthy in-between regular Sonic and it's kind of like how Super Sonic would have felt if you could just play as him as in a regular game. but like not uncontrollably so, like you could in Sonic 2 or 3. And you know, obviously, Generations is the whole legacy of like mod support. That's replayability just comes from that all in and of itself. So that's gonna be my top 4 for now.
Alrighty. It's super late, so I'm just gonna put the rest of Phil and MM's list on here, but we can talk about it tomorrow if we do the part 2 stream or just another time. And then we will finally be in top 3 territory.
Shoot.
Are we splitting this up in 2 parts, or are we finishing?
No, I mean part 2 as in everyone that wasn't here. But Wes, we're finishing this now, bro.
Yeah. I was like, might as well. We're so close.
Let's see. I guess 3. Oh wait, did I do Phil's list backwards? Actually, I hope this isn't backwards.
No way. If Rider Zero Gravity is 1.
That honestly, I wouldn't put it past Phil to do that. Let's see.
Phil's got the recency bias thing hard. Generations or Shadow Gens being like his favorite game at the time, and he just started playing Zero Gravity because he's been asking us about it.
Wild.
Zero Gravity. Looking back at it, Zero Gravity has a really cool setting. Like they doubled down on the whole futuristic thing. It's just they sacrificed a good game. Like the gravity concept is cool. It's just not utilized very well, in my opinion.
Holy frick. This list is wild.
Zero Gravity.
Okay.
Yeah, hopefully y'all can see that fine on the stream.
Okay.
Ghost, I need you.
No, that's fine. Yeah. Alright.
Sonic R in top 5. Jinkies.
That's fine. That's fine.
Sonic.
It's a really good soundtrack.
The fact that Zero Gravity is in top 10 is what's concerning.
I think Mania is in literally all of our lists. Let's go.
Oh man. Oh wait, did I do that in the wrong order? Hey, I'm double checking MM's list.
Sonic R is 1.
Bullshit.
Oh wait, no, that's Michael's. Okay.
Damn, you're just spoiling mine?
Yeah, I was about to spoil yours.
You fucking bitch.
Okay, this is
Definitely
interesting.
gonna be more concise with my stuff. Just because it's almost midnight, I gotta work tomorrow.
Yeah, I work tomorrow too.
What?
Sonic Unleashed.
I think I
Wii.
skipped one, but let me. look
Sonic
at the-
Adventure 2 for Engage. Sonic Heroes on PS2, nice. Sonic Advance 3 on emulator.
Oh hell yeah.
Sonic Adventure 2.
Oh wait, he didn't specify which Sonic Unleashed.
I'm just fucking around.
No, but
I'm
that's
gonna
the problem. I
assume-
know MM would need a
You know what? Just put
specification.
Wii on there. If he wants to defend himself, he can show up later.
Sonic Jam on
yeah,
Gamecom.
Specifically the PS2 port.
Yep, that's what I said. Yummy 30 FPS.
Oh lordy.
If even that.
No, it was not even that.
But they have quite the interesting list. I gushed about Frontiers. It's my personal number 2. But I would really make a video essay on why I think it's the 4th best Sonic game of all time.
Objectively.
It's your personal number 2, then why is it at 4?
Because,
Yeah,
like I
what's
told y'all,
wrong?
this is a list of the best Sonic games of all time, and whatever criteria you deem necessary to judge them.
So you put best in
This was just my favorite
separate
list.
categories.
Whoops.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. That's what I even said at the beginning.
I gave y'all the prompt, and I said it's up to you to judge things how you want. But I called it best Sonic games of all time for a reason.
But I'm asking you, are you the kind of person that puts best and favorites in different lists?
Yeah, because if something is your favorite, but you know it's not the best thing, then you just differentiate and say so.
Alright, just checking.
I mean, at this point, the best thing isn't even Sonic.
Well, alrighty. But yeah, like I said in the beginning, like I have my criteria for what makes these games in my book just... Basically, these are the games that I would consider the most iconic games, and if someone asked you to, like, present what games best, like, encompass the franchise, this is what I would hand to people. In this priority, basically. But my top 3, number 3, the GOAT, as Premi de Remy likes to call it, Sonic Heroes.
Yeah, buddy. Play the opening with the
with the sound effects.
so fucking unnecessary.
Like we've mentioned about adventure, I think honestly that's kind of happened with a lot of the late classic to end of GameCube era games, of like the retrospective, like looking back and like saying, oh wait, well these games were actually great, I don't know why people hated them. That 1000% happened with Heroes. Not for everybody, but for a lot of people. And Heroes, it wasn't my first game that I played, but it was the first Sonic game that I bought and owned with my own money.
Oh shit.
I legit saved up money to go to a specific game store in Barstow to buy a GameCube and Sonic Heroes. But Heroes in general, it touches on the things that I was saying earlier about the times where Sonic games, you could feel not only the quality, but the passion and direction, where you can tell they had an idea and they wanted to cook with it the best they could. Heroes, gameplay-wise, is actually pretty freaking cool. Like a pretty good system, even though it's like 4 teams, different characters, but it's all generally the same basic system of you have these characters, these types, they do these things, go figure out how you progress through the level. And it makes going through like level progression really, really fun. And even little things like the level up system and just the different variances in what characters do with like their attacks and stuff. Heroes just so cool, man. And even just content-wise, like aside from wanting to like get A ranks and playing the extra hard missions, unlocking the last story, all that stuff, this game also had a multiplayer, which I wouldn't put it on the same level as Adventure 2, but it's still a pretty decent multiplayer. I think Heroes is actually like pretty up there in replayability, honestly.
Agreed.
It's just a cool game that they had what they wanted to do and they cooked with it. And it's probably gonna always stay in like my top favorites. And I mean, I know it's been mentioned, like who've wanted a Sonic Heroes 2 for who knows how long, and it's one of the prominent rumors going around right now that we're getting some kind of Heroes HD remake.
You ever always seen those mock-ups of like? You ever seen those mock-ups like both YouTube and like Ethan are about? Here's what Sonic Heroes 2 seems to look like, and it was always like Sonic, Shadow, and Silver.
Sonic. Well, I mean, that's what me and everyone on the planet wanted. It would be freaking
It's
cool.
so-
They were really jankily made, but really cool
Yeah.
concept.
I'm like, how do you get around anything? It was hilarious.
I don't know.
That's the next Sega hire this man project is happening.
I mean, what if that's what they'll actually be doing? I don't know. We have to see whatever they'll be making next with Sonic stuff. But Heroes, it's always a game I'm down to revisit. I can't wait to show it to Anime too.
Shout out to Mystic Mansion.
Dude.
Pass to those candles.
Shoutouts to Hang Castle.
Oh lord.
And the best music ever.
Number 2. Can you guess what I'm gonna put?
Sonic
What did I do?
Battle 2.
Sonic Battles.
Sonic
I'm tired, I'm sorry.
Oh my god. Sonic Adventure 2 Battles
Sonic Rivals.
specifically. Oh my
Yes.
god. Everyone's been saying
Yes.
Sonic Adventure 2. I'm specifying Battle, because again...
Because you should.
I don't know why the frick you wouldn't play Battle instead of the Dreamcast version.
Chill.
But Adventure 2, such a pivotal game to the point that it's still like is its own thing that has yet to be fully replicated. There's been some attempts. We've had the things that are close to an Adventure 3, like 06.
Sonic World Adventure.
Well, I'll get to that later. But
Oh, he spoiled it.
Adventure 2 is like when we've talked about like other types of games where like something has a legacy that doesn't necessarily make it good. Adventure 2 has a legacy, but it is also good. Again, with like Adventure 1, though, there are various things about it you can debate did not stand the test of time. But those points that I said about like the vision and the content, I think Adventure 2 technically is the Sonic game with the most replayability of all time. Chao Garden alone. Holy frick. Actually, Sonic Adventure 2 might be a timeless game. This might be a game
Agreed.
that we could still play like a decade from now and have like reasons outside of nostalgia to replay it.
We have.
Yeah,
We're
it's
doing that now.
it's actually crazy. And on top of all that, this game actually has an even better multiplayer.
The best in the main line. I'm not crazy.
Yeah, actually. Like, the content and replayability of this game
Sonic
is one of the-
06, holding someone as silver and just walking to the end.
No.
It's not fun?
It's no use. Yeah, like, I mean, well, everyone already know. I shouldn't even have to elaborate much because everyone loves this game to the point of contrarian opinions made on it. But it's just a good, critically acclaimed game. Who knows if we'll ever get anything that has this game's level of just an overall package of stuff, except for number 1, Sonic Unleashed. My funny.
PS2.
Well, 360 PS3, but I would just say 360 because that's the one I played and the one I have, and the one that gets a boost when you play it on an Xbox Series.
Why is yours good to be italicized?
Well,
It's a repeat.
Wait, where is it? There we go. There we go. This is another thing I could make a whole video essay on. I really shouldn't, because I need to go to sleep. But, like,
Right now.
like me and Riley have said before, and like Humberto even touched on earlier, I can wholeheartedly say with my chest that nothing has touched the quality that Unleashed hit. Unleashed literally was peak Sonic, and I'm not exaggerating. It is mind-boggling how the opening cutscene of this game is still like the most quality cutscene out of the entire franchise. It is mind-boggling how, if you can take away some of the like Adventure 2 bias, this game, if this game had other playable characters, this literally would be Sonic Adventure 3. Also not an exaggeration. Which, yes, to be like I have agreed that if the Werehog was Knuckles and then you got to do like some other stuff around town as Tails, it would be Sonic Adventure 3. Just pretty much, because it checks every other box. These like some of the best story and stakes in a Sonic game. It's literally a world adventure, which adds to the quality of it. They literally studied real-life places to come up with these different hub worlds and different stages, integrating the different culture and like even something as like what we're saying about little details, even like the freaking food that you get to build XP and give it to Chip, like has like cultural relevance. It's insane how quality this game is.
I made him starve.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I said I starved him to death. I didn't beat him.
Oh my god, you're supposed to give Chip certain things, then he gives you stuff.
Anywho, go on.
But that was something that I was gonna bring up from what you guys said before about like the whole thing about the XP system and all that. A lot of the aspects of this game, you can tell the passion and attention to detail because it all kind of like feeds into itself. The game wants you to like explore and collect stuff and try stuff out and get stuff, and that's probably part of why my playthrough seemed to apparently have been way more fun than like what other people had, because one, like I wasn't ignoring like a lot of the game's stuff. I was getting plenty of XP to like level up Sonic's stuff, and I liked it because I like systems like that. But two, I think for me with the Werehog, because I like hack and slash beat 'em up gameplay, stuff like that, I think I mostly focused on unlocking all the combos from the Werehog, because the moment I saw which stat like unlocks those combos, I immediately started going ham on just getting whatever I could. And so the Werehog gameplay was fun for me, like way earlier on than I guess for most people. Yes, the stages are a bit too long, and the jazz jump scare every time I'm trying to listen to the stage's really good music, and then a fight comes and I'm jump scared by the freaking battle theme. That is hilariously obnoxious.
Or dying.
But basically, Unleashed has. Huh?
How's that on a soundbite in Discord, by the way?
Oh yeah, I probably should get that. Basically, honestly, kind of like Frontiers, just having a bit more quality over it comparatively. Unleashed just has a bunch of little nitpicks that really just come down to preference, honestly. But I stand by what I say, where nothing, not even Adventure 2, has reached the level of quality that Unleashed hit. Frontiers and Shadow Generations, you feel it. You feel like we're going in that direction again. It's just not quite there yet. But god dang, Unleashed was a really freaking good game. And Frontiers 2 needs to blow me away for it to overtake Unleashed, because at first I was thinking about it, of whether or not I like Frontiers more than Unleashed, but the more I thought about like Unleashed as a package, Unleashed feels literally it's the only thing Unleashed is missing is just more playable characters. But it's the most complete package aside from that, because this game has so much packed into it. It even has DLC, which the DLC stages are actually pretty cool.
They're hard as balls.
They're hard, but they're cool.
Some of them are fucking bullshit. Like, honestly. Fucking the not Windmill Isle. I think it's the Missouri one. It's the one that's just a remix of the level, where they add all that stupid shit everywhere.
Yeah. Well, because that's a few of the stages actually where it's either they add stuff and it's like way more difficult, or it's the
It's like an original one.
Rotating it or even reversing the stage.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
Honestly, it's
I
cool.
remember the one on Spagonia, the one where you're just like homing attacking like over a bottomless pit. That was alright.
See, now I want to replay all these again. Oh, frick. Wait, what happened to the alerts? Oh, dang it. Sorry, Woody. Hang on a sec. Okay, hang on a sec. We gotta make sure these channel points didn't go to waste. Oh, frick. The frick? It's not working. Okay. Sorry, Woody. I'll have to figure that out in a second. But yeah, Sonic Unleashed. Best Sonic game of all time. Maybe I'll make a video essay on it, maybe not. But it's a really good freaking game that I think sets up the bar for quality so high that if Frontiers 2 doesn't hit it, I don't know if anything will ever hit it. Keeping it real.
Need you to go into the Sonic channel and bump these noises real quick.
Bump what noises? Okay, hold on a sec. Howdy, there's Phil. Yes, that's the one he was referring to.
Bro, I just posted that in the fucking Twitch channel. In the Twitch chat. Hold up.
Actually, can anyone add to the soundboard, or does it have to be me?
That's a Funk Master
Triple
thing.
Trouble should be the 8-bit version, because it's only official games for this one.
Oh wait, which one is? Alright, never mind. Yes, play Unleashed on a Series X or S. Life-changing, genuinely.
It makes Jungle Joyride even more enjoyable.
I actually liked seeing it at fucking 4 FPS. It was kind of fun.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
The ocean areas in 4 FPS was fucking weird to look at. It was the getting chased by the robot that sucked.
Yeah, the robot in the jungle like literally tanked that shit hard. It even drops on Series S.
Yeah.
Rip.
Drops to like 50 or something. Game's ahead of its time. Alright, we gotta clean this shit up, dog.
Yeah. Whoever's next, go next while I try to fix my freaking sound alerts.
Here we go.
Alright, what's my top 3 run? Type them out.
My browser source was offline. It's right here.
What the fuck did you just say, bro?
My sound alerts aren't working.
That
Anywho,
doesn't sound like
Ronald.
the third game.
Yeah, that's not the fucking third game, bro. Anywho.
Oh my gosh.
Number 3, this isn't gonna shock you, Sonic Riders.
Yerp.
Probably my favorite Sonic spin-off. I guess we could call it that.
I
Sonic
mean, if
Sports
it's
Team
this
Country.
high, then yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, lots been said about it. I really love the aesthetics, the full, it being in the future, like wholeheartedly. Like, you know, some settings in Sonic are kind of fluid. Like some will be kind of futuristic, but some will be like modern day. But this one just totally embraces it, and its presentation and the state design. There's always these cool, different, high-techy raceways, and I do like that it's juxtaposed with the kind of more ancient settings with kind of random like Arabian Nights like setting towards the end of like fighting the what were they the ancient gears, which are just like flying carpets. On paper it sounds silly, but like it works really well, and I do like the new characters are all cool and unique in their own ways. Um, the mechanics are great. It's the melee of racing games.
The melee of racing games.
It's really fun, and I can't wait to talk about the T edition when we talk about mods, because ooh, well, I'll have to say about it. But no, I love the game pieces, the good music, very good setting, really fun. Ronald, we gotta find that one guy who randomly came out to KO and fucking beat our asses.
Holy
clean.
frick, dude.
Holy crap, we thought we were smooth? Oof. We didn't know shit about the game.
Shoutouts to random Cali hidden bosses that always one and done a tournament and then we never see them again.
Fucking Mr. Beninoe from Bakersfield.
Where's
Why does this
where's
keep
the
happening?
what was his name? Combo Master? Yo, shoutouts to Combo Master and shoutouts to Dog Ass. My motherfucking goats, bro, I miss them. Anywho, before we talk about the best Las Vegas is like number 2, drumroll, it's Heroes. I fucking love Heroes.
Rose.
It's such a fun game, and it really, to me, it's like the closest I'm gonna get to Sonic Adventure 3 I want. You know, the game that encompasses everyone. It's, you know, kind of this bombastic, really high-paced setting. I really like the way everyone plays. Like, even though like, the differences aren't all that great, it's mainly in like the power characters where you get like the difference in combat ability. Everyone gets the time to shine. It's got my favorite special stage with you know, the tube 360 tube that you get to run down. Yeah, I love that. Though I really wish we would.
Yeah.
It really fucking grinds my gears that we don't get the most awesome version of that game that's stuck in 3DS Generations. That thing fucking
Yeah,
rips.
why did 3DS Generations get that?
I don't fucking know. It doesn't deserve it, but it has it. So I've always liked that. That's really the only like decent the PvP mode to play. The other ones are okay. Well, I mean like the actual full-on action race. That's fine. It's only those two that are like worth playing when it comes to PvP. So it's not as good as SA2 Battle, but no, I like that it's kind of like their attempt at Adventure 3 or like Sonic 2 Episode 2. Really fun. Metal Overlord is a classic boss for a reason.
Iconic.
And again, it's also really badass. Got great music. The intro is hilarious because any intro of anything that has like just sound effects from like the game always crack me the fuck up. Like look at the Toonami Dragon Ball Z opening. The one that shows scenes from the fucking OVAs that they weren't even out in America yet. Oh man, it cracks me up.
Gosh.
No, I love the game pieces, but here's the most obvious number 1 ever on this podcast. Adventure 2 Battle, it's perfect to me. You can tell me every single flaw there is about it, and there are quite a bit. I don't care. I've heard them all. I've lived them all. I've experienced them all. My love for this game is rock steady. Like, don't waste your breath trying to get me to not have this as my number 1. Only proper Adventure 3 could maybe, and I do mean maybe, get me off this game. God, I don't even know where it starts. Just coming off, so Adventure 1 was my original like favorite Sonic game. So to have something that like upped the ante and just like doubled the content and just kind of like basically just went all in. It's a game that where like more is more rather than less is more. I love all the stages. I love all the characters. Some of the best performances in the Sonic game on this game. One of the rare times where introducing a brand new character like just absolutely works and sticks throughout a series. So that's usually, it's always hard to input something brand new. And this more darker kind of take on the fact that I remember seeing these commercials as a kid, and just being like, whoa, you can play as the bad guys. Like, that just my jaw dropped. I'm like, that's not allowed, right? You're only allowed to play as good guys, right? And so seeing, this kind of story from the villain's perspective was really fucking awesome and a game changer. At least for those kind of games. And also, PK man, he has not been any better than this game. I'm not even kidding. Like, this is him at his absolute best, and he's technically one of the few times where he's successful in his mission.
Yeah, he's technically successful, actually.
Oddly enough, forces, but they dropped the ball on that. I'm like, oh, he took over the world, but it didn't fucking matter in that game. This one, though, he fucked shit up, and you can kind of just see from point A to point B. It's more methodical planning. The music is great. I listen to it. I'm listening to this host all the time, daily, at some point or another. It's all so good, so varied. I really like all the stages. This probably has my favorite stages in the entire series. Just the different locations. The arc is my favorite setting easily. For how it's both like high tech and then some portions like mistaken. How it basically has its own ecosystem. Like that's also the reason why I was so upset that Sonic 3 did not capitalize. Sonic 3 didn't capitalize on it because there's just so much to do on it. There's such a cool look and mystique about it. Gerald really was out of his fucking mind in this wacky ass base. But yeah, I love the game to pieces, and it's gonna be like that until Adventure 3 happens. So probably forever. Okay, no.
Here's hoping. Riley?
Mm-hmm.
Ronald already knows. He already knows. I've told him my top 3 Sonic games, and he doesn't agree.
You have your
but it's funny.
reasoning. Let's.
I do have my reasoning, because I thought this was favorites, so that's why I put these at my top 3. Because
it really is. It's just Ronald's just explained it in a weird way.
I gave y'all the prompt, and I said you could order things however you want.
It's more than just myself just having issues deciphering what you said. You explained it before. But yes, continue.
I just thought it was favorites. I didn't really.
That's what I thought too. That's what
I know it was like objectively.
Well, now you know the prompt, would you change your order right now?
No.
See, I rest my freaking case.
No, we're just having to deal with your bullshit.
So
yeah.
I'm glad one of the games that's on my top 3 has not been mentioned anywhere here so far. But
wait a
you
minute.
can just put.
reason.
Yeah, for very good reason. You can put all 3 of them down at once in order from 3, 2, 1. Sonic 3, Sonic 2, Sonic 1.
Oh, well, I mean, Sonic 2 was mentioned, but,
Sonic 1 was not.
Wait.
Wait a minute.
You're saying Sonic 1 is your favorite?
No, so Sonic 3 is number 1, Sonic 2 is 2, and Sonic 1 is 3.
That's what I figured.
Wait, hold on. So, are we really doing the Sonic 3 specifically?
Sonic 3 and Knuckles doesn't matter.
Okay, cool.
That's a flaming take for most people, because
that Sonic 3 is your number 1?
No, not that.
That's not
Just the fact that the original 3 games, in my opinion, are untouchable. They will always be untouchable. There's nothing that will ever surpass them, in my eyes. Which is crazy.
No, I've heard this. I've heard this plenty of times.
For like purists though, for like old fuckers, but not for like old
but
like
enough. That's
like,
not as flaming as I thought. But continue.
But I mean, generally, speaking, like the people who are very much like purists for the original Genesis games are not like they didn't really play the other ones, right? You know, it's people like, oh yeah, like I used to play games back in the 90s, right? So my favorite games are Sonic, the original Sonic trilogy or whatever, Sonic 1 or Sonic 2, right? But that's pretty much all they played, and usually they're the people that are like, Sonic sucks in 3D. He was ass when he turned to 3D, but I'm not like that, right? Because I like the 3D stuff too. But for me, like these games are like these are video games to me. This is the whole like concept of video games is these 3 games right here. Like I played a Mega Collection. It was one of the first Sonic games that I played, and or it's the first Sonic game that I played was Mega Collection. And for me, right, that was the game I grew up with. It was a cheap game at the time. I think Mega Collection was like a $20 game, so it was very easy to get for a younger kid like me. Over something like we had a GameCube and a PS2, but I played the PS2 more, so I preferred that. So I didn't play like Adventure 2 and Adventure 1 until later. But these classic games are like, to me, like I don't even know what to say about it. It's fucking Sonic the Hedgehog, right? Like this is what I think of when I think of Sonic. I think of these 3 games specifically. Sonic 3, of course, is my favorite, and we've already kind of touched upon like why it's so good.
It's iconic.
Yeah, it
was groundbreaking too, actually.
When you think about, yeah, definitely. I mean, like the scope of this game is insane. Death Egg Zone is crazy. Doomsday Zone is crazy. Like thinking about going to that stuff, but also in Sonic 2, right? Scaling, going through like Metropolis Zone and like Eggman's base, and taking the plane and going up to his big wing fortress, and then finally taking that rocket all the way up to the Death Egg Zone with the giant robot, and that shit's fucking crazy. Like that whole everything part of that is just crazy. Every one of these games are iconic in their own right, including Sonic 1, which I do need to justify just a little bit because I think a lot of people, yeah, a lot of people are like, Sonic 1, like, it's, dude, like I've already heard that like any criticism, right, is similar to what Michael was saying with like Adventure 2. Any criticism you have about any of these games, whether it be Sandopolis 2 has the fucking ghosts and it's slow, Sonic 2 has like the slicers and the fucking crab meats and the fucking starfish robots that are annoying as hell.
Sky Chase.
Sky Chase
and
is
all
slow.
of Sky Chase.
Sonic 1 can be slow, with Labyrinth Zone. Dude, I have played these games like so many times that none of that shit fucking matters. I like Labyrinth Zone. I do. I legit like it. I like going through it. It's fun. I like finding out about that secret that lets you skip the entire first level. Like that shit is awesome to me. Like, because I didn't even know that at the time. I found that out by mistake. I didn't even know you're supposed to like flip the switch, then take the platform and go up. And who the fuck would have figured that out? Other than by accident, right? It's crazy. I even like taking the bottom path in something like Labyrinth Act 3 because it gets you like those like weird like corkscrew tunnels. It's just really interesting. The original like level plans, or at least like the order, was actually Labyrinth Zone was supposed to be 2, so you can kind of tell by like the theming. But man, that would have been a fucking pace breaker, coming from Green Hill and then going to the Labyrinth. But Sonic 1 is so fucking iconic. Like there's nothing I really need to like explain when it comes to how like memorable the game is. But for me, like it's so ingrained into like myself that like I can't help but view like these 3 games as just like my favorites ever. 3 of course is, if I were to like pick one out of the 3, obviously 3 is my favorite, but any one of these games sit me down no matter what. Like sit me down if I'm feeling sad that day, if I'm just bored, if I am like frustrated or anything, any emotion, I can play these games and have a good time. And that is video games. These are video games. It's to waste time. It's to like just spend it doing something. And these I can play, have a good time. There's nothing more I can say. There's nothing more I want from a game. So yeah, and obviously these games springboarded into every single one of these other games on this list. So for me, they'll always fundamentally be the best in the series for me, because they're so. I'm so passionate for these games, and it all kind of started from here. I think, right? I guess if you were to like look at this objectively, maybe not, but I mean, like at least like with like Sonic 1 and stuff, maybe you could say, well, yeah, Mania objectively has more content and stuff, so why isn't that above some of these ones? It's just it's fucking Sonic 1, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, genuinely, I don't know what to tell someone. Like, it's Sonic the fucking Hedgehog. It's Sonic the Hedgehog 2. It's Sonic 3. Like, this is video game, bro. This is everything to me. So, yeah, that's why. Very passionate about these games. I'm definitely a fucking purist, I guess you could say, because I'm like, the best way to play these games is on a Genesis, but you can play these games honestly any way you want. I mean, just playing it on Sega hardware, that's why I prefer Adventure 1 and 2 on Dreamcast. It's just, there's something about playing it on Sega, right? That's just, it's iconic for the whole series, and it's iconic. Just, it's a part of history. I mean, these games birthed this whole franchise, so that's my justification.
I understand that sentiment, because the way you feel about Sonic 1 is how I feel about the first Mario, because that's the first video game I ever played
like
as a
any
kid.
criticism,
Yeah.
criticism, right? Like, people hating on Mario 1, it's like, dude, it's fucking Mario 1.
Yeah,
like straight up, like what are you even like? Okay, yeah, I guess it has some
Like,
flaws, sure, but like, what are you even arguing?
Suck your dick. Yeah, exactly.
It's like, oh, bro, I
It's
think
timeless.
it's like, here's my hour video essay on fucking Pac-Man. It's like, dude, like, what the fuck? Like,
Pac-Man 1 was bad. It didn't get good until Pac-Man Anniversary Edition, or whatever the fuck it was.
Pac-Man
my
2,
God.
the new adventure, with him screaming for his fucking life on the.
Oh my god.
He's a fucking, what is it, anyway.
He had like a camera in that game. I don't know. Anyway, that's my top 3 definitive, de facto, untouchable. Any other game would have to fight for 4 and beyond.
Oh no.
Alright, Alex.
All
If you're
right.
still.
Man.
Alex, you awake?
Oh no.
Okay, then. Okay, so here we go then. This is probably the coldest take on my list, and number 3 is Sonic 2.
Alrighty.
And like, what is there to say that hasn't already been said, really? I mean, it introduced a lot of stuff that made Sonic iconic, and it's just an overall great game.
Yeah.
I guess I can add that my favorite zone from that game, since everyone else mentioned theirs is actually Metropolis, so...
Fuck yeah. Oh, I
Yeah.
forgot to mention my favorite zones. Sonic 1 is Starlight, Sonic 2 is Mystic Cave, Sonic 3... That one's tough. I'm gonna say Carnival Night or Flying Battery.
Dude, I said my favorite zones earlier, but I'm not gonna lie, when Carnival Night Zone song comes on, I kind of just go crazy. That's my, like, open up the mosh pit song.
Open this fucking shit up.
Specifically Act 2. Dude, that's literally why, like, them replacing the music in Origins automatically just, that's on the shit list. I don't, sorry buddy.
That
You
is
didn't even
not
have
okay.
a chance.
Mm-mm. You're already dead.
Yeah.
Okay, so, I'm gonna go a bit on a defense force here.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Oh,
Right,
you said
I'm-
Force?
No, not that.
I'm like thread derailed.
Not that.
Uh-oh.
Number 2 is Sonic the Hedgehog 1.
Gosh damn
Yes!
Oh, okay.
Yes! Yes!
This lines up.
I know I know that YouTubers made it illegal to say anything positive about Sonic 1. But
it. Look,
like Marble Zone, you have to wait on a rock for 10 hours before you can finish the level. And Labyrinth Zone has water and stuff. And what I have to say to that is skill issue.
Oh my god.
So true. Suck it up. Use that term. Suck it up.
I hate it here.
Straight up. Oh, they have to wait for the fucking 10-second block, bro. Fuck off. Get a fucking life.
I'm feeling attacked.
How long was their mother in labor for? Hours? And they can't wait 10 seconds for the block to move?
Not at all. Not even slightly.
I mean, there were even points where you could just skip the block altogether and just run and jump to the other side.
Right. There's lots of like skips in Sonic 1 that you would just know by playing it more and just getting used to level layout. The speed is earned a lot in Sonic 1.
Yeah, so guess that's what I have to say about that. So number one for me is I've basically been saying pretty much doing my favorites up to this point, but I kind of feel like if I had to choose an objective best Sonic game, I would go with this one anyway. Number one is Sonic Shadow Generations.
Oh, snap. It's the highest placing for it.
Jesus Christ. Holy shit.
Thank you for saying
I admit
both
it's
of them.
not exactly the most well-made Sonic game, but I feel like it's just a huge celebration of Sonic, and it knows just exactly what Sonic is. And like, even if... And I feel like it does the M word right, even if it's not in the most traditional of ways. And I actually liked Sonic Generations in the first place. I honestly even like, what's it called? Planet Wisp, even though I know it's the weakest level.
Really?
Like, I can understand why people don't like it.
I don't hate it, I just find it to be a little too long.
Yeah.
Between generations and
Yeah, it's
colors,
the
I'd
worst level
probably
of the game.
still.
It's long
rather
if you
play it.
don't know the tech.
Oh, see.
But anyways,
Look, I'm not
feel
good at the
like
game.
that what it was missing though is that it could have used a bit more 3D and maybe a bit more of like having a character have a spotlight and stuff, and well, that's exactly what Shadow Generations does. So, like, there you go. It has more 3D and Shadow's a big focus, and he's got a good amount of story in it, and I just love playing both Sonic Generations and Shadow Generations.
Dude, it is fucking crazy that I didn't put it on because I'm like, it's too soon. And then every other person put it on their fucking list.
I didn't
Like
put it
someone,
on.
Shadow Generations alone, they cooked.
Mine was for a different reason though, mainly because I considered it a DLC rather than its own game.
Well,
Actually,
I mean, we pointed out how literally the game is running like two separate games basically.
But
But
most DLCs have done that before. That are massive and they're basically their own ISOs.
it's freaking
I mean,
hilarious.
it's like running on a separate engine altogether.
yeah,
Mhm.
I think that's why the PC version literally opens a different EXE for generations.
Again, that was
Oh,
just me. Just like I considered it an add-on.
But
like,
basically,
I'm
at
not
this
saying you guys
point,
are
it's
wrong.
been like repackaged into, well, not necessarily a collection, but just like a two-in-one
Okay.
game, basically.
And really, at the end of the day, if you like it, you like it. That's it. There
It
is
would
no
be like Elden
Yeah.
Ring, Shadow of the Erd Tree winning Game of the Year.
Shadow Generations could have been packaged separately like Torn of the Golden Country did, and it would have been awesome either way.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know if I would have paid $50 for it.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm not against. Like,
The game has already
making
been on
DLC
sale
high.
for like 30, so
Wait,
I think
really?
that's a pretty fair
I think
price.
Torna came out for like $20 to $30, and that was packaged separately.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Anyway,
I'm-
I'm gonna.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go on.
No,
No, you're good.
You're good.
Oh, okay. I'd like to give a special shout out to Claire Fluffle, who made it her game of the year.
Shadow Sonic and Shadow Generations.
Yeah.
Nice. I'm glad the game's getting its props.
Yep. So yeah, that's it from me then.
Yeah.
We got one last person to play their cards.
Sorry, I'm looking at the culmination of the list so far, but we should wait till Humberto gives his other two, and then I can pop off
So-
and Mauled at the same time.
Alright, so number 3, we have Sonic CD,
What
or
the
the Sega
frick?
CD.
So you were lying the whole time, you fucking asshole.
About what?
What?
Everyone hates that game. That's not.
When did I say I hated that
No,
game?
you-
always defended
You
it.
are bugging, bro. Are you just not paying attention to him? He's been very active on the CD Defense Force. Where have you been?
I think he just keeps hearing me say CD.
I've been
Who the
lied
fuck
to,
didn't
and
like it? We were in the car. They were like, we don't like CD.
I
Me?
love CD.
I'm for sure CD's biggest like kayfabe villain.
He's
That's
not.
for sure. But no.
Gosh dang it.
Humberto is very vocal about his love for CD.
C chat, this is what I was talking about. CD is very divisive around these parts.
I love talking shit on him, but I'll get that later. I just like being mean to him. But I don't even necessarily dislike it.
We could have a like
Oh,
pro
you do
versus
have Mean
anti
Bean Machine on your list.
Well, yeah, because I'm sick of Puyo.
Yeah, we're
Just
Puyo
thank God
gamers.
it wasn't Spinball. Bro, can you actually play that options menu
Oh my
thing for
god.
Spinball?
Can you also
Can you just
put it in Audacity and turn the gain up?
yeah. Just chew on an electrified fork. That's what it sounds like.
It literally, it does. It feels like you're eating tinfoil as like a song.
Oh,
Just put all of your silverware in the garbage disposal. That's what that song sounds like.
no, continue, Humberto. Give
Alright,
us your soliloquy.
so Sonic CD is a great game. It is just not a great Sonic game. It
Oh.
didn't know what it was trying to do consistently. We had our but what it did do was it sparked my love for exploration platformers. I couldn't enjoy games like Wario Land and Metroid if it wasn't for Sonic CD. And I'm not saying Metroidvanias. I specifically mean like Super Metroid Onward. I say this because at the core of it, you still have a really good moveset to work with. Sonic is still fast. His jumps are comfortable. You know, you still have the super peel out, which is super fun to work around to work with. You obviously have momentum because it's a classic Sonic game or a Genesis game. So I said it. I'm gonna say it again.
Get
down!
I got my M-word pass.
Out of the police.
No one has that. Not even Ronald has.
I have 19k points. Can I redeem the M word pass?
I'd rather die.
You have a very great way to traverse these massive levels, and it's not like fucking Symphony of the Night where you have to you have to face backwards and press a button to move fast. You need to get around in Sonic CD. But at the same time, it highlights a lot of what I hated from Sonic 1 and Sonic 2. Platforming segments are still really awkward and clunky when they're like really focused on. I'm talking like beyond just Palm Tree Panic or even like past Collision Chaos. The pinball sections in that were kind of whatever, but platforming felt kind of weird when you were going through some of the tighter spots in what the hell is it? The Quartz area, Green Stage.
Quartz Quadrant.
I'm trying to think cool music, but a whole series of. But you know, Quartz Quadrant, that's it. So I'm thinking about that, and I'm just like, okay, you know what? With you know, platforming with all those like moving belts, a lot of that stuff can be kind of awkward. I have no way of I don't really have any way of excusing Wacky Workbench. I will admit, it is a shitty level to get around. It's a shitty level to get around for like the first 4 playthroughs. And set pieces go on for way too long, I feel like. In Sonic 1, cool, you had your set pieces really were just like your loop-de-loops and, you know, going through like the speeding water tunnels really fast in like Labyrinth Zone and stuff like that. But they never lasted for more than a couple seconds at a time. These automated set pieces in Sonic CD took fucking forever. And I hate to say it, but Stardust Speedway is the worst fucking offender of this. In concept,
I agree.
It is really the stage
Heavily agree.
itself. The aesthetic is so pretty. It's so beautiful. It, you know, golden. You know, like Golden City or like, you know, Golden Highways or whatever else. You go into the past, like, you know, everything is just covered in vines because like they haven't developed anything around it. It's still like a prehistoric city kind of. You go into the future, like the future stages are either, you know, it looks like either current day Los Angeles, or it looks like, you know, it could look like, you know, Dubai. It's one of those two.
Hey, that was an offensive sneak in there. Can you ban him?
It's one of those two, but like the whole aesthetic of it is so pretty, but just actually playing through Stardust Speedway is a chore. Everything is automated, and when you're trying to actually explore the stage to you know, to look, when you're trying to get into the past to look for your that one machine, or the past
robot,
robot machine, robot generator, that's it. It's like getting through that in Stardust Speedway is just annoying because of all of this automation. When you break through it, you usually end up on an awkward ramp, and you can't just like spin dash or, you know, super peel out your way out of it. You kind of just have to wait and slowly walk backwards your way out of it. It's a little awkward to get through. But going on the topic of time travel, if you are a Wario Land or just any Wario-like enthusiast where the level changes, like the level layout changes mid-session, like mid-level because of some condition, I love that shit. I've always loved exploring in my platformers. And just having a good moveset for that is just, you know, all of it just ties together into something that's really nice. At least to me, at least. And of course, we get back into the whole aesthetic thing of like all of the stages are just like really, really well presented. It's just Sonic 1 cranked up to 11. Let's be real. So like as far as like all of the generic stage themes go.
Did you ever play Superstars or not yet?
I have not played Superstars yet.
You would probably really like it. Because
Don't you have it?
No, I sold it with my PS5.
Oh, well.
The game was also by Naoko Oshima, and it's very CD coded a lot of the time. It's very vertical stages, kind of like that game. So I'd recommend it to you.
I'll have to give it a shot as soon as I'm through with Frontiers. But yeah, it's like I said, Sonic CD is a great exploring game. It is just not a great Sonic game. You can't hold right and jump at the right time, or, you know, roll into a ball. You're like, do your spin dash time, or like, you know, just roll into a ball. You can.
It's just you're gonna miss like most of the game.
Yeah.
And get the bad ending.
Yeah, it's just not a great way to play the game.
The bad ending makes you feel like shit too.
It really does. I remember the first time when I realized like this was oh no, I wouldn't say the first time. I think it was a couple years later on. I think I was in like late middle school, early high school at this point, where the first time I played CD. I never finished it on like when I had the original, when I had my US copy with my Sega CD growing up. But when I played it on an emulator and just realizing, oh shoot, if I just if I destroy the time generator and force my way all the way back into the future, like in that same stage, it's like, oh shit, I can actually see what the game is like if I just play it properly. Because I was always like, because even with Act 3s, I'm like, wait, where the hell are my presents and my past? Like, why am I just in the future? And when I realized, like, it's the bad future because I fucked up in the last 2 stages, like when that clicked, I'm like, oh shit, there's so much more to the game. And then when I realized, like, if I just got all the time stones in every single Act 3 afterwards a good future, I'm like, cool, I've been doing something right. I don't know what, but I'm doing something right. I was a little annoyed that I didn't get to go supersonic, but not realizing, I just assumed the time stones were just the chaos emeralds of this game. But anyway, it was a lot of the exploration.
I was just gonna say real quick, because we were talking about that, what's interesting is if you do go for the robot generators over the time stones, all those bosses take place in the good future, which does actually, like, it doesn't affect the fight anything at all. It's all, like, part of the aesthetic, but it's a lot, the vibe is different, like, it's playing different music and stuff when you go in. So it has a different experience if you choose to play it in a different way, which is probably the coolest part about CDs. You have options.
Yeah. And it's once I figured out that you had those options that I just realized, damn, that's what I loved about CD. I'm really sad that all of, like, the speed sections are really just relegated to just set pieces, and you can't really take advantage of, like, the high-speed platforming that you come to love in Sonic 2. But despite all of that, despite how slow that you normally have to move in CD, I still love it just because I love exploring in my 2D platformers.
How do you feel about the Metal Sonic fight?
In CD?
Yeah, in CD.
Just LMAO.
I think
Just play Mania. Just play Mania.
Honestly, yeah. I see that I didn't care for. So the boss fight the Metal Sonic race kind of suffers a lot of the same things that later on the Dragon Road did in Sonic Mania, where you can go really fast until you're stopped by that single little slope, and all of a sudden you have to rebuild your momentum again. You play Sonic Mania and you have the drop dash to do that. It's like, cool, all of this is just seamless, and you kind of just have a rhythm going. You don't really have that in CD. Because if you jump a little bit too early when you predict those little stops, and you just hit the corner and you just end up rolling back down, all of that just sucks. But once you get into the flow, like once you figure out just how the stage works and like when to time your jumps and everything, and you have those like gameplay-based high-speed segments, it's fun. But like learning it sucks. But that's kind of just the gist of Sonic in general. Like, if you don't know how to play Sonic does suck. You'd rather just take it slow and play Mario. But once you figure out the movement system of Sonic, these short little levels just become really, really fun once you figure out the flow and just get through them in just like one really, really quick motion. Rather, not a quick motion, but just in a really stylish, flowy move. If that makes any sense.
Actually, it's a good point.
That's sort of my thing on CD.
Yes, I get used to Sonic movement quickly.
Gotta get used to Sonic movement, basically.
Yeah.
Which is why, it's also why it's a lot easier to pick up and play a Mario game in general. Movement is just so tight. And it's also why it was really easy to pick up Frontiers, because movement was just really tight. You didn't really have to learn how to play Frontiers, it just worked.
Frontiers also had the speed, I think, at 0 initially, or like it let you choose.
Yeah, they gave you the settings to put it how you want.
They let you control your ground movement speed. It was really nice.
And then later they let you control your air deceleration.
Put to 0 and then just fucking fly.
Alrighty, what's your number 2?
We are at the number 2 of Sonic Adventure.
Oh, snap.
Yeah.
Hey.
Very high up.
There we go.
I think everybody had Adventure 2 on their list. So.
As they should.
No, Alex only had it as a mention.
Yeah, honorable mention.
Well, he's getting shot, so it doesn't matter.
Whoa, buddy, you're dead.
So basically,
I'll just use
mention
Black Shield.
Okay, good shit. Don't worry, he's got Excalibur.
Just YRC.
Alright. So, we've all kind of touched on Sonic Adventure 2 already. We know it built upon everything that made Sonic Adventure 1 really good. Kind of trimmed out a lot of the pace-breaking fat. for better or for worse, you know, getting rid of the hub world and consolidating all the gameplay styles. Sure, I'll admit I liked screwing around in the hub worlds. They were fun to mess around with the first couple runs. But these days, if I'm just replaying the games, I'd rather just go to the level select. Like, even with Shadow Generations, I don't care about going through white space. I just want to go straight into a stage select from something, and that's what makes Sonic Adventure 2 really easy for me to just kind of come back into. I don't have to faff around with the hub world if I want to go, like, if I'm just playing through either of the stories. It's like, I play my stage, I watch a cutscene, and I go through it. It's really, really simple progression. It's a fine way to tell a story. I have no real issue with it. Both Sonic Adventures 1 and 2, I never really cared for Knuckles' stages for some reason. Even though I just got through saying exploration is really fun, never really cared for the random act of, you know, the random locations of the Emerald pieces when going through either of going through the exploration stages. But for what it's worth, you know, Knuckles and Rouge's themes are both all kick-ass, so you know, it makes it a little easier to go through. It's a lot better than, you know, and you know, getting around to and from places doesn't feel like a slog. It's just finding an RNG based piece, and I'm too stubborn to use the monitors or too stupid to figure out the riddles, you know, after this, you know, if I'm just using like the first or maybe the second one, because I know after you use like the third or whatever, you just miss out on any good ranks to work with. So I've always tried to avoid them in that sense. I just tried to get by on my sense of memory of the area, of the levels, but was never too great on that. And I'm also, call me mad because bad at first, but fucking I can't stand Death Chamber. It just reminds me of Ocarina of Time's Water Temple for the first time. But I know the ways around that.
Y'all niggas need to go to sleep.
Bitch.
Yeah, you heard.
You gotta go to bed.
You gotta go to bed.
Hey, no, I'm graveyard, baby.
We're almost done.
Oh, I'm telling Bezos you're goofing off.
Then please, I don't want to suck his dick anymore. I got enough, chief.
I'm tired.
I'm tired, boss.
Oh my god.
You could work for FedEx and just be late.
Mm-hmm. No, they don't pay nearly as well.
You don't have to do nearly as much work, I imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Anyhow.
no,
Yeah,
I'm
let
gonna go back
Umberto
to talking
finish.
about Sonic. So, I suck at knuckle stages. There's nothing I can really do about that, and I'm probably never gonna get good enough to really fully get the full enjoyment out of them. I don't know what it is. There's just that mental block every time I touch those stages, but I'm willing to go through it just because the music is great enough, because it feels good to go through. Everything about it feels good to play Knuckles' stages, or the exploration stages. I just hate actually finding the fucking emeralds because I'm just dumb, or there's something in me that just won't let me go through it. Speed stages, they're always fun, regardless of whether you're playing, you know, Sonic or Shadow. The geometry of just some of the tubes kind of make movement look a little weird, especially when you're looking at green forest, white jungle. If you're just doing a spin dash through everything, I always can't help but feel. I always get the sense that I might just like clip through the ground if I'm just doing a spin dash. You know, through the whole little loop. But I understand it's just kind of just the way the game is built. But once the game, like once you, again, it comes down to just learning how to play Sonic. Once you learn how to play Sonic Adventure 2, it does feel almost as smooth as like a Genesis Sonic game. Everything just feels so natural. It feels so intuitive. Hopping back and forth between just between the basic act of just running and jumping to learning how to use the homing attack to chain between enemies, moving your camera around and just hopping to and from fucking rails and just learning how to use the balance or the tilt while holding B to accelerate or whatever. Once you figure all that out, it just feels really, really good to do. And it's great because, you know, these games were designed as like time attack, more or less, based games. Like, you know, you're just there for like the best score possible. And it wasn't until I realized that just going fast wasn't the best way to get through, like to get the highest score. It was a little daunting to me. I'm like, this is like, what am I doing? Like, I'm going as fast as I can. I'm Sonic, and I was just thinking of it at a very surface level. It wasn't until I realized I'm supposed to play through these levels as fast and as cool as I could. Like, chaining together homing attacks and clearing out, like, small hordes of enemies at once to just build up that score multiplier. And just using the fucking rails, like, using rails as effectively as I could, like, grinding on them as effectively as I could. Because for the longest time, I remember, even just going through the basics of City Escape, those like, that little corridor was just a bunch of stairs, and you have that grind rail going down the middle of it. I would just skip the grind rail. I was like, I never knew how to learn this. I would just homing attack, like, just right through the segment, so I wouldn't have to deal with it. But once I realized, like, this is how you're supposed to use the whole mechanics, it's like, or like how to use the rail grinding mechanic, and once it all just clicked, it made going through the level stylishly feel really good. And when I got my first A rank, it was magical. Like, that adrenaline rush made me realize, oh shit, this is what this game is about. At least this is what the speed stages are about, and that's always what drew me back to Adventure 2.
That's really reward you for being skillful and stylish.
Yeah, it even tells you, awesome, radical.
Nice.
No,
I always thought that was just like weird, quirky shit from the era. Because remember, Super Mario World had that shit too for Star World.
Yes, tubular. Mogs. That
Mogs
I lied.
Mario.
There's actually a tier 0 on my list. It's fucking tubular from Super Mario World, Star World. Ooh, Pope, Steve, Maul,
That's not
it
fair.
Mogs.
Don't add it.
Add it, bro. Motherfucking tubular. You can't beat it. Try. I dare you. Continue.
So maybe this is because I'm just a weird. Maybe because I'm fucking weird, and I've always had background music that's or background noise that's pretty annoying. Like like you guys know that I'm always building shit. There's always like power tools or something running. Like even right now, I'm just running 2 3D printers in my bedroom, so I just hear weird motors and stuff going on. You probably know where I'm getting at with this. I like the from the fucking Tails levels, from the mech levels.
Oh hell yeah!
I don't know why, but just like listening to that just feels like I'm priming something. Like I'm priming a big fucking gun.
Mech ASMR.
It is kind of similar to like how like targeting system works in fighter jets too, when they lock on missiles.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think when I do, because it's what you're doing, and it's like, to me, I don't know why, but like the noise never bothered me. It always sounded so cool. I'm like, I'm prepping something, like I'm fucking ready to fire. Like that was so cool. Like not the sound effect that was cool to me, but like I didn't mind it because that's what was going on in my head as I was holding B to prime a fucking homing missile.
You know what I heard? I remember more than the beep. It's Tails going, okay, every time you finish a combo.
Oh yeah.
Everything will be alright.
You're fucking quirky. I didn't even care that Tails wasn't like he wasn't like standalone like in SA1, that he was in his mech, because I didn't feel like I was playing as Tails. I felt like I was Tails playing with his gadgets.
Yeah,
Kind
exactly.
of and like the same thing with Eggman. It's like you're not just playing as a dude with no powers. You're playing as a scientist with who built a bipedal tank. And I have a thing for that too.
He starts off the story just absolutely emptying a clip. He pulls out the blicky. Just, the best part.
I don't like going, kind of just building on the gameplay of Gamma. I just felt really nice that his upper body, like the upper bodies of these mechs, swiveled faster than the legs did. So it made aiming really easy to do without messing up your flow, the flow of your walking movement. Because when you stopped walking, building your speed back up was a pain in the ass. So that was just a really nice kind of touch of life that they did there.
Yeah.
And kind of going back to what you said about like Gerald being a fucking psycho. Did you ever get the chance to read? Did you ever get the chance to read the diary that came with the Shadow Generations or all the diaries?
I did read that.
Oh my god! Just seeing that he becomes batshit insane, but seeing like the original like practical uses he had for everything he was working on, like being inspired by Perfect Chaos's portrait to both design Shadow and for the artificial chaos, for those helmet, Like to use those little helmets and just like moments of disaster to just turn like these hurricanes and like flood bodies of water as just like units to help people get back. The illegal experimenting on the salamander because they regenerate when you cut their body parts off to basically like synthesize organic stem cells so to cure Maria. All of that shit from a lore building standpoint was so fucking cool. Like, you didn't see that like from the get-go, but like all of that kind of stuff that we've built upon over the last like 20 years, it just makes Sonic Adventure 2 just that much more like enjoyable to go back to.
Comes full circle.
Yep. Even just the little storytelling moments. I'm thinking of like, you know, with Tails and the fake emerald and whatnot. Eggman didn't know about the whole like he knew that a fake emerald exists, but he didn't know who had it. He just had to he did a JoJo thing. He did the Jotaro fucking like bluffing with the card situation. He didn't know if Tails would have her. No, it's like, fuck, that's so cool. It's so genius. Oh man, Sonic Adventure 2 is just so fucking cool. Gameplay, story, the whole game is just great. I love it. But then we go back into my favorite Sonic game of all time, which I've spoiled at the get-go. It was Sonic Unleashed.
Yes, sir.
That was a big oopsie. So going back to what everyone else said on the idea of like, or rather the sense of speed that Sonic had in that game, and how he just hasn't been faster since, between like all the motion blur, camera effects, and all that. Something that, I mean, we all realize it, but to really quantify it, you guys know it takes like 5 minutes to get through Dragon Road, right? So,
Unleashed?
like to play through the stage, it's like a 3 to 5 minute run, depending on how good you are.
Yeah.
So you gotta remember, the Great Wall of China is 13,000 miles long, and you run through that in 5 minutes. If that doesn't give you the sense of speed that Sonic has in that game, like, I don't know what the fuck does. Like, that game captured that so well. Even if you weren't just like straight up running on the wall, just him taking all these like random ass shortcuts through all of these little temples and shit, going through all these like giant lakes that he was just able to run on water on because he could. All of that was just so cool to me. It was all like, it made Sonic just feel Sonic was always fast, but it made him feel incredible. And this was especially coming hot off of Sonic 06, where Sonic was piss fucking slow. He was either piss slow, or you couldn't control him. It was one or the other. And now he was fast, and you was fast, and you could control him, and it was just great. Level design is obviously, you know, incredible. We love how it all worked. We love how all the day stages kind of worked out in the with their sort of, you know, difficulty progression. Nothing ever felt unfair until you got into like the DLC acts, and I'm mostly talking about Skyscraper Scamper Act 2 or 3, I think it was. But if you ever had the chance to play those DLC stages, those are just brutal. But nothing in Sonic Unleashed felt like it was unfair. Everything felt like it was tailored for both like constant spectacle, but you were still able to manage it within that, and like, or within, you know, you're still able to manage your own gameplay within the spectacle of it all. And all of that was just like, and again, learning how to play Sonic, once you figure that out, and just having a really smooth run of any stage, it was awesome. It does suck that being out of boost just felt really clunky, and you really felt that when going through when you're going through Dragon Road and just those like small platforming segments with those like rotating barrel tower things floating in the sky with like the spike strips. That wasn't very fun. I never really cared for just I never cared for any Sonic Boost just slow walking sort of territories, which is why I'm like slow walking controls. So I really liked how Shadow Generation just felt really good to do so. You know, and going back to everyone else's talking about, going back to Ronald talking about the Werehog. Again, once you level yourself up just to unlock those extra moves, it kind of just felt like, you know, you're going back to the whole Sonic Adventure 2, just playing the game stylishly principle. You just have to rack up your combos, and it just looks really cool to do so, and you get You get all the extra EXP. You get the EXP bonuses and the score bonuses to go with it, and it gets you closer to that S rank. All of that's really fun, but you still have to go through the levels pretty fast, and it encourages you to use Werehog's moveset to get through these combat segments as quickly as you could.
Exactly.
All that shit was just really fun, and I kind of like how they tried their best to explore all sort of alternate route revenues per stage. I mean, we go, a lot like traditionally Sonic stages are like you have your upper, your lower, and your middle paths to kind of just get through everything. Going through Jungle Joyride, where that giant ocean segment is just like it's that giant open area has like 3 different entrances that you can go through, and you can just pick any which one you go through, and it's not one of those like you have to be skilled to pick one of these paths. You have to be skilled to pick the upper path. You just pick one. You just go for it.
You make a choice.
Mm-hmm. And all of that is
those paths are harder than others.
But you get to
lead to different
choose.
things. And
Yes.
the night and sun metals.
But at the end of the day, it doesn't come down to you are on the faster path because you are better. It's you chose the easy, medium, hard path because you chose to take those paths. And it was really, sure, it's only like a 20-minute like set piece, but it's still kind of neat to think. It's still kind of neat to know that it was something that they wanted to experiment with. Cool Edge was really fun. I mean, it was one like I normally hate like any sort of like kart racing. I hated the kart racing segment in Sonic Adventure 2. Felt really good in Alaska. I really hated it in fucking Sonic Generations. I really hated it in Sonic Heroes. It felt just right. In Sonic
The
Unleashed.
sled in Alaska is really fun, actually.
I'm just laughing about how fucking ass the cart section is in Adventure 2. Cruising her fucking dick car, or whatever the fuck that is.
It makes stupid sounds when you slam into the wall, which you will do.
Yep.
Yeah, one of the missions being don't hit the wall. I'm like, fuck that.
How the fuck do you activate drift in that game? Like easily?
You let go of gas and then you press it again while you're turning.
Which is technically how you do it in real life, but
Yeah.
I wonder
It's
if
just
they
try
so
that
really
next
fucking
time
funny.
I'm on the
meant that
101.
intentionally.
Yeah. The 101 that's in midair.
I forgot actually, yeah, the way the game also has the 101. I was thinking real life, but I forgot they're from fucking San Francisco, so both the freeway names are the ones nearby me.
That's fucking funny.
I like the idea that Rouge's dick car just looks like a really, really exaggerated Miata.
For real.
Okay, I'm gonna need you to apologize.
I drive an S2000. I drive a bigger Miata than you.
Okay, therefore we both like dicks. Yummy.
Just
I have
drive in
pizza.
someone's ass.
Huh? What was it?
Open your ass so we can drive into it.
Oh my god.
Have we gotten to that point of the night?
Catch me in that, like Peter Griffin penis car just going in and out of the tunnel over and over.
I think that's actually where we're gonna need to wrap things up. We're hitting the 6-hour mark.
Yeah,
We go back to Sonic.
Do you think like the... Wait, never mind.
Go back to Sonic.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of cool little things about Unleashed that I can just keep going on about, but it really is the sense of speed that you get from the game. Werehog being fun once you figure out that they're just 2 different games that you're playing, and once you figure out how to play both of them, they become really fun.
They
As
literally
someone
say
who
it
was
in the
on-
trailer.
as someone who
Difference
was-
9 day.
As someone who was on a God of War kick, like right before I played Unleashed, like I liked the Werehog stages from the
See,
get-go.
he gets it.
That was immediately what I thought. Like, this is just Kratos' fucking like axe chain things.
Oh, the
Like,
Blades of Chaos?
Yeah. I'm like, that's it. The Werehog stretchy arms are just that.
God of War.
They were.
Where's
They're
the-
just literally the Blades of Chaos.
Where-
They
what's
function
the-
identically.
Where's the fucking mini game?
Oh, the sex mini game where you
Yeah.
fuck Square Amy. I didn't get to that. I've been trying to play that part of the game. It's
I just want to hear the God of War music blasting as you're trying to fuck Amy, and then all you hear is
All it is just fucking. It's just the tapping B to open gates really hard.
mm-hmm.
the turbo controller.
I love Sonic Unleashed. I'm sure there will be a game in the future that tops it. It definitely took it. It turned everything up to 11 where it could, and the things that and the cracks that kind of showed. I mean, there were cracks that showed because of it. Because let's be real, you know, like any audio source isn't going to be 100% clean. If you turn up the gain really high, you're going to start hearing the fuzz, and that's what Sonic Unleashed is to me. Like, sure, you can tone everything down to kind of smooth out all the bugs, but then you kind of end up with something that's not quite as extreme, like Generations, or you end up with something like Colors, where you turn it down way too far. You go up to 9 and you're playing Generations or something like that. Like, it's the most extreme Sonic game that I can think of, next to Sonic Extreme.
They went all in.
Which Sonic Extreme? Because there's two.
Oh my god.
The skateboard one or the Saturn one?
The Saturn one.
Okay.
The one from Brazil.
Sonic Unleashed, yeah. What a game.
So pretty
Alright.
based.
Yep.
So Sonic Adventure 2 is it's a pretty good game.
Very. Actually, which game was represented the most between all of our lists?
Oh wait, Adventure 2.
Adventure 2 was sweet.
Well, Adventure 2 was in
But the
every
one
list.
brilliant boats.
Adventure 1, I think, is in almost everybody's list. Oh wait,
It's not in Humberto's.
yeah, I think Adventure 1 is only missing from one list.
Yeah.
Adventure
So-
2 is only missing from Alex's list, and that's an honorable mention if you don't want to count that.
No, we don't have to.
So, the Adventures got the most representation for sure.
Eek, Kino, Patrician Taste.
Glad to see.
So what you're saying is next month we're getting together and talking about all these Sonic mods that we have to go through because Sage 2024 happened like 6 months
Yes.
Oh my
So
fucking
start
god, I'm
preparing
already
your
so behind.
lists for mods and fan-made games.
Oh,
Sonic
the-
Sonic,
the thing I
Sonic
was gonna
EXE
say,
Sweep.
Oh my
the
god.
next podcast, or at least like at some point, we should do like top 5 best vocal tracks.
Yeah,
Oh,
that was
okay.
another idea.
Oh, that's a
being
good one.
brought up also. So keep that in
Anyone
mind
chooses
also.
the Tails theme, ban.
Which is playing
Any of
really.
them,
I
ban.
wanna fly high. That's a good
Hot
song,
take,
bro.
Live and Learn isn't that good.
That's just
That's just
Hmm.
incorrect.
that's upsetting, honestly.
Maya,
Coming
Maya.
from you.
I don't even care. Obviously, like, the best vocal track is anything that has in-game sound effects. God, that's my vote. Just the sound effects from Sonic Heroes opening.
I got one
It's
that y'all
so
fucking hate
fucking
me for.
unnecessary.
Okay, well,
Oh,
don't
no.
spoil nothing yet. But if you're watching on YouTube, that's gonna be it for this. Hope you enjoyed. God dang. That's
I hope you
6
did.
6
hours.
hours.
special.
6 hours.
I actually
podcast.
hope you had a fucking horrible time.
Oh my god.
But Adventure 2 Sweep. Adventure 2 Sweep.
Yeah.
Adventure 2 Sweep.
Uh,
That's it.
one
End it. End it. End it there. End it there. End it there.
Well,
Thank you
I-
for letting me join in halfway through. Sorry for being late. I was dealing with a late work meeting.
Oh,
Oh,
no
all good.
worries. I think we.
You only missed me playing like 3 hours of Rivals. If the update happened.
this is good coverage of pretty much all of the important parts of the Sonic franchise, with a handful of wild takes.
Is there a game that wasn't represented?
Yeah, there's no Sonic Blast.
Oh my god.
Oh,
No
game that mattered?
A mainline game, no one said Forces.
Oh wait, actually, no one said Secret Rings either.
Thank you.
No one
Thank you,
said
Lord.
Forces, Secret Rings.
No Unleashed Wii.
Sonic and the Black Knight had 2 of the best vocal tracks in the series.
And
Well, you could
2
think
spots
your
on these
boys,
lists.
MM and Bill, they both have them.
I wouldn't play the game again. I'd rather just listen to those 2 songs on Spotify back on loop.
What was that? The Night of the Wind, the mashup with Soldier Boy. That's what I keep thinking of. There's my number 1.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's
If you're
fucking
watching
great.
on YouTube, like, comment, and subscribe and
Yes.
stuff.
This is a meme.
Check out everyone's social media. Check out whatever link there is to the next Sonic podcast or discussion that we do. Thanks for watching.